Oh no, I haven't opened my. Okay. Oh
Shit.
no, I haven't opened my. Look, I got my stream unmuted in the background. There we go. Okay, hold on. I am stupid and forgot to put on VTube Studio on my phone. We'll be schmoovin'. There we go. Now we're schmoovin'. And then we need to add in our new chat source and stick it in the corner over here. There we go. Let me send a little test message just so I can see how. Or maybe it won't pop up. Maybe it wants to be stinky and not show itself. What the fuck? Is it working over here? Hold on. Don't mind me testing a lot in the chat. What the fuck? It worked yesterday. I guess I did break it. I broke it already. That's stinky. Hold on. Maybe it has a new thingy. Nope. Same hosting. Ah, why? It worked yesterday. I got it to work yesterday. Why is it not working today? Let's give it new numbers. See if that'll work. I could also just need a restart, mix it up. Listen. There it goes. Okay, I just had to reset the number. There we go. Now chat will pop up on stream. There we go. Minor scuff. Don't worry about it. This is fine. Hello, Olive. Tiny child. No. She flinched because she knows she was going to get in trouble if she tried to play with my wire. She was going to get a head bap. Yeah, you were. You can get bapped in the head if you play with my wire. You little shit. She's so little. She got in real trouble with it yesterday because when she started hitting it, she tried to bite it too. So she like squinched away really slowly because she was like, "Oh shit!" She's like bracing herself to get the head baps of doom. All right. Much like yesterday, we're going to listen to some more r slash, and once we run out of r slash, we'll either listen to music or listen to horror stories. Yeah. When we were working on rigging yesterday, we listened to r slash for the stream. I've started listening to story like r slash and shit when I do my art streams because I don't listen to them as much, so I always have like stories to listen to now. So Gotta do Pro Revenge. I'm just going through everything that I haven't listened to recently. We still have 11 and a half.
Simeon Lucky One
Oh,
just followed.
oh man. That's a bot. We got to ban them. Get cut, loser. I'm surprised Sarybot didn't catch that one, but I guess the way they sent the message um didn't like alert Sarybot. So it's okay. I got them. Get yeeted, bitch. But yeah, we have the video we didn't finish yesterday. Excuse me. Rude. Okay.
Our next Reddit post is
So we're gonna listen to that while we work on art. We only have the two models to draw now. So we're just gonna grind out on those. Let's go.
r
Ah, thanks, Rose.
relationship advice. I'm hoping to get some advice on my current predicament between myself and my friends Sam and Sarah. You see, I'm very unattractive. I don't mean this as a put down on myself, but an objective fact about my appearance. I have a very naturally unappealing face with several body scars that make me difficult to look at for some people. I've had most of these scars for most of my life, and of course I was born with my face, so I've never been much to look at. I've tried to compensate in other aspects of my life. I have a decent job, I'm tall, and I'm in very good shape. I go to the gym and eat well. Sadly, this is far from enough to make up for how I look. I've had very few relationships and only one sexual partner, though I'd prefer that had never happened. Though I certainly tried. I put myself out there for years and was rejected by dozens of women before meeting one that I thought would be able to look past my appearance. I lost my virginity to her and everything. But after a month, she came to my place crying and saying that though she found me attractive as a person, she couldn't get over my appearance and felt terrible. She confessed that
Jeez.
intercourse with me was extremely difficult the 2 times that we did it due to how I looked. I told her I understood and we went our separate ways. I'd have been happier if we'd been friends and never dated, if I'm being honest. That was several years ago, and I swore off romantic love and intercourse since it was just hurting me. Life's been pretty good since I gave up. I wish I wasn't what I am so I could find love, but I get it. I made some great friends with Sam and Sarah. I've been best friends with them for years now, and we get along great. The only issue is that they're in relationships and have this fantasy about going on triple dates with me included. The problem is, of course, I don't date, so they've been trying to play matchmaker. There have been probably 7 or 8 attempts now to get me with some friend or acquaintance of theirs, ranging from being blindsided with a date when I thought I'd just be there with them, or inviting girls to parties and trying to get us all together all
Oh,
night. I hate it! I feel bad for these girls because obviously they weren't told about this either, and now they have to play nice with this weird, ugly guy their friends dumped them on. Not only that, but there's this look in their eyes that I'm sadly used to.
hi, Zen. Welcome in. It is, I'd say it's too early for that, but it is also like 10 in the morning. So I guess it technically isn't too early. I'm just still tired. Hi, Zen. I've been up since 7 because I was initially scheduled to work today, but then they were like, we don't have enough delivery routes. so don't come in today. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess. So I have the day off, so I'm using it to stream. You got real lucky, Rose. It's okay with streaming. I'm like, if I the deadline for payout is on the 12th, and I'm $10 away from hitting the threshold. So I'll get $50. That'll make up like 2 hours. You saw it coming. I feel I feel a metal pipe coming on. Let me turn my volume down. How dare I? Oh, the Twitch payment threshold. It's earned through like subs, bits, ad revenue. Uh, I think that's it. What else does it do actually? Okay, so it's paid subs, prime subs, gifted subs, multi-month gifted subs, ads, turbo, cheering, game sales, which I don't know how you get game sales. I don't know what extensions are, but apparently I got 40 cents from extensions and then bounties. I haven't the foggiest clue what a bounty is. I think that's it. I need to look into what bounties are. And then there's other bits interactions. Oh, check out revenue definitions. Okay. Promotion clicks. The number of clicks on promoted streams. Oh, well, I don't get promoted streams. I'm still a baby. I don't get those yet. Oh, Rose. What are we owing about? Oh yeah, you're gonna be coming down for your concert. When is that again? Yeah, the Lego's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, I get to see you for my birthday. I know I keep talking about it, but I'm so excited. I'm so ready for to go see Papa Roach and Rise Against. I can't wait. Okay, so that's the hip. That's the torso. I want all of this below the torso. Yeah. Or actually, I don't want that below the torso. I want the legs to be on top of the torso. Hey, yippee! You get to meet Olive Garden. For context, Rose is one of my IRL friends uh that I've known for like 7 years. 7? Yeah, because I was able to drink 6 or 7 years. I don't know. Probably 6, maybe 7, something like that. Yeah, you get to meet Olive Garden. 7 plus, something like that. Okay.
To now. It's a combination of sadness and fear that
Yeah.
overcomes them when we make eye contact. I can feel them looking at every mark on my face, getting more and more grossed out and uncomfortable. Of course they're scared. This
Uh.
6'6" man looks
Oh.
like Frankenstein's monster has become your date for the night. I'd be scared too. I would tell my friends every time not to set me up as I don't want to date, but they get so excited to finally find the one for me and they do it anyways. So, backstory
Mm.
aside, I just keep telling Sam and Sarah to stop setting me up. And last week, they come over to hang out, and Sarah kept mentioning this friend of hers from work and starts showing me pictures. I see where this is all going when I find out they invited her to Sam's party in a few weeks. I say, cool, I look forward to meeting her, but this isn't a date, and I won't be letting them push me onto this poor girl. She's cute, and from what they tell me, I'm sure that we would get along great if I were normal, but that just isn't the case. Sarah begins to get upset at me and asks me why I won't just give her a shot. So I asked if this girl had ever seen a picture of me or heard about me. She admitted that she hadn't, and she hadn't planned on showing her my picture or even telling her about me until the night of the party. I admit that I snapped and told both of them to stop playing matchmaker. I was sick of it, and I showed them texts.
The day of my birthday. What? Okay. When is my birthday, anyways? Ah, my birthday's on a Saturday. I work that day, anyways. If you guys don't drive back immediately, I'm off Sundays. So we could like go out for breakfast or something. Yeah, my work schedule is Wednesday to Saturday. I mean, I can always try to see if I can get it off too, because it is my birthday. Um, but we'll see. Ugh, sorry. My ears were itchy.
From two of the girls they victimized. They were kind enough to tell
Oh,
me
my birthday is June 14th. I'm a Gemini. My birthday's gonna be a Saturday this year. Yeah. Oh, oh my god, my back.
Me that they liked me, but they weren't physically attracted to me. I showed the texts, and Sam and Sarah made an excuse and left. I haven't heard from them in a week. How can I fix this? I've made peace with the fact that I will never know romantic love, but I still need friends. Then, 4 days later, OP posted an update. After spending hours reading and responding to users both in threads and in DMs, I decided to reach out to Sam and Sarah and try to set things right. We met to talk, and to keep it short, Sam and Sarah hadn't reached out because they felt terrible after realizing their mistakes. They were very apologetic, and I promised that as long as they stopped trying to set me up and forgave me for snapping at them, then we're cool with each other. Looks like communication saves the day. So after our talk, they asked if I wanted to come over and play some games and have a few drinks with them and some of their work friends. Sarah admitted that Laura, the girl they wanted to set me up with, would be there, but they hadn't said anything to her about me and there would be no pressure or matchmaking going on, so I agreed to go. So last night, I came over for drinks and games. I met Laura, and she's a lovely person. We have several interests in common, and she and I have very similar jobs within different companies, so we have a lot to talk about. It's great. They didn't meddle, and I got a new friend. Easy peasy. Heck, we got along so great that she's inviting me over to her place tonight to watch some movies that we both learned were some of our favorites. Then we had some pizza and
Ah,
complained about working in IT. So, my social life is alive and well, it seems. So, that's about as far as my update is concerned. Sam, Sarah, and I are cool. I made a new friend, and I got to talk to so many wonderful people on Reddit. I'm still ugly, but I'm very happy. Then, 2.5 years later, OP posted an update. So, me and Laura hung out the night after at her place to watch movies and eat pizza. It was great. We started hanging out
yeah.
more and more as time went on, and eventually she asked me out. I was terrified initially, but decided to go for it. She's not bothered by my scars. She looks at me with kindness and warmth that is
Yeah.
indescribably wonderful to me. Laura and I are still together. We got a place not too long ago, and I intend to propose to her early next year. Sam, Sarah, and I are all still great friends. We now go on those triple dates they always wanted. We even did our first Friendsgiving with them, their significant others, and the kids. Laura loves getting to cook for a house full of guests, and we intend to try and host more group meals now that we have a place with space for it. It wasn't easy, but with a growing support network in Laura and my friends, I was able to finally get more help for my mental health to work on my insecurities and trauma. I've been going for over a year now, and
I'm
progress is
so
slow but
happy.
steady. Laura has been my rock. I love her more
Oh.
than I ever hated myself. Oof. So it's been easier than I expected to keep going to therapy appointments. So that's about it. I was in a very dark place, and some kindness from internet strangers helped me through a rough patch, so I wanted to repay them by at least posting an update. Our next Reddit post is from r/legal advice. I've always wanted to try
Sobbing.
pot, and I have a coworker who works part-time at a dispensary, and he said that he would bring me some marijuana to try sometime. I live in California, so I know that it's legal, but I don't go to the dispensary because my wife thinks that weed is terrible for you and she doesn't want me using it. My coworker came into work today with some brownies that he had made at home and offered me one. I asked him if there's any weed in them and he says no. I grabbed one and pounded it down with my
Oh,
coffee, except I
yeah. Okay. Let me pause the video for the ads. That should be over.
I've always wanted to try pot, and I have a coworker who works part-time at a dispensary, and he said that he would bring me some marijuana to try sometime. I live in California, so I know that it's legal, but I don't go to the dispensary because my wife thinks that weed is terrible for you, and she doesn't want me using it. My coworker came into work today with some brownies that he had made at home and offered me one. I asked him if there's any weed in them, and he says no. I grabbed one and pounded it down with my coffee, except I notice it tastes a bit funny. I ask about the flavor, and he says it's made from all organic, different from typical brownies, and laughs it off. Being the moron that I am, I shrug it off and continue through my workday. 30 minutes go by, and my heart rate just spikes randomly, and I start sweating bullets. I start to breathe
Oh
manually,
no.
and I freak the hell out. I have no idea what's going on, and I end up asking my boss to call an ambulance. I end up getting picked up and taken to the hospital, and the paramedics are asking me questions on how I'm feeling, if I took anything, etc. I tell them I didn't take anything, and they tell me I was having an anxiety attack. I get to the hospital, and my coworker texts me saying that he put marijuana in the brownies and thought that it would be funny to see me high at work. I tell the
Bro.
paramedic that I ingested a marijuana-infused brownie, and he tells me to just stay
Hmm?
hydrated and relax. I feel like
Hmm?
garbage. I'm stuck in the hospital right now, and I'm beyond pissed off. I don't know what to do and how to bring this up to my boss, or if I should pursue a lawyer. Please help. Then, 2 days later, OP posted an update. I had a meeting with HR and my manager yesterday regarding the edible, and they wanted to know everything that happened. I explained everything and what had happened to and from the hospital. My coworker lied and told HR that I knew the brownie had marijuana and took it to get through the workday. They asked me if this was true, and I told them that he was lying. My coworker also told HR that I'd been asking to try marijuana, and that's true. I did ask to try marijuana, but never on the job or without my consent. HR told me they needed to hear both sides of the story to pursue further action. The text message I received in the hospital saved my butt. I showed the text message stating the edible had marijuana and that he thought it would be funny to see me high at work. They requested a copy of the screenshot, and after a few more questions,
Hmm?
asked me to go home. I filed for workers'
Mm-hmm.
comp, and I'm waiting to hear back from my job regarding this mess and what's going to happen now. Then, 1 day later, OP posted an update. Charges are being pressed, and he's been fired. I came into work today and had another meeting with my boss regarding the current edible incident. They've terminated my coworker, and charges are being pressed. I asked my
Good.
boss if it was possible to notify the dispensary since I personally want to do as much damage as I can to this guy. My boss took the time to call them and notify his manager. Did I have to go that far? No, but he sure as hell made sure that it did. I don't know if he's going to continue to be employed with them, but I'm glad this whole thing is over now. I've gotten no legal threats or text messages since yesterday, and things seem fine. I don't know a whole lot about drug law, but I feel like giving someone marijuana, like intentionally lying about it and saying, hey, it's not a drug when it is a drug, that feels like it has to be a felony, right? That was r/best of Redditor updates. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Imagine drugging your coworker and thinking it's so funny. I can't
Welcome to r.
imagine. Like, what goes through your head to think, oh yeah, my coworker wants to try weed, so let me drug him at fucking work. Like, what? That's not how that works, my guy. That's illegal. That is awful, dude.
Am I the butthole, where OP possibly saves her coworker's life. Am I the butthole for calling an ambulance, which got my coworker fired? I'm a
What?
27-year-old woman, and I was at a group work training for my job this past weekend. This company put a bunch of us up in a hotel and had us attend a day-long presentation about our goals for the next quarter. We're in sales, and it's highly competitive, and the group consisted of mostly older employees, with me being the youngest. After a full day of meetings, a few of us decided to get dinner at a restaurant down the street from our hotel. We carpooled, and when we arrived, one of the older ladies, Deborah, who's in her 50s, was already there standing at the bar. We invited her to join us for food, but she declined, and we moved on with our night. I had 2 beers with dinner, so I'm not judging, but as we finished our meal, it became clear that Deborah was plastered. She was stumbling even though the ground was level and was slurring pretty badly. As we left, Deborah
Honk.
came outside with us and reached for her car keys. I immediately stopped her and said that I would drive her back to our hotel. She agreed, but as she went to grab the passenger door handle, she missed and fell straight back onto the pavement, hitting the back of her head.
Oh.
I don't mean to sound gross, but it sounded like someone dropped a carton of eggs. I checked, and not only was she passed out, but she was bleeding from her head. Everyone panicked, and I
Yikes.
grabbed my phone to call 911. One of the younger guys stopped me and said, "Help me get her in the car. We'll get her room key out of her purse and just put her in bed." I was bewildered and
What?
said, "But she has a head injury. She's bleeding. What if she cracked her skull?" I'm no doctor, but if you go to sleep with a head injury, don't you not wake up? I'm pretty sure I learned that in school, and some of the other employees agreed with me, so I called an ambulance. Paramedics took Deborah to the hospital, and she survived, though she was in really bad shape when I checked on her the next day. Here's where I might be the butthole. Our managers found out that Deborah was hospitalized for overdrinking while technically at a work function, and they fired her on the spot. Everyone also
Bro.
found out that I was the one who insisted on calling an ambulance. The older employees are all saying that I did the right thing and that she could have died, but the younger ones are calling me a snake, saying that I got her fired on purpose because she was competition. Am I the
What?
butthole? Well,
No.
I'm also not a doctor, but I heard someone talking about boxing or like mixed martial arts, and I believe they said that punching someone on the back of the head was a really big no-no because you can seriously screw someone up in some way. Basically, back of the head injuries are especially bad, apparently. I mean, regardless of where the head injury was, if someone's bleeding from the skull, front, back, top, whatever, I think you're totally justified in calling an ambulance. Yo,
Yeah.
she could have died, OP. And also, she was the one who made the decision to get completely plastered at a work function, so I think you're totally in the clear, OP. Actually, I think you did the right thing here. You get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I guess I'll give Deborah 1 out of 5 buttholes. She's not really a butthole, she just made really questionable choices. And I'm giving the manager 0 out of 5 buttholes too. I probably would have also fired Deborah in that situation. If she gets that drunk at a work function, it's safe to reason that she would get that drunk in front of clients as well. Am I the butthole for telling my 19-year-old daughter that she'll have to move out of my house if I get divorced because of her lies after her stepdad saw her naked? My husband and I have been married for a little over 5 years now. I will say that my daughter and my husband have an okay relationship. Not exactly father and daughter, but more of like a advice-giving relationship, basically. I never picked up anything weird from my husband towards my daughter,
I
and my
don't
daughter has
know.
never said or insinuated anything at all as well. On Thursday, me and my husband were watching a movie in the living room. We paused the movie because he had to go use the bathroom. I heard him knocking on the door twice. Literally 3 knocks each time on the door a couple of seconds apart. Literally, it was loud enough for me to hear him knocking from the living room. The next moment, I heard screaming. I rushed to the bathroom and saw my daughter completely naked, covering herself and yelling at my husband to get out. I didn't see everything that happened, but what I saw after I heard yelling was that my husband literally fell over his own feet, struggling to get out of the bathroom and close the door. I asked my husband what happened, and he said he knocked, nobody answered, so he went in, and my daughter was naked in front of the mirror, and he tried to leave. After my daughter calmed down, I asked her side of what happened, and she said that she was changing, and all of a sudden, my husband walked into the bathroom. I asked her why she didn't answer him when he knocked. She said he didn't knock. I told her I heard him knock, so I'm sure that he did. She said she didn't hear it because she had earpods in listening to music. We got the situation sorted, and my husband did apologize to her and explained that he thought the bathroom was empty and walked in. She even gave him a hug and apologized for yelling at him. The problem now is that my daughter got family members involved, and they're now calling my husband a creep. I got a call from my sister berating me for still having my husband in the house. I asked what she meant, and it came out that my daughter spun a whole other story and left out the
Bro.
fact that she was listening to music with her earpods, and is telling everyone that she answered him and he still walked into the bathroom to look at her. We have cameras in our hallway that proves that my husband did knock. I sat my daughter down and asked her, and she denied saying anything like that, or that she told anyone anything. I got mad and asked, then how does your aunt know what happened? And she went silent. She said that she talked to her niece about it, and she must have told her mother. I asked her, why did she lie about what happened and made my husband look bad when he did nothing wrong? And she again denied lying about anything, and I told her what my sister told me. She just started to cry and say sorry. She said that she was just talking and making up scenarios with her niece. The whole day yesterday, I got calls and texts from my family members as the story spread. The wrong story is
Mm.
spreading, and my husband is looking like a creep to everyone. I sat my daughter down again and had her read some of the things being said about my husband and told her she has to fix this because her lying caused it. She refused, saying that she didn't spread
Girl,
this and
what?
she only told her niece and doesn't want to say anything to anyone because they'll think badly about her. She said they know my husband and this will just blow over. Everything blew up when my husband walked into the living room with his bags packed and said he was going to stay with his parents for a while because he doesn't want to be in the situation anymore, where he's made out to be this kind of person. My daughter broke down and apologized repeatedly and said that she'll fix it, but my husband still left. I told her that if I get divorced because of her lies, she'll be moving out of my house. I told her she better fix what she did and tell everyone what really happened because I will not be losing a man that loves and actually cares for me like my husband does over lies. She asked me to help her, and I told her, no, she's not a child anymore, and her lies for attention did this. This is on her. I already tried, and now I'm also being accused of taking my husband's side and not providing a safe space for my daughter. Then OP posted an update, which I'm going to summarize because she just kind of repeats herself for most of it, but the gist of it is that OP's husband asked for a divorce. OP's family has been harassing him, calling
Oh
him all
no.
sorts of terrible things, and the news has even gotten to his work, which is risking his job. Then, my daughter came running down the hallway into the living room, crying because I think she was listening to our conversation. Before she could get a word out, my husband jumped up from the couch, put his hands out, and asked her not to get near him. He said, before you say anything, I'll have to record this conversation now, and took out his phone. I think I saw something break in my daughter's eyes at that moment at the realization of everything hitting her all at once. She asked my husband to forgive her, and she never meant for things to get so out of hand. She was just making up scenarios with her cousin, and her cousin was the one who ran with it. My husband asked her, why didn't you clear it up immediately then? She said that she didn't think that it would go this far and thought that it would just blow over because everyone knows him. He showed her his phone and asked her to read some of the messages my family sent him, and my daughter went completely silent. We talked for about 4 hours, and at the end, my husband said that he would give us 3 months to move out of the house because it's his house. My daughter can keep the car because it was a gift, and he'll finish paying this year's tuition, but won't pay for anything going forward. He said he hasn't gotten a lawyer yet, but he told me to get one, that he would like to do this without a lawyer, but if I want to, I can get one. He said that he'll be fair in the divorce and doesn't harbor anything against me, but he can't stay in the relationship. My daughter was just sitting on the floor, looking like a ghost. My husband was talking like the last 5 years meant nothing, and it was just easy to move on. The best way to describe it was like he was returning something to the store. He left the house, and I just sat on the couch. I don't know if I was crying, talking, or what. I can't remember much because everything was muffled around me. Until my daughter started to full-on cry, saying, sorry, 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 over and over again, laying on the floor. I don't know how long I sat on the couch, but when I got up, I saw my husband's car still in the driveway. I looked out the window, and I could see him full-on crying in the car. Seeing that completely broke me. My daughter and I haven't talked since my husband was here Friday. not a word to each other. My family members have showed up to
Jesus.
the house to apologize because apparently my daughter has all of a sudden now cleared everything up, and she herself shared the video from the camera with the family members. Every time they show up, I just close the door in their faces. I've gotten Facebook, Instagram, calls, and texts from them, and when I block them, they keep making new accounts or use different numbers. I don't want to lose my husband. I really don't. This is the first man I've ever met that has actually treated me with kindness, respect, and love, and now it's all over. I've tried to talk to him and tried to convince him to go to counseling with me, but every time I've tried, he says that I can't. I can't take the risk. Then OP posted another very long update, which I'll summarize. First off, things are kind of grim and sad, and the daughter moved out of OP's house. OP is also staying with a friend. OP's daughter tried to talk to OP's ex, and he got a restraining order against her, which she violated, so he got her arrested. OP says,
Jeez.
I don't know what went on in her head. I tried to talk to her, but she admitted that she'll fix everything, but like I said, my ex has a restraining order against her, and then he had her arrested when she kept going to him. OP says, my daughter will have to drop out of college because my ex is now refusing to continue covering everything else for her and retracted his offer to continue paying. He sent me a message saying he's done, that I didn't respect his wishes, so I had to get out of his house immediately, and my daughter also went against his wishes, so he's retracting everything from her as well. She's on her own. He said that if I or my daughter continues harassing him, he'll open up a case against my daughter for defamation. I don't want anything. I just want him back. Even with everything that happened, I still want my husband, the kind, caring, sweet man that I had. I want him back. I need him to come back. I told him that my daughter moved out of the house and asked again if we could try to fix our marriage, and he didn't even respond. I can definitely understand why OP is so torn up about losing her husband, because the husband in this story seems like a really stand-up guy. But yo, this relationship is over. He is intentionally burying his feelings. This marriage is dead, and your
Yeah.
daughter killed it, OP. Am I the butthole for not
Jesus,
bringing my wallet to
dude.
dinner with my friend to teach her a lesson? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and last night I went to dinner with a close friend and decided to leave my wallet at home. My friend has a habit of forgetting her wallet when we go out, leaving me to foot the bill. I thought this time, if she conveniently forgot again, it might finally push her to take responsibility. I felt like I was being taken advantage of, and I was completely fed up. As expected, when the check came, she patted her pockets, rummaged through her purse, and said, "Oh my God, I forgot my wallet. Where the hell is it?" It's the same song and dance every time. I simply responded, "Me too." It was really awkward. She looked at me with the most disgusted expression I've ever seen, but then I could tell she started to panic. She was upset with me for putting her on the spot, but I was frustrated by her repeated behavior. She told me I was a horrible person for publicly humiliating her. I didn't think that it was fair to keep covering for her without saying anything. She was able to use Apple Pay, thankfully, and I could tell that she was embarrassed. Oh, she had Apple Pay. What a funny coincidence. You mean she could have paid
Wow.
her half with Apple Pay all this time, but she just conveniently
Didn't?
forgot? Interesting. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your scamming friend gets 1 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my ex's mom why we broke up? I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I broke up with my 33-year-old boyfriend a few days before Christmas. His mom reached out to me right after Christmas, saying that she missed me, and I hoped that I was feeling better and that she'd see me soon. I was supposed to go to his parents for Christmas, but obviously didn't since I broke up with him. That's when I realized that he must not have told them that we broke up, and even lied that the reason I wasn't there was because I was sick. I reached out to him and told him. He said that he hadn't told his parents yet, and it's not their business. Fast forward to a few days before New Year's Eve, and his mom texted me asking if I was coming over to their family party. I told her no and said that we had broken up. When she asked why, I told her to ask her son. Later, my ex texted me, flipping out, saying that he'd already said it wasn't their business and to leave his family alone. I told him that she was the one who reached out to me, and the only reason I told her was because I didn't want her to keep texting me. I told him I didn't tell her why and told her to ask him. Last weekend, I heard through a mutual friend that my ex was going around telling people that he broke up with me because I'm crazy. I was upset that he had the nerve to be bad-mouthing me and lying, trying to make me look like the bad guy when I was keeping my mouth shut on what really happened. In reality, he got blackout drunk and got physical with me. So I told the
Oh.
mutual friend the true story, including photos of my injuries. I then also forwarded the same photos and story to his mom. I said, just so you know the true reason we broke up. I heard he's spinning the story against me. Your son is abusive and has hurt me on numerous occasions. I wish you the best, but I wanted to clear up whatever he may have told you. His mom was super apologetic and took my side. Then my ex blew up my phone flipping out, saying what happened between us was no one else's business. I had no plans on sharing that with our friends or his family, but when I heard that he was calling me crazy, I felt like it was only fair to say what actually happened. Did I cross the line though? I
No.
feel like maybe I was the butthole for saying that to his mom instead of just
Nope.
telling her mutual friend. OP, why do you care about the opinion of abusers? He's upset. Oh no.
Oh
Not
no.
the abuser being upset. Oh, whatever are we gonna do? Who cares, man? You took the high road here, OP, but keep in mind, when you take the high road, that also means, I've got the high ground, Anakin, which just makes it that much easier to deliver the finishing blow. That was r/Am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Wow.
Welcome to r/Am I the Devil, where OP nearly starves an old lady to death. Our next Reddit post
Oh
is from
no.
r/Am I the Butthole. Am I the butthole for trying to get my 91-year-old grandmother to get some more variety and nutrition in her diet when it's my week to take care of her? I've been away from my Midwestern suburb for a number of years. I'm
Excuse me.
taking a professional sabbatical this year, and I've rented a house at home. My grandmother is 91 and absolutely insists on living alone, so several relatives have a schedule of 3 or 4 days when they make sure she's fed, clean, the heat is on, etc. I'm happy to volunteer for a shift. I was horrified to learn that all she eats is frozen fish sticks, Reese's cups, and Sprite. That's it. 3
Bro,
meals a day,
what?
that's all she eats. I'm not a doctor nor a nutritionist, but my job requires me to be physically active, and I know that a human can't live on processed fish and candy. I told her that we had to do something about this. She told me to let her live her life, and if she passes from the food, she's okay with it. I made her a really nutritious meal, and instead of being appreciative, she refused to eat. In fact, she didn't eat anything for the entire 3 days I was watching her. It was like dealing with a petulant kid. I dug in my heels, and so did she. My mom was taking over this morning, and the group chat we used exploded, and everyone thinks that I'm the butthole because I didn't feed her. I tried to explain that, no, my grandma made the choice to not eat. Their basic point was that she's 91 and she can eat whatever she wants. I'm sorry. I can't believe this guy actually posted this online thinking people would agree with him. She's 91 and she can eat whatever she wants, and they have no idea how hard they work to find food that she would eat at all. I said what I thought, and it looked like a cascading wall of text from my 6 relatives calling me essentially a butthole. So I guess I may be fired. Look, you guys, I'm also not a doctor or a nutritionist, but I would have to imagine that not having food for 3 days at the age of 91 is kind of a problem. Man,
Yeah.
imagine starving. Man, this is so crazy. Imagine starving a sweet old lady to death because you have a thing against Reese's cups. This kind of feels like attempted murder, almost not murder, manslaughter. Our next Reddit post is from Main Copy. So, I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend, Greg, for about 2 years. He has 3 younger siblings, Matt, who's 23, Amy, who's 21, and Tina, who's 19. All of them are still in college and still live at home with their mom and dad, while my boyfriend and I rent an apartment. This summer, his parents will be celebrating their 30th wedding anniversary in France where they had their wedding. They plan on getting first-class tickets, a high-end hotel, etc. One night, Greg and I were supposed to have dinner with his family. While we were at their house, Tina mentioned how excited she was for this summer and all the things they plan to do in France. Since this is an anniversary trip for her parents, I suggested to Tina that she could do her parents a solid and maybe stay back home and out of their parents' hair to give their parents time away from their kids this summer. Or she could maybe pay her own way so her parents could save money. Tina asked me why she would give up a trip to France. I told her it would be a nice gesture for her parents' anniversary. I kept trying to tell her how nice it would be and how her parents would probably thank her for giving them space. At some point, Matt interrupted us and told me to stop meddling in family affairs, that I was overstepping, and to either apologize for pressuring Tina or to leave the house. I told him that I didn't mean to make anyone upset. But when their dad came into the living room and asked them what was wrong, they told him everything. He then asked me to leave his house and said that I probably shouldn't come back anytime soon because I was overstepping, and he found it rude that I was making up a problem and pressuring Tina to solve it. Me and Greg went back to our apartment and we haven't been
What?
speaking.
Hi,
Where do I go from
Gray.
here? I can't help but notice that OP kind of arbitrarily singled out Tina but not any of the other siblings, which makes me think that OP is just jealous of Tina getting a free vacation to France and OP is causing problems where there don't need to be any problems.
Ahoy.
Our next Reddit post is from Trick Aoli. Am I the butthole for excluding my daughter-in-law from the holidays? Last year, my daughter-in-law emailed me proof of my son being involved in an extramarital affair with a coworker of his and tried to ask for advice. The messages my son sent were extremely graphic and not something I needed to see about my son. As far as anyone knows, the affair never went beyond graphic messages back and forth, but my son and my daughter-in-law were separated for a time. They got back together over the summer despite my disapproval of the situation, as she could have ruined his career with those messages. My son worked very hard to get to where he is at that company, and that's something I take a lot of pride in. When I explained my disapproval of them getting back together, he explained that there was nothing to blame his wife for, and that he was in a bad spot and should have gotten help instead of speaking inappropriately to a coworker. I told him his wife would no longer be allowed at any family gatherings, as
Girl,
I can't
what?
stand to be in the same room with her after what she sent me. She embarrassed us with those messages, and she almost ruined my son. Now, he's extremely upset that I won't allow her around for the holidays and is considering refusing to come to dinner
Why are
since he
you
doesn't want her
blaming?
spending the holidays alone, as she has no other family besides him. Both of her parents are gone, and she's an only child, which I can understand would make the holidays lonely. But I can't get over the embarrassment. Am I in the wrong for not wanting her around? What? OP can't get over the embarrassment of reading a message? How do you think she felt? How embarrassed do you think she was
Yeah.
seeing these
What
messages
the
from her
fuck?
husband to another woman? If OP should be embarrassed of anyone, it's himself and his own son. Or herself. I don't know if OP is the mother or the father in this situation. Our next Reddit.
The sheer audacity to have problem with the person who got cheated on. They do have a giant dent in their brain. What the fuck, dude? You ruined my son's life because you showed that he's a piece of shit, so I hate you for it. Like, get some help. Like, the fuck? Girl, you got some brain damage. Like, for real. What the fuck, dude? Oh, ad break. We will be pausing the videos until ad break is done. How are you doing, Gray? Hi, Zen. Yeah. What the fuck do you mean you take pride in his position? Like, that's not your job. Like, what the fuck? Okay. I was like, where's the heart? Where's the heart? Okay, soccer mom. Hey, glad your day's winding down for you.
Post comes from r/relationship advice. I need advice on how to rebuild a relationship with my only daughter. I want to start off by saying that I know I was the one who ruined our relationship, but it's been 3 years already. I just don't see why she can't come around. I miss her terribly, and she's my one and only girl, my only child. I should explain that I, a 43-year-old man, married my current wife, who's 21 3 years ago. That is a 22-year age gap. The age gap of 22
Yikes.
years is actually older than his wife's age of 21 years. This has caused quite some backlash from my friends, my
Olive,
community,
get
some of my
down.
family members, my ex, and, of course, my
Sorry.
daughter. But I had to marry my wife. She's the only one for me. She's beautiful, she's intelligent, she's a kind and caring woman. I knew my daughter would have some problems with the marriage, but I never expected how harsh she could have been. She begged me to end this marriage. She pleaded with my wife to leave me. I had to admit, I'm not proud of myself, but
She was on the
oh,
stove.
Jesus. I told her that I wished she was never born, that I resented her, and that she meant nothing to me. I
Bro.
already had a rocky relationship with my daughter. She never approved of my relationship with my wife, but we would at least have a talking relationship. Since that day, she hasn't spoken to me since. If
I
I'm being
wonder
honest, I
why.
miss her, and I decided to check her up on social media, see how she was doing. She's engaged. I'm her father, and I found out about my own daughter's engagement through social media. That was when I knew I'd made a serious mistake. I don't want to miss out on any more of her milestones in life. I contacted her through social media, but she blocked me. I want to reach out to her again. I want her back in my life, but I need advice. Also, predictably, people are bashing OP for, this significant age gap between him and his wife, and he's defending himself in an edit. Everything about our relationship had been legal, and there was clear consent. I met her when she was 18. We dated for a total of 8 months before we got married. She's always been more reserved and shy, so
8
we agreed
months.
on an elopement.
Jeez.
I'm not
Hi,
planning on having
Rose.
any more children in the near future. As for the relationship between my wife and my daughter, they weren't enemies, they were simply friends. She had started coming over. Oh my god, she was the daughter's friend? She had started coming over, and a relationship between us naturally developed. She was skeptical at the very beginning, but I truly love her, and I know that she feels the same. I must also say, my wife is an adult woman. She's not some baby. The way that a lot of you consider her to be a child is frankly disturbing and hurtful towards her. She can make her own decisions, and she chose to be with me. Why else has she stayed by my side for 3 years? I'm reading the comments in the thread, and I'm actually surprised that everyone is talking about the age gap. And yeah, the age gap is really jarring. I can understand why that would, drive a wedge between OP and his daughter. But the real problem is telling your own child, I wish you'd never been born. There's no coming back from that. That bell cannot be unrung. That is a relationship-destroying sentence. If either of my parents did that to me, I genuinely don't think I would ever talk to them again. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. I'm a 27-year-old guy, and I think my girlfriend, who's 26, is going to break up with me. I'm in the most loving and giving relationship with my girlfriend of 3 years. I just need advice because she messaged me this morning asking to talk, and I think she's going to break up with me. It started a couple of months ago when we were at the mall, and she saw a ring from a jeweler that she really liked. She makes good money, and the ring would be pennies for her to buy. When the salesman started talking to her, eager for the sale, I blew my fuse a bit and started walking off. My girlfriend followed me and asked where I was going, and I got pissed and snapped something like, I get that you want to buy the stupid effing ring, so go buy it, and stormed away from her. She tried to hold my hand and say something, but I shook her away and left. She ended up taking a taxi home because I drove us. We eventually made up. I drove to her house and told her to come outside. I explained myself that it made me insecure and emasculated a bit for her to outright buy a $300 ring, and it made me feel bad that I couldn't buy that for her. I'm between jobs. She forgave me. A month after that, we got into another fight because we were out shopping and a guy came up to her while she was waiting for me to come back from the washroom and was obviously flirting with her. She politely turned him away and stated she had a boyfriend. This happens so frequently that it really made me stew over all the times it's happened, and I did something that I acknowledge was wrong. We were at a candle store and some workers were speaking to me and flirting a little. I reciprocated in front of my girlfriend. She didn't
Bro.
say anything. When we were in the car, I sarcastically asked if she liked how it felt to see some random people flirt and come onto your partner in public in front of you. She didn't say anything again. The breaking point was when I picked a fight over the same thing 2 nights in a row. We were at my place and she asked if I wanted to go out to eat, and I said that I was craving this fast food place. She said that she was just going to rest her eyes while I got dressed and ready. She closed her eyes for maybe 10 minutes, and I ended up telling her that I really should save money and that we didn't have to go out. She insisted, and I snapped a bit and said that I wanted to save money, that I didn't have a cushy job like her. She didn't say anything, but once again asked if I wanted to go, and I refused. So she left. I got really angry and started texting her that she knew I really wanted to go get food from that place, that I was starving, and why couldn't she have just gone and taken me? It was irrational, I admit. We ended up
Bro.
making up after that fight. The next night, she was driving me home, and she asked if I wanted anything to eat. I said no and reminded her that
Yeah.
I'd rather save my money since I was unemployed. She acknowledged that and dropped me off at home. When she left, I blew up her phone with texts telling her she didn't care about me or anyone else. That she was selfish, that I was starving, and that I wanted food, and that now it was nearly midnight and I had to cook myself a meal. She
Oh
snapped back and asked if
no.
that meant that she was supposed to cook me a meal at midnight. And I called her and screamed that I shouldn't have to beg my girlfriend to make me a meal and spend time with me. She hung up on me. I
Good.
apologized the same night.
I
She
apologize
texted
the
me and
same
said she
night.
wants to talk, and she's coming over this afternoon. I'm terrified. How do I rectify this situation?
You
How do I
don't. You
apologize?
leave.
How do I keep my relationship?
No.
The insecurity is just dripping out of
You
OP's
leave.
post. I like this reply down in the comments from Astro Pastro Girl. Bit of a wanker, aren't you, mate? Our next Reddit post is from r/am I the buttface. I'm in my early 30s and male. In our office, I'm known as a bit of a jokester. Nothing mean, and I don't go out of my way to prank someone or hurt someone's feelings. But I have plenty of jokes, and I give lots of silly nicknames. There's a newer woman in our office. She's in her early 20s, and she has a 3-year-old. They live in an RV park a few miles away from work, and I've nicknamed her RV Reba. I didn't see the harm. It's just a silly nickname. I've given silly nicknames to most of my coworkers. If anyone complains about it, I just explain that I don't mean anything by it. It's just a silly thing I do, and there was no reason for them to be offended. RV Reba wasn't thrilled with the nickname, said that it was insulting. But I explained that it wasn't intended to be. It was just something silly I came up with. She
Oh,
asked me to
what?
stop using it.
Hi, just calling
And
me.
I
Hold
don't
on.
use it around her much anymore. But I
Sorry, she was calling to ask me to take something out of the freezer for dinner so that it could thaw out for dinner. I'm back. Hello. You know what I realized? Steam is open in the background. So is Microsoft Edge. Kill it! Kill it! That also means Overwolf is there. I need to kill Overwolf. I need to just delete Overwolf because I haven't played any game that needed me to have Overwolf for a while. Killing it. Killing it. My monitor wouldn't turn on when I first got into my computer, so I had to like restart my computer when I got in to the computer room. And I forgot that I need to kill all of that stuff. Okay. If I am not playing a game today, I can leave Steam open in the background to run VTube Studio. It'll be okay. I wish it automatically ran without Steam instead of having to go click that specific option. But yeah, no. It's okay though. Oh, wow. All right, let us continue.
I think it's a silly thing to get upset about, so I still use it around others. Well, someone reported me to HR. I got called into a meeting this morning and given a written warning to stop harassing my coworkers. I don't see how this is harassing at all. They're silly nicknames. I asked who reported me, and they said that it wasn't just one person, but multiple complaints. RV Reba and a few others were getting coffee, and I wanted to know who reported me. RV Reba said that she didn't know who it was, but she was glad that HR spoke to me since I wasn't listening to them asking me to stop. I think it was probably her and one or two other coworkers who could never take a joke. I want to know exactly who it was though. A few other coworkers said that I'm already the butt face and I should let it go. But I really want to know who reported me. Would I be the butt face if I demanded to know who it was?
Yep.
As you might expect,
Rude.
Opie is getting blasted in the comments. And what I find interesting is that he uses the exact same defense like 1,000 different times in the comments. I'll just read some. It wasn't even a joke though, just a silly nickname. It's just silly nicknames, but I'm just gonna stop talking with my coworkers. It was just silly nicknames, but since people are being so sensitive about it, I'll just stop. It's just silly nicknames though. They're just silly nicknames. It was never my intent to offend anyone, it's just silly nicknames. I don't see how silly nicknames are harassment, but I'll stop. Maybe I should look for a different job. That
Maybe
was
you
r/Am I the
should.
Devil, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Best of Redditor updates, where a guy cheats on his wife dying of cancer. Our next Reddit post is from r/Am I the Butthole. Am I the butthole for not going to the wedding of my dad and his affair partner? When I was 17, my mom was diagnosed with breast cancer. 2 years later, she passed away. During those 2 years, my dad wasn't around much. He was always working and going on business trips. My aunt and grandma took care of mom. About 5 months after my mother's passing, my dad introduced me to his new girlfriend. I was pissed. I yelled at him for how quickly he moved on from mom when they decided to tell me they'd been in a relationship for 3 years. My dad had been cheating on my mom while she was dying. His business trips were to meet his affair partner. I was so angry, I packed my stuff and left the house. I haven't spoken to him since that day. 8 years later, I'm currently 25. The only family I speak to is an aunt who helped me when I left my dad's house. A few days later, my aunt called me, asked me how I was, and then asked if I heard from my dad. I said, why would I hear from him again? My aunt said that dad is getting married to his affair partner, and by going to his wedding, it would help us mend our relationship.
Nah.
I said, why would I do that? He's dead to me. There was silence on the phone for a bit before my dad replied, asking if that's what I felt about him. I immediately cut the call when I heard his voice. I realized he was with my aunt when he made the call to me. I texted my aunt telling her I asked her not to tell Dad anything about me, and she agreed back then. She texted me back saying I was the butthole for saying what I said, and my dad is crushed hearing that, and that I should
Oh,
have moved on by now.
boo-hoo.
I didn't want to argue with someone who helped me, so I blocked her. Over the next 2 days, I got sent a wedding invitation to my mailbox. The only person in my family who knew my address was my aunt. Also, she gave my number to various members of the family. I'm being bombarded with calls and texts from dad, uncles, cousins, aunts saying I should give him a chance and come to the wedding. Some people are calling me names for what I said. I got a text from the affair partner saying that my dad is thinking of postponing the wedding and I should just talk to him. For context, the affair partner was a friend of my mom, and she knew that she had cancer. I said
Bro.
it's not my fault if he postpones the wedding. I don't want to have a relationship with Dad or her. They're trying to force it. It got quiet after that, but being told by so many people from Dad's side that I'm a butthole did leave me conflicted, but I'm still sticking to my guns. So, am I the butthole?
Nope.
Down in the comments, OP adds, I've blocked 39 numbers, but what my aunt
39
did really
number.
made me sad. I genuinely thought that
Jesus.
she cared for me. Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. So, after the many texts and calls from multiple family members, I sent a text to all the numbers detailing what Dad did and why I chose to be no contact with him. I then blocked all the numbers. I've changed my number, but I kept the old number in a separate phone to collect evidence if they start to harass me from random numbers. But luckily nothing happened, and I thought that was that. A week or so after that, my aunt's fiance came to my apartment. He knows what time I get off work, and he was waiting for me in the parking lot. I was apprehensive, but he assured me he only wanted to talk. According to him, the text that I sent the family caused a shitstorm. He told me that some of the cousins who didn't know what happened in the past started to question Dad and the affair partner, and they started to get defensive and deny it. But someone revealed that it was true. This caused a massive argument within the family, with some cousins pulling out of the wedding. Dad wanted to postpone the wedding so he could talk to me, but the affair partner threatened to leave him if he did that. The news of what my dad and the affair partner did also reached some of their friends, who were at one point friends of my mom as well. Some of them also pulled out of the wedding, and this caused the affair partner to have a breakdown and start banning anyone who brings it up, family members included, from the wedding. According to my aunt's fiance, the affair partner is blaming all of this on me, saying that I did it intentionally. I laugh at that. The wedding is still somehow happening. I asked the fiance about my aunt and how all this started, and he said all he knows is that there was a
Oh,
conversation about how
thank
bad
God.
the family would look if I wasn't at the wedding, and that my aunt offered to call me. He
Finally
said that he
figured out how
disagreed with
to
this,
make these
but she did
bigger.
it anyways. He said that he was only here talking to me because
Oh, you guys can't see it. Let me. Okay. So the color palette, it's been on like, what was it? It's not been on extra small. Jesus Christ. It's been on like size small. And I've been like, how the fuck do I fix this? Apparently I could just click this and then make it larger. Thank God. Because it sucks trying to pick it from that tiny little spot.
he felt that I needed to know what happened. I thanked him, but said that I'll be going completely no contact with her, and by extension, him as well. He agreed, wished me well, and
Yes.
left. I'm not gonna lie and say that I'm completely okay. I miss my aunt, I miss my mom, but I know what I did was the right thing. I'm currently staying with my girlfriend, and she's been cheering me up by coming up with absurd ways to ruin the wedding. The very first idea she came up with was, let's go to the landfill, catch some rats, and then release them at the wedding. And it got progressively worse from there. Obviously, this is just for fun, and I have no intention of going anywhere near that wedding. But reading some of the ideas here is giving me a good laugh. Then, 1 year later, OP posted an update. For everyone asking what happened at the wedding, I don't know much. All I know is that they got married. No one from the family contacted me since then, and I didn't go around asking either. I'm at peace with it. The rest of the post is pretty long and it's just OP updating about OP's love life and OP's job. So I guess just life moves on, all's well that ends well. Our next Reddit post is from r/parenting. I'm a 30-year-old non-binary and my husband is 29. We've been married for 5 years. I gave birth to our first child in September, a girl. My husband was present for most of my labor, but things went very pear-shaped and I had to have an emergency C-section. The doctors told my husband to leave the room and wait outside. In short, he did not see our daughter be born. A week ago, he informed me that he wants to divorce and start over on his dreams of having a family. He insists that he can't
What?
bond with our daughter and says it's because he didn't see her being born. He talked a lot about
What?
how it's always been a dream of his to have a small, close-knit family. And now he can't have that with me because of the C-section and him not being in the room. His dad suggested therapy, but my husband refused, saying he knew that it wouldn't work. I've made sure he knows that I'm open to the idea if he changes his mind, but he's been very insistent that he knows this can't be fixed. Then, 2 weeks later, OP posted an update. Several people suggested asking him to come with me to a therapist so I can get help understanding why he's leaving. He agreed and our appointment was yesterday. It didn't go badly, but it didn't go well either. He was very upfront with the therapist. He didn't try to mince words or refuse to answer questions. He told the therapist, "They got to bond the entire pregnancy. That baby is made of their body. I can't compare to that. My work started at birth, and I wasn't there, so I don't feel like I ever got hired, if that makes sense."
What the fuck?
Yeah, he compared it to not having an employment contract. I get the metaphor,
What?
I guess, but I'm not sure how it translates to him not being able to bond. Several commenters made transphobic comments, and several other people asked if maybe my lack of gender was an issue. I assumed no because my husband had known that I'm non-binary since before we started dating, but I did bring it up while we were with a therapist. My husband insists that no, it has nothing to do with anything. He doesn't care about what I am, but just how I did. My therapist was very focused on trying to help me understand, and I appreciate that. No complaints with the therapist. I'm still completely in the dark though, and my husband has started talking about choosing a lawyer. He says he wants a clean break before our daughter gets too attached. Then, 1 month later, OP posted an update. We filed for divorce. I've taken my daughter and moved back in with my parents, who aren't very happy about the divorce, but are thrilled to have the chance to be a nanny to my daughter. Life was in stasis for about a week after my last post until my father-in-law asked us to come over for dinner. He informed me that my soon-to-be ex-husband had asked for his help paying for a lawyer. He agreed with the requirement that we all sit down and have one last talk about the situation. He opened with saying that he thinks that getting this over with would be the best for me and my daughter. So he's willing to help, but he wanted to take one last shot at fixing it. This one last shot ended up being several hours of talking. My father-in-law bluntly demanded that his son
God.
demand his reasoning. His son repeated the whole "I can't bond" thing. My
Bruh.
father-in-law asked why. The employment contract analogy was brought up again. After much back and forth, "What do you mean by this? Why that?" My father-in-law just said, "I'm not buying this. What's the real reason, son?" My soon-to-be ex insisted till the end that what he had been saying all along was his true reasoning. He didn't see his daughter be born, so he can't bond. He says he tried, but the connection just isn't there. He was supposed to connect when my daughter was born. There was supposed to be a spark of connection between them. But that spark can only happen right at birth, I guess?
What?
In his mind, he can't get it now. My father-in-law asked his son if he thought that my daughter wasn't his. My ex insists that he has no doubts that he's the daughter's biological father. My father-in-law asked if he was seeing someone else. Was there a woman or another pregnancy somewhere? My ex did not react well to this. He threw his phone down on the table and said that we're free to search it, that he's not a scumbag. Are you sure about that? After that, the conversation turned to post-divorce life. My ex offered up that he'd been running the numbers and he would volunteer $50 a month in alimony and $50 a month in child support. He doesn't have to do either one,
$50?
mind you, because we're divorcing and he wants to cut all ties with the kid, but he wants to be fair. $50 in alimony? Whatever. I have a job and a roof over our heads. I don't need it. $50 in child support? Whatever. I'm refusing to stress about it. The court will handle child support amounts. I'm making myself not be angry and let them deal with it. I admit, I tuned out most of the rest of my father-in-law's attempt to talk sense into his son after that comment. I think that was when the coffin finally nailed itself shut. I started packing when we got home and went to my parents' house the next day. I'm no longer talking to my ex. His lawyer talks to mine. We haven't spoken in almost 3 weeks. I don't think I need to tell you that he hasn't shown any concern for our daughter, but here I am anyways. Then like 8 months later, OP posted an update. My daughter turned 1 year old this month. Nod was her first word. I suspect this is because my father-in-law brought home a foster to adopt dog a few months back whose previous owners called her Nod or Nodder. My daughter loves the heck out of this dog, you guys. My father-in-law sends me pictures of the dog every day to show my daughter. My ex-husband and I are just waiting on some final paperwork for the divorce to be complete. He hasn't contested anything. He did look the judge in the face and repeated that whole, "I didn't see the birth, so I can't bond" thing. His lawyer did try to defend that claim. He presented studies that he claimed said things about damages to bonds when fathers weren't present and actively involved for everything. But he was. He was there and
Bro.
active and involved during my entire pregnancy, and was present for my entire labor until things went wrong. It wasn't a case of, oh, hey, you knocked someone up 5 years ago, now bond with this kid. My daughter was definitely less than an hour old when he held her for the first time, probably less than half an hour old. Needless to say, the judge was not impressed with my ex-lawyer's arguments. He tried to push my ex for therapy and made comments that my ex would regret this later. My ex stood stubborn with his "I need to start over" line. He has visitation per paperwork.
Jeez.
Care to guess if he's used it? He does also have to pay
Oh. Sorry, Rose. Pausing video for the ad. The coloring on this choker is so nice. I am so happy with this. So I should have added a little highlight on each piece. There we go. Oh, ad's finished. Time to
child
continue.
support. If you've read my post history, you might remember that he offered me a gigantic $50 a month. That's all he's been paying, despite the judge ordering a lot more. So that's a fight that I'm gonna have to steel myself for. I'm surprised he started skimping before the divorce was even final, but he did tell me and father-in-law that he's not a scumbag, so in his mind, he's probably just keeping true to his word or something. He's shown no interest in our daughter. No other children, pregnancies, or potential partners have popped up either. As best as my father-in-law can tell, my ex is single and not showing any interest in dating yet. I don't know how I feel, really. It would make more sense if he was cheating. It would be easier to have something solid to point to and say, "Go F yourself into a tornado for making my life fall apart," and then I could try to move on. But all lived evidence points to him honestly thinking that he just has to do this. Man, I would pay good money to see the look on this guy's face once he opens up his paycheck and sees that his wages are being garnished to pay for child support, and not just $50 either. Also, down in the comments, everyone is discussing this guy's weird logic, and honestly, I don't buy it. I think what really happened here is the second his baby got born, he had a oh shit moment where all the responsibility and the reality just slapped him in the face, and he's like, I gotta get out of here. And he just came up with some random BS excuse and just stuck with it because, as dumb as it may be, it still doesn't sound as bad as, you know what, I've changed my mind, I don't want a baby anymore. So I think he's just a generic, run-of-the-mill deadbeat dad. Our next Reddit post is from r/no stupid questions. My brother-in-law is a great guy. He's got a successful small business, has 2 awesome kids, and treats my sister, his wife, really well. However, when we all gather at my parents' house for Christmas every year, he insists on putting on the Rocky movies all day. Not only do they have to be on the TV, but he wants to be sure that we're watching the movies and paying attention to them. They can't just be on in the background. He starts right when we wake up, and we have to open presents while the first movie plays. Then he puts on Rocky 2, then 3, and so on. They play throughout the entire day, and the volume of the TV is always so loud. Anytime we leave to go into another room and try to do something else, he gives us a guilt trip that we're not participating in the family tradition. I can't
What
take
the
it
fuck?
anymore. I don't find the movies to be bad, but I feel this tradition doesn't have much to do with Christmas, and I don't like the movies enough to have them on every single year. I'm also not the only one in my family who wants this tradition to end. What can we do? Then, a few hours later, OP posted an update. This morning, between Rocky 2 and Rocky 3, me, my 2 brothers, and my parents decided we were going to play a game in another room. My brother-in-law came in and said that we needed to be in the living room where the movie was playing. We told him, no, not this year. We want to do something else. He left, and we don't know where he drove off to. His wife and his kids are still here. Then OP posted an update. My brother-in-law texted his wife, my sister, and said that he's at home by himself watching the Rocky movies and won't be coming back. One of my brothers is going to drop my sister and her kids off at their house when we're done with our festivities here. We have Christmas music playing, games going on, and a bunch of us are putting dinner together. It's been a great day so far without the brother-in-law. Growing up, every time my family had Christmas, my grandmother would put on a Hallmark movie. And there was just Hallmark movies playing non-stop during Christmas. And as you might imagine, me and my brother weren't the biggest fan of Hallmark movies, so while my grandmother loved watching them, my brother and I would just make fun of the predictable plot and the stupid titles and the bad acting and so on and so forth. But still, every year it was non-stop Hallmark movies. Well, a couple of years ago, unfortunately, my grandmother passed away. And so, ever since then, I haven't watched a single Hallmark movie. But this past Christmas, we were all sitting around, so I decided to open up Netflix and play Hot Frosty, which is a Hallmark-style movie about a snowman who comes to life and falls in love with the local small-town girl, and they, have a happily ever after. And the movie was dumb, and my brother and I made fun of it, but, it was kind of nice to relive that tradition even though our grandma isn't here anymore. So, OP, while I definitely understand that you don't want to participate in his tradition, it's still important to him, so at least you found a way that you can all be happy. That was r/best of Redditor updates, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where a father refuses to attend his own daughter's funeral. Am I the butthole for refusing to take care of my deadbeat father's affair family after he's gone? My deadbeat father walked out on me, my mom, and my sister when I was 5 years old. I'm currently 21. He had a whole affair with this woman, and he wanted to be with her. He had nothing to do with us. He didn't even come to my sister's funeral 2 years later.
Jeez.
He never went to see her when she was in the hospital and never paid for anything. He resisted child support like crazy. When it became clear that my deadbeat dad wasn't going to help at all and had no intention of even paying, his parents, who had a strained relationship with him, stepped up and provided for us when we needed it. They also said that I would be the one to inherit when they passed away. They had this set up from the time that I was 10 years old. So my deadbeat dad gets nothing, and the other kids that he had with his affair partner get nothing either. I knew when my deadbeat had other kids. I've never considered them siblings. My sister died when we were just kids, and she will forever be my only real sibling. I grew up having zero to do with him or his affair family. Then, last year, he reached out to me
Stinky,
because he
you're
was
stinky.
diagnosed with cancer.
Uh-oh. Did the stinky not work? Hold on. Where's the stinky up? There we go. Did it? I didn't see the note. So okay, well you got double stinky. So not the cheese. Gray's cutting cheese over here. Stinky Gray. Stinky Gray.
Cancer and wanted to reconcile. I refused to even answer him, but he went to my
Not me.
grandparents
I
and
didn't do
they
it.
told him I wanted nothing to do with him, not even on his deathbed. They hadn't had a real relationship with him in a decade at that point, but when they heard that he was sick, they did reply, and part of them hoped that it would mean that he'd back off me. My deadbeat now knows about the inheritance stuff, and the fact that my grandparents have found a way that they can't sue for anything. But they get nothing from the estate. Even if my deadbeat were alive, he'd get nothing, but he'll be dead before them. This made him reach out to me, and he begged me to make sure that his affair family are okay when he dies. He told me that he and his affair partner made bad choices in the past, and he wants to be sure his kids will be fine. I ignored him at first, and then he pestered me about it, so I replied that I want nothing to do with his affair family and won't help ever. He got hysterical via text about this and told me his family is innocent and I should try to know them and help them if they ever need it. Am I the
No.
butthole? OP, the moment this guy decided not to come to your sister's funeral, to me, he would just be dead to me forever. I would never talk to him. I would never look at him. I wouldn't listen to him freak out on text. I would just cut him out of my life for eternity. So you are 100% justified. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes.
No.
I'm giving your dad, if you can even call him that, 4.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for refusing to demote my dog after my sister gave her baby the same name? I'm a 26-year-old woman, and I have a dog named Charlie. Charlie is a golden retriever that I adopted 4 years ago, and he's my best buddy. My sister Emily, who's 29, recently had her first child, a baby boy. She and her husband named him Charlie. At first I thought that it was funny and didn't really think much of it. But then Emily pulled me aside during a family gathering and said that it was confusing and disrespectful for me to keep calling my dog Charlie now that her son has the same name. She asked me to rename my dog. I told her no. Charlie's been his name for 4 years. He knows it, responds to it, and it's on all of his paperwork. Changing it would be weird for him and me. She got really upset and said that it's not fair for her son to share a name with a dog, especially in family settings. She thinks it'll lead to jokes and confusion as her son grows up. My parents have weighed in, and while my dad says it's ridiculous to expect me to change my dog's name, my mom says that I should just consider it to keep the peace. Now, Emily's barely speaking to me, and a few family members think that I'm being stubborn. I have no idea how I'm in the wrong here. The world's gone crazy. I love my dog, and I didn't name him to spite anyone. I also think it's not my fault they chose a name already in use in the family. Am I the butthole? The comments on this one are predictably pretty good. Glory of the 80s says, there was a post years ago about a guy who had a cat named Nigel, and his sister or his roommate started dating someone named Nigel. So they called the cat Nigel and the guy Human Nigel. Tisher says, suggest that she changes her son's name to Spot or Rover. Or adopt a second dog and name it Emily. Am I the butthole for no longer giving support to my wife's family after I became successful with my own company after they talked down about me? I'm in my early 30s and my wife is in her mid-20s who grew up in a fairly poor environment. Her grandpa had money, but her mom didn't and her sister doesn't. My wife has an incredibly strong work ethic. She's probably more so defined as a workaholic. When I first met her, I was trucking, making about $50 to $70K a year. Since then, I developed a niche for a specialty marketing field and became very good at it. All my friends encouraged me to go into business for myself with a marketing company. My wife was fully supportive of this, even after we discussed the financial difficulties we would have for the first year or so due to a limited budget. I made sure she knew that some months I may not get a check from the business. Her family, however, was not supportive. They accused me of neglecting my family, being lazy, and not wanting to work. They would constantly bring up the fact that I didn't have a job because I was always home working remote. My wife would defend me, but they would ignore it and continue to call me lazy and a deadbeat for putting my daughter in daycare while I worked from home. I was still
Bruh.
driving a truck part-time to have steady, reliable income, but it was only half of what I was making on a good week. In the last year, however, I've grown my income from my business beyond what I was making in trucking and have very little overhead. Since we cut costs when I first started, we realized a lot of the things we were paying for we could do without or found other alternatives that we never really added those expenses back. So it's like we have significantly more money now. I still drive a semi occasionally for a friend who owns a truck. Her family has taken note of this, and they're constantly asking us to go out to eat with us, hang out with us, etc. Then get mad when I never pay for their meals, the outing, the vacation, etc. Aside from my part of the tab, obviously. Looking back, I understand why they never had money. They were living well beyond their means, but if it makes them happy, then it is what it is. I let my wife do whatever she wants with her money, but I make sure that she knows that I don't want a dime of my money going to her family, since they were very unsupportive of what made us our money, and would go as far as to talk down about me for doing what led to our money. OP, you're not obligated to give them any money, even if they hadn't insulted you, even if they were nice and friendly with you. It's still
Yeah,
your
your
money,
money.
not theirs. So I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling a plus-size woman that I love being skinny? I dread going to my childhood friend's birthday party every year. We moved about a decade ago, and even though I'll always care deeply about her, we're very different people now, and her friend group now reflects this. She has one friend, Amanda, who, without fail, has to comment on my weight every single time she sees me. You're so skinny. Do you even eat? Does your boyfriend care that you don't have curves? Your legs are like sticks. For the record, I eat plenty. I just have a fast metabolism which keeps me super thin. I keep a strong face when Amanda says these things to me, but truthfully, she's touching on my worst insecurities, and it makes me dread going to these parties every year. I was considering not going this year until I talked to my mom about it. My mom had what I thought was a great idea on how to deal with Amanda. She suggested that I pretend she's giving me a compliment. My mom told me, if Amanda says, "You're so skinny," just smile and say, "Thanks, I love being skinny." And if she looks disappointed at your response, you'll have proven she was trying to insult you. I thought this was great advice. However, something I'd failed to mention to my mom was that Amanda was overweight. I didn't realize this meant that I was entering potential butthole territory. Anyway, the dreaded birthday party day comes, and of course, no surprise, Amanda immediately looks at my arms and comments how tiny they are. I ignored this comment. Then, later on in the day, we were standing in a group together and she was eyeing me up and down. She chuckled to herself and says, "God, you're so skinny." And I thought, okay, here it is. Here's my moment. I turned to her, smiled, and said, "Thanks, I love being skinny." And then, and I'm completely serious here, she slaps me in the face. I was in complete shock, just staring back at her,
Bro.
mouth hanging open with my hand on my cheek. Everyone was silent. Amanda suddenly bursts into tears and runs out of the room. Two of her
Oh,
friends chase her.
boo-hoo.
Only one other girl and my childhood friend asked if I was okay, but everyone else was just shooting me dirty looks. I promptly left the party. The next day, I was texting with my childhood friend about it. She basically thinks that even though Amanda shouldn't have slapped me, that was insensitive for saying, "I love being skinny" to a
Nah,
plus-sized
man.
person. I
That's
argued that
their
Amanda has been
fucking...
consistently insensitive to me every
Mm-hmm.
party, and I didn't comment on her body, only my own. She told me that it's different because being skinny is socially acceptable, and that Amanda wouldn't usually do something like this, but I triggered her with my insult. My mom
Oh,
thinks that I'm in the right,
no.
but this was all her idea, so of course she does, lol. OP, Amanda had an insane overreaction here. It's not even really fair to say that you were returning the same energy at her because she was being insulting and you just deflected and she responds with physical assault. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I don't know why you keep visiting your friends' birthday parties. I'm giving Amanda 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for leaving my dad's birthday dinner after overhearing my sister's comment about my miscarriage? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and a few months ago, me and my sister Eva, who's 33, realized that we were both pregnant. I'd say she was about 6 weeks further along than I was. She's been struggling with infertility, so we were all happy for her. I have a 2-year-old son with my husband who's 32. Sadly, a couple of weeks ago, I lost my baby. We told my family. They were all supportive, but I did sort of pull away from them. They would have tried to avoid discussing Ava's baby around me, but I didn't want to overshadow her, especially since she's wanted this for a long time. I also didn't want to be reminded of my own loss whenever I saw her. So I haven't been to my parents' place for Sunday dinner since, or really spent time with Eva, which we've been doing a lot before. I replied vaguely to any messages about my absence, and it wasn't the best communication for me. Yesterday, my parents were hosting a family dinner for my dad's birthday. I'd been thinking about going because I missed my family, and while of course the pain of losing my child hasn't faded, I'm at a point where I can at least put it a little to the side to be there for my sister and my new niece, once she's born. So I let my family know that we'd be coming. However, we had to get a gift for my dad, and then my son had a bit of a tantrum, so we got to my parents' place about an hour late. I wished my dad happy birthday and then went to the kitchen, where my mom, Eva, and sister-in-laws were. But before I went in, I heard them say my name, so I stopped. My mom said something like, "Well, I guess OP's not coming." And Ava said, "What did you expect? She probably changed her mind and is just staying home, again." Could see how upset I was, so he didn't. We got my son and left.
What the fuck? I haven't had an OBS disconnect in forever, dude. What the fuck? Oh no, what all did you miss? I paused it. Hold on, let me back it up a little bit. What the fuck? It's been months, dude. OBS hasn't done that in months. What the fuck? Okay.
And then went to the kitchen.
I'm also the only one home, dude. Okay. I'm the only one home, so I don't know why it bugged out like that either. What the fuck?
Where my mom, Eva, and sister-in-laws were. But before I went in, I heard them say my name, so I stopped. My mom said something like, "Well, I guess OP's not coming." And Ava said, "What did you expect? She probably changed her mind and is just staying home, again." Honestly, I'm sorry for her, but you would think she was the first woman to ever lose a kid, and it's
Bruh.
not even her first kid. They then kept talking about other things, but I just wanted to leave. I went and got my husband, who was with my brother-in-law, dad, and brothers in the living room. I told my dad I was really sorry, but we needed to go. They all protested, but my husband could see how upset I was, so he didn't. We got my son and left. When we got home, I just kind of cried for a while. My husband asked me what happened, and I told him. He was angry that my sister said that, but thought that we shouldn't have abruptly left because my dad had been looking forward to seeing us, and my son missed his cousins. After this, I was feeling conflicted. Later, my husband texted me saying my dad had been really upset about us leaving and brought it up at dinner, which caused a whole fight because Mom and Ava realized that I must have heard them talking, and my dad was mad about it. My brother said that it was pretty bad, and he wished that I had just stayed so that none of this would have happened. Obviously, Ava didn't mean
That's
for me to
not
hear
your
that.
fucking
They were all
fault.
just frustrated that I'd been AWOL for so long. Now I feel bad because I didn't mean to ruin dinner.
Nah,
Obviously, what
man.
Ava said
That
was
ain't your
hurtful,
fault.
but I can see how my actions might have led to her saying something out of anger, and I could have talked to her about it later instead of just
Nope.
leaving. I don't know. Yo, Not even 1 month has passed since OP
Mm-hmm.
has lost her child, and everyone is giving her flack because she's not smiling and happy and ready to be around people. Cut the girl some slack. And even if a lot of time had passed, like, I don't know, a year, 2 years, that's still an awful, callous thing to say to a woman who lost her unborn child.
Yeah.
OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Leaving was way better than staying and crying during your dad's dinner. I'm giving your sister 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for refusing to give my cousin the money that I've been saving for
Oh, ad starts
my
in 4
lifelong
minutes.
dream? I'm a 20-year-old woman, and I've been saving for a study abroad program since I was 18. It's not just a trip, it's been my dream for years to travel, learn, and grow outside of my hometown. I've worked endless shifts, skipped vacations, and sacrificed so much to finally have enough money to make it happen. I've been counting down the days. Enter my cousin, who's 23. She's recently pregnant and struggling financially. Last week, she came to me asking for money to help with baby expenses. Not a small amount either. Basically, everything I've saved. She called it a family emergency and said that it's my duty to help because, according to her, my dream trip is just a luxury compared to her needs. When I said no, she flipped out. She accused me of being selfish, heartless, and not caring about her or her baby. She told me I can just save up again, like 2 years of hard work can magically be redone
What?
overnight. Then her mom, my aunt, chimed in, saying I'm a terrible family member and I'll regret this when I'm older. My cousin even told the rest of my family, and now everyone is texting me, saying that I'm prioritizing a vacation over her child's future. I've worked so
That's not
hard
her
for this,
child.
and I don't feel like it's fair to give it all up just because she didn't plan her life better.
Yeah, the
But
fuck?
the guilt trips are getting to me, and now I'm questioning myself. Am I being selfish for
Nah,
wanting to protect
man.
something I've worked years to achieve? If all of OP's family members thinks the cousin deserves money, then why don't
Oh, you
they give her
do
money?
it.
Why don't they do it? God, why does everything always have to fall on just one person? Jesus, OP, go on your vacation, go on your whatever you want to call it, travel, study abroad, and just don't come back because your family sucks. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Follow your dreams. That was r/am I the butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
These flowers need to come down here to the back. Body under. Back here. Here. And then right below. There we go. All right. The accessories are all nicely colored. Now to start coloring in everything else. I've got the base colors done, so now it's on to shading everything. I'm really happy with how this model's coming along. I hate how long it's taken me to get to this point, especially for Echo. Like, Echo shouldn't have had to wait. It's been going on, like, what, 2 years now for this gift model, but I'm really, really grateful for their patience with it and that I'm going to be able to deliver them a model that I am actually happy with. So, yay. Right.
Welcome to r/pro revenge, where OP gets revenge against his evil homeowners association. Our next
Hey, community, if you're still watching the stream, we're on a pro revenge story.
Reddit post is from BB Keys. When I moved into my suburban neighborhood, I expected peace and quiet. Instead, I walked into a petty dictatorship run by our HOA president, Todd. Todd was the worst kind of leader, the kind who loved power but hated accountability. He enforced ridiculous rules, like fining people $200 for leaving their trash cans out 1 minute past 9 a.m. But he
Bruh.
blatantly ignored the rules when it suited him. His own yard was a mess of unpermitted structures, and his fence was taller than allowed by city ordinances. But Todd's true sin was using the HOA as his personal piggy bank. At first, I tried reasoning with him. My fence was slightly off color because the approved stain wasn't available, and he fined me $500. I explained, provided receipts, and asked for leniency. Todd smirked, said, "Rules are rules," and walked away. That's when I decided that I would take him down. Not with screaming or public arguments, but
Oh,
methodically, legally.
oh man. Ads are starting. Okay, let me pause it. Oh, the ads didn't start? Oh. Sometimes it'll say that there's going to be ads and then they don't start. So I don't know.
In a way that he would never recover from. Step 1. Become the inside man. Todd's first mistake was underestimating me. I volunteered for the HOA board under the guise of wanting to get involved in the community. I played the part of the eager, naive newbie perfectly. For 2 years, I attended every meeting, quietly observing how Todd operated. I learned that he controlled the board by bullying other members and burying them in paperwork. He'd push through votes when only his allies were present, and conveniently lose paperwork submitted by dissenting homeowners. I kept my head down, took detailed notes, and waited. My goal was to outlast his term as president so I could begin making changes. Then I discovered Todd's second mistake. He wasn't just a bully, he was a thief. Step 2. Follow the money. Todd loved to brag about how he kept the HOA's finances in order, but something didn't add up. The annual HOA fees were high, much higher than in smaller neighborhoods. But the common areas were falling apart. The pool was closed half the summer due to maintenance issues, and the landscaping looked like it hadn't been touched in months. I started digging. As the HOA treasurer, Todd had access to all the accounts, but he was notoriously
Okay, I
cagey
like that.
about sharing financial details. I asked
The
for a
blue
budget during a
balling
meeting,
ads,
and
yeah.
Todd laughed it off, saying, "Don't worry, I've got it under control." I filed a formal request for the financial records, which, under HOA rules, he was required to provide. Weeks went by with no response. That's when I started talking to neighbors. Turns out, I wasn't the only one suspicious. Over a dozen homeowners had requested access to the budget over the years, only to be ignored. One neighbor claimed that Todd had used HOA funds to install a new patio at his house, while another swore that he had seen Todd's kids at the community pool during its maintenance closure. Armed with these suspicions, I filed a formal complaint with the HOA board, forcing Todd to provide the records. He stalled, but I wasn't backing down. Step 3. Build the case. When Todd finally handed over the financial documents, they were a mess. Invoices were missing, payments were mislabeled, and some expenses were downright bizarre. a $15,000 landscaping fee paid to a company that didn't exist. Thousands spent on administrative costs with no explanation. I cross-referenced the HOA's bank statements with public records and found the smoking gun. Todd was funneling money into his personal accounts. Even better, I discovered Todd had been inflating contractor fees, pocketing the difference, and splitting the profits with his buddy, a shady contractor who handled most of the HOA's maintenance. I compiled everything into a detailed report, complete with spreadsheets, photos, and notarized statements from neighbors who had seen Todd's antics firsthand. Step 4. The coup. I waited for the annual HOA meeting, which was typically a snooze fest attended by only a handful of homeowners. But this time, I made sure people showed up. I spent weeks knocking on doors and explaining what Todd had been up to. I didn't share everything, just enough to get people angry and curious. On the night of the meeting, the room was packed. Todd started the meeting like usual, droning on about how difficult it was to manage the HOA and how much he'd sacrificed for the community. That's when I stood up. I calmly asked if he could explain some discrepancies in the budget. Todd laughed nervously and said, "I don't think this is the time or place." I replied, "Actually, Todd, it's the perfect time." I handed out copies of my report to everyone in the room. The mood shifted instantly. People started reading, whispering, then shouting. Todd tried to regain control, but it was too late. I called for a vote to remove him as president. By the end of the night, Todd was out. Step 5, the final blow. After Todd was removed, we hired an independent auditor to go through the HOA's finances. They confirmed everything. Todd had embezzled over $50,000, mismanaged tens of
Jesus.
thousands more, and committed multiple counts of fraud. We reported him to the cops and filed a civil lawsuit to recover the stolen funds. But it didn't end there. Todd's shady contractor buddy was also exposed and banned from doing business in the county. Todd had to sell his house to pay restitution and legal fees. His name became a running joke in the neighborhood, and no one would touch him professionally. With Todd gone, we restructured the HOA to prevent another dictator from taking over. We implemented term limits, required multiple board members to approve financial decisions, and created an online portal so all homeowners could access budgets and meeting minutes.
Rude.
The aftermath. Every time I walk past Todd's old house, now owned by a lovely family, I smile. The pool is open, the landscaping is beautiful, and the HOA fees are lower than ever. Todd, meanwhile, moved to a neighboring town where he reportedly tried to join another HOA board, only to be laughed out of the room when someone Googled his name. Justice wasn't just served, it was plated, garnished, and savored. Our next Reddit post is from my posting name. This happened about 5 years ago when I was selling cars on a Saturday, just before lunch. I sold a car to my first customer of the day, and any car dealer will tell you that if you can get one sold before 11 a.m. on a Saturday, you should almost be mad if you don't get a hat trick, which is 3 in one day. At my store, a hat trick lands me a bonus of $150. I'd already gotten some free money in the morning meeting for a couple of perfect surveys, and my sale was the first one of the day for the store, which happened to be a spiff that day. So I'm riding high, having already put $500 in my pocket before noon, with a real shot at doubling it before they turned out the lights. It's gonna be a good day, I thought. I just finished stocking in my fresh trade and collecting my first sales spiff while the receptionist comes to my desk. "Hey, OP, you're really good with weird, angry, and weirdly angry customers, yeah?" "Wonderful." "Yeah, I guess that's me. What have we got?" The receptionist points out a pair of angry-looking customers. I sigh, put on my sunny customer service face, and greet the couple. They're older, but not old, probably mid-50s. They're aloof and condescending as I bring them to an empty desk and offer coffee. They scoff and decline until they see the big, fancy cappuccino machine. The wife looks at me expectantly as I sit down, so I invite her to help herself and reassure her that it's a very intuitive machine with several options, but I'll be happy to help if she has any problems. The husband of the pair hands me a folder. Inside is a printout from our website. "I'd like to purchase this truck, please, at the advertised price," he says. I say, excellent. Before we discuss rebates, let me double check that we still have that vehicle in stock. It'll only take a minute. You don't know your own inventory? This is very unprofessional. Hey, honey, he says he probably doesn't have it in stock. Looks like we might have come all the way down here for nothing. The wife says, that would never happen over at Volvo. This is gonna be fun. I mindlessly apologize and explain that we have 18 salespeople and over 650 cars on the lot at any given time. And we sell 250 cars a month, so inventory management is literally a full-time job as I check the key track, see the key is still checked in, and politely excuse myself to pull the truck around. In retrospect, I wish I'd paid more attention to the listing, as it would have saved some pain, but I just pulled the stock number, verified availability, and pulled it around. I said, alright, let's take a look. They follow me outside and I start my walk around. This is the wrong truck. This is the wrong truck. I told you you were asking for trouble trying to buy domestic. I told you, honey, a damn Volvo won't pull the camper. This is what we need. I say, what do you mean? This is the truck from the listing that you gave me. Christ, no it's not. The listing I gave you is for a white, long bid King Ranch. This is a silver XLT. I get that reading is hard, but you'd think that even a domestic car salesman would know his colors. I say, first of all, there's no such thing as a $30,000 King Ranch, and you clearly know that. Second, I don't appreciate being insulted. Clearly there's been a mistake. Let's go back inside and figure it out. You have to honor your advertised price. It's the law. My wife is a lawyer. I'm a lawyer and I'll eat you alive. Look, there's no need to get hostile. I don't get paid unless you buy, so it's in my interest to work this out. I assume our web developer made a mistake with the pictures, but let me investigate and we'll go from there. As I suspected, every word of text on the listing pointed out an XLT, as did the window sticker link. The web guy just mixed up the pictures. I found the truck that was pictured, which had a sticker price that was $20,000 higher, with fewer rebates. I printed both stickers and the fine print disclaimer at the bottom of every listing and spent 20 minutes explaining, trying to talk sense, and fielding a myriad of threats and insults. At this point, things have gotten nasty, and I was ready to fire them. But when I went to grab the stickers, the last thing I heard from the desk was, "Don't you dare cut those buttholes loose. Sell them a truck." I take it straight to the general manager at this point, who comes out, takes one look at these people, decides it's not worth it, and personally explains to them that if we sell the truck as listed, we will lose $6,000 and shows the invoice to back it up. There's still like a $17,000 difference in what they expect versus what we're willing to sell that truck at, and they're holding ground, still threatening litigation despite knowing that they have no leg to stand on, and knowing that they were already stealing the truck they wanted at the offered price. Our store was part of the third largest group in the world at the time, so we had lawyers too. We happened to have the exact truck they were trying to buy on the used lot. One model year older, 21,000 miles, listed at $37,000. I tell them about that one, and we go over to the used car lot. I show them the truck, and the husband is failing miserably at hiding his excitement by the end of the test drive. To my chagrin, the GM cut the nuts off the deal and had me present it at $33,000, which was seriously cheaper. The couple was still fixated on $30,000, and here's where we pick up the conversation. I don't care what the market says. I want to know what you paid for it, and then we'll negotiate an offset from there. I said, no, that's not something you get to know. You don't demand to know the cost on anything else you buy. You could literally take this car to CarMax tomorrow and turn a small profit at the price you're asking. Even if you weren't stealing this truck, and you absolutely are, my time isn't free. We don't give an F about you. We want a great price, and we're not there yet. Do better. You absolutely are at a great price, and given the abuse I've endured, you're out of your mind if you think I'm going to budge 1 cent off my price. I have a baby at home. I know this next comment is going to sound embellished, but I swear to Jeebus it's verbatim. I wouldn't care less if your baby lives or dies. Take $1,000 off or we're done here. What? You heard me. We're done. Get the F out of my office, now. No, I'm buying a truck. No, you're effing not. I've been patient as hell and you've crossed the line. Get the F out right the F now before I lose my effing mind. Typical. Now. They stood up, and I half herded, half shoved them out of my regular office and out of the building. I immediately got lit up by the desk managers and let them speak their piece. Then I told them what the couple said to me, and suddenly we were a united front. I was shaking. I was so angry. So I was given a shot of desk whiskey and told to remain in the tower until the whiskey worked and I'd calm down. I
Desk
was
whiskey is so
hot,
funny.
so it took a good while. I was still there when the husband called about 20 minutes later to complain about how he was treated, and he caught an earful from my manager. He still wanted the truck, and my manager still wanted to sell it. So he put the guy on hold and asked me, "I've got to sell the truck. What do you want me to do? I'll do the paperwork if you want, but you're still going to have to deliver." I said, "Nah, that's all right. Just tell him his price expired when he got himself tossed, and there will be no negotiations when he comes back. If he wants the truck, he'll pay what we ask. Don't tell him the price. Mark it up $2,500. He laughed, nodded, and set it up. I got the deal jacket ready, brushed off his feigned apology, and made him fill out the credit app in silence before I showed him the buyer's order. "This is way higher than it was before." "Yes, sir, it is. Sign here." "Why?" "Butthole tax. Sign or go home." He glared at me. I stared into his eyes and didn't say a word for a good 30 seconds. Then he picked up the pen and signed. I remained cold but professional through the delivery, and I managed to treat him like any other customer that I didn't particularly like with my sold follow-up. He remained a butthole every time I spoke with him, but he ended up inadvertently being my biggest source of referrals. Evidently, he told everyone he knew about me charging him a butthole tax. And he was such a notorious butthole that it made his circle want to buy from me. Over the next year, I sold 7 cars to people he knew. If anyone's interested, I did make my hat trick that day, but it didn't come until shortly after close. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Yeah. Alrighty. On to the next 6. These are going to be the last r/ videos I have before we have to move on to something else.
Welcome to r/Today I F'd Up, where OP accidentally loses his own testicle. Today I F'd up by scratching my balls, falling asleep, and then having to have my testicles surgically removed. I was relaxing in my living room while my parents were out. I had just pulled an all-nighter to finish my paper, and I was watching TV and browsing random junk on my phone to relax when I had a small itch on my testicles. I went downtown to Scrotum Town to give the crown jewels a scratch, and in my unfocused state, I missed slightly and scratched down the back of that tube-like thing that's attached to your balls, which I later learned is called the epididymis. This made me flinch slightly, as the sensation on my jubblies was completely unexpected. I didn't think about it though. I scratched the itch in the correct place and carried on watching TV. Within about half an hour though, my lack of sleep started to catch up on me, very suddenly, and I felt myself drifting off to sleep at about 2 p.m. I woke up at 2:45 to a numbing, sort of dull ache on my left penny in my coin purse. I thought nothing of it and hoisted myself upright to drink water and then went back to sleep. I woke up a little later, completely keeled over in the fetal position with my arms between my legs.
Gray's worst nightmare.
Up, but I was in this incredible pain, like I'd snapped a muscle in my balls. I can't really describe it, but my left testicle felt different almost. Like it had gotten lumpy, bigger, and soft. As I tried to right myself, sit up, and adjust my pants, the pain struck all the way up my body and I vomited onto the carpet. At this point, I decided I needed to go to the hospital, so I went to my phone and ordered an Uber there. In what ended up being the most excruciating pain I've ever felt, I laid on the floor next to my vomit and waited an agonizing 10 minutes for the Uber to arrive. Once it did, I bit my tongue and dragged myself to the front door and into the back of the Uber. The Uber driver didn't really care as I groaned and clenched in the back of the car and sort of dumped me outside at the hospital. The next thing I remember was standing in line for the emergency room before trying to sit down. I found out later that I'd actually collapsed. I woke up the next morning with one less testicle, a very scared mother, and a lesson in something called testicular torsion. So, gentlemen of Reddit, please don't ignore your dull ball aches. Today I effed up by finishing before clothes even came off. I'm a 28-year-old guy, and I'm a kissless virgin. No hand-holding, no hugs that lasted longer than a couple of seconds. Nothing. I've spent my entire adult life either too shy or too awkward to pursue anything resembling romance. Though I have been dating this absolutely stunning woman who's 26 for the past 2 months. She's sweet, funny, and way too good for me. Like, she's dating down into the Earth's crust level of too good for me, and I love her. I don't know why she would want me in the first place, but I definitely fumbled it now. Last night we were at her place having what I thought was a casual movie night. But then the vibe shifted. She cuddled up to me and was laughing a little harder at my terrible jokes. And then it happened. She asked me if I wanted a kiss, and I nodded. She leaned in, and then we did it. My first ever kiss. My brain went into complete meltdown mode. She kept kissing me and even got on my lap. After a minute or two of kissing like this, she stroked the back of my head, and that did it for me. It was embarrassing. It was not subtle either. This wasn't some maybe she didn't notice situation. She probably felt it since she was straddling my lap. There was absolutely no hiding it. She froze mid-kiss, and I felt her kinda smile. She was probably about to laugh at me. I panicked. I stammered something incomprehensible, grabbed my jacket, and bolted. I spent the rest of the night lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, wondering why I was born. She actually texted me, probably making fun of me or saying that she doesn't want to see me again. I haven't opened it. I can't. I'm so effing humiliated. What am I supposed to say? Sorry, I finished in my pants because I got overwhelmed by a kiss? I can't even think about it without wanting to disappear into a black hole. Hey, OP, maybe that's what she wants, is for you to disappear into her black hole. I
God,
probably
he
ruined
makes the
everything,
worst
and she's
jokes.
probably
I
laughing about
swear.
this with her friends now. Then OP posted an edit. Yeah, I was panicking for nothing. I opened the text, and she was asking if I was okay, then said that she thought that it was kinda hot. I did apologize for storming off, and we're good now. She also told me that I'll build more stamina with practice. Yeah, OP, I think you're overthinking this because yes, it is embarrassing, don't get me wrong, but also it's like a supreme compliment. You know, it's way worse for the guy because, I don't really need to explain, but for the girl, it's like, wow, all I had to do was kiss him and he's that into me? I'm just kind of guessing. I can't really get too much into the head of a woman here. It's just, I feel like it'd be a compliment. If I were a
Yeah.
woman and this happened to me, I'd be like, wow, okay, I just did that. Aren't I hot and sexy? Also, OP, okay, you don't have a lot of experience. I understand that. Don't take this as criticism. I want to give you some advice, man. The runway is clear, okay? These signals are a green light from her. You guys have been dating 2 months and you haven't kissed? Yo, she's ready. She's giving you the signals, my friend. Today I effed up by doing anything I want with my friend if I won games of Mario Kart against her. My friend and I would enjoy playing video games together, but on several occasions, she would want to up the stakes and make things more interesting. Her proposal was that if she won a game of Mario Kart against me, she could do anything she wanted with me, and if I won, I could do anything I wanted with her. Little did she know how good at Mario Kart I was. The first couple of victories were harmless enough. I'd win the race and I'd say things like, "You've got to talk like Wario for the next race," or "I get to borrow your DVDs," most of which was wildly amusing and diabolical for me to ask of her. But the thing about it is that I kept winning, and being the dope that I was, I thought that I was on a hot streak getting all this free stuff from her, and I played it up like I was some kind of pompous court jester gallivanting across the courtyard. Every now and again, she'd put the same offer back on the table, and I'd keep winning, and she would make her frustration known the more she kept losing races in Mario Kart. And it didn't help that I would brag about my victories within our circle of friends, celebrating with invisible trophies and spraying imaginary champagne. It wouldn't be until we were older and grown apart that she would disclose to me that she was a little upset by the whole thing, because she would practice playing Mario Kart for hours before racing against me in the hopes of winning. And the reason she wanted to win was because she found me to be handsome and didn't know how to initiate this attraction she had. This whole time, she was hoping that I would ask for a kiss from her whenever I would win. But me being the moron I am was asking to borrow her Linkin Park albums and draw buff kittens with sleeve tattoos. So not only did I miss my shot with my friend, I also broke her heart every time that I would clinch victory from her on the final lap, performing the miracle last-second overtake maneuver or cackling like a cartoon villain whenever the spiky blue shell of doom would nuke her dreams. Today I effed up by greenlighting a not safe for work gift to my husband from his mom. My mother-in-law likes to get themed family gifts every year. Matching pajamas, matching lap desk for the couch, etc. A few years ago, she texted the group chat, which my husband never opens, that she was buying everyone a personalized couch pillow. The kind that hugs you and has pockets for a remote, a phone, etc. She sent the option she thought my husband and I would like and asked us to choose. They were tiny thumbnail pictures, but I did my best. My husband loves anime, so when she suggested the anime one for him, I said absolutely, without looking closely at the pillow. Christmas Day arrived. We open our pillows, and my husband goes silent. He mumbles, "Thank you," and takes the pillow straight to our bedroom. When we watched movies later, my mother-in-law asked why he wasn't using his pillow. He babbled a bit about not wanting the dogs to get fur on it and changed the subject. That night, when we went to bed, he showed me the pillow and said, "Look at the characters. What do you see? A happy anime girl?" I replied cautiously. "No, babe. It's a hentai girl. That's a pillow covered in O faces." Now, I'm no internet noob. I know what hentai is, but I didn't catch that at all. In my shame, we never told my mother-in-law why the pillow stayed in the bedroom and left it at dog fur. This Christmas, however, it all came out. Mother-in-law expressed her sadness that my husband didn't like his pillow because she never saw him using it. For some reason, he blurted out that he loved it, but it wasn't appropriate to use during family time. We had to explain the whole story. My very religious mother-in-law looked like she swallowed nails. And now she knows that she got her son an adult pillow and that I'm the one who told her to do it. Well, I guess you're not wrong, OP. It is a happy anime girl, a little too happy. Today I effed up by having an itchy butt for 11 months. I had a vasectomy in January of 2024. A few days after the procedure, my butt started itching uncomfortably and unceasingly. At first, I thought that it was a side effect of the procedure. Maybe I was reacting to the bandages. Maybe it was the nonstop sitting as I recovered. Or maybe I itched because I didn't shower for a few days post-operation. But I recovered and got back into my normal routine, and the itching continued. I tried everything. I started showering twice daily. I outfitted all my toilets with bidets. I even tried a few different types of creams and ointments. Nothing worked. I Googled my symptoms and got a variety of results. Some sites suggested that I might have hemorrhoids, pinworms, or some other butt-related ailment.
Rude.
One helpful forum simply said, "This happens when you turn 40. Your butt starts itching. You just have to deal with it." I resigned myself to having an itchy butt for the rest of my life. Then, over the holidays, 11 months into my affliction, I was scratching my itchy unmentionables, and I had a thought. When I had my vasectomy, I followed my doctor's instructions and wore some tight briefs for a few days. Those briefs became part of my laundry cycle, and I wore them regularly. Looking at their tag, they were 20% spandex. Turns out, spandex is a pretty common allergy. I threw out the
What?
briefs and the itching stopped within a few days. I'm now itch free and I'm never wearing spandex again. I was resigned to the idea that I was going to have an itchy butt for the rest of my life, and now
Why
I
am
can
I
live a
being
clear,
bullied?
itch-free life again. Today I effed up by falling asleep in the bathtub. So I have the flu and a bunch of mini issues that come with that. Ear infection, nausea, headaches, etc. So for the first time in a very long time, I decided I was going to soak in a bath. I have like 3 bath bombs in the back of my bathroom cupboard I've had for maybe
Sure,
about 2
you do.
years because I usually shower, not bathe, and I decided I wanted to use the glittery peach one. To my horror, and
Oh, wrong
apparently
one.
my husband's as well, that peach glitter bath bomb is neither peach nor glittery, but the closest red that I've ever seen to blood. I'm soaking and I fall asleep. I must be a shallow breather. From what I was told, I was faced away from the door, and the way my hair draped down made me look as though I was face down in the water. I am a very, very, very
Thanks.
heavy sleeper. I have like 20 morning alarms to wake up and still tend to get up late, so when my husband touched my leg in the bathtub, I didn't wake up, nor did I hear him scream. And apparently, my skin felt ice cold. My brother-in-law runs in and starts freaking out, then runs back out to find his phone, and my husband tries to grab and hold me. I imagine this was very dramatic. And in that process, my head goes under the water for a second, and I pop up because I got water in my nose. I'm confused as to why my husband is crying, and my brother-in-law runs back in.
Ad. Oh. Oh my god. That was a good stretch. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. Making your way through the world today takes everything you got. Freedom.
In thanking
You go.
God, and my husband is trying to find where the blood was coming from. I am obviously terrified by having an audience since I'm naked in this bathtub. And as if it couldn't get any worse, I was asleep so long the bubbles were gone, so I was just exposed. I yelled at them to get out and just stood up and showered. Definitely not a fan of this situation, so I'm gonna stick to showers. I'm gonna avoid my brother-in-law for the rest of my life. Also in the comments, OP posted a picture of the bathtub, and yeah, it does actually look like bloody bathwater. Kind of imagine a pizza sauce red, I guess is the best comparison. Today I effed up by accidentally starting a citywide scavenger hunt. So I work at a small indie bookstore, and we often get used books donated. Last week, I found this beautiful vintage copy of Treasure Island with really detailed illustrations. Inside was this yellowed piece of paper with what looked like an old-timey treasure map and some cryptic clues. I thought it'd be fun to post in our local city subreddit as a joke, saying I found this mysterious map and wondering if anyone knew what it meant. The post blew up overnight, like seriously blew up. Turns out the clues actually matched up with real locations around our city. Old buildings, historic landmarks, etc. What I thought was gibberish actually made sense to history buffs. People started forming teams and going on actual treasure hunts. Someone made a Discord. Local news picked it up. There are now hundreds of people combing through the city following these clues. Here's the thing, There is no treasure. The map was probably just some kid's school project from decades ago. I tried posting updates explaining this, but people think I'm trying to throw them off the trail. Some guy in a fedora came to the bookstore today and accused me of being part of a secret society. The mayor's office called, asking for permits on treasure hunting on public property. I'm getting DMs from people claiming they've solved parts of the puzzle and demanding to know the next steps. Someone started a GoFundMe to hire a professional cryptographer. Today I effed up by forgetting to mute myself during a virtual meeting and revealing my deep-seated hatred for office buzzwords. I was in a virtual meeting with my boss and a few bigwigs from corporate. Everyone was tossing around phrases like circle back, low-hanging fruit, synergy, and my personal favorite, make it pop. Little did I know, I was not muted. So while the rest of the team diligently nodded, I loudly muttered, to my cat ironically, "If I hear 'let's pivot' one more time, I'm gonna pivot straight into another dimension." My boss went quiet. The bigwig from corporate started chuckling, and I realized everyone had, in fact, heard my borderline meltdown. Everyone tried to play it off politely, but I'm pretty sure I just blacklisted myself from any future synergistic pivoting. Moral of the story, always double check the mute button, folks.
That was r/today I effed up, and if you like this content, check out my Patreon where I publish extra episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
And this girl was taking pictures. Welcome to r/best of Redditor updates, where OP's girlfriend exposes his childhood trauma just to win a video game. Our next Reddit post is from r/drew off my chest. I am a 31-year-old woman, and I've been engaged to my fiance, Emily, who's 29 for the past 3 months, together for 2 years. She's been the only relationship where I felt safe enough to open up and discuss my past trauma. Many nights I've cried into her arms, and she's been there to comfort me. She goes to therapy with me, and she's been a rock in our relationship. I've been getting much better since I've really opened up about it, and I've been able to live a better and liberating life the past 2 years, until Saturday. Emily is ultra competitive, not just in sports, but in life. She'll do whatever it takes to win and be number one. She's lost friendships, family relationships, jobs, and money. She understands this and has been trying to get better by going to therapy, stating she doesn't know why she's like this. She seemed to cool down over the summer, but she's still very competitive. Even her parents have no idea why, because they weren't athletes and they've never pushed her to be number one. And her siblings are confused when all this started. I'm a former college athlete, and yes, I am competitive, but not so much anymore. And recently, my friend group began a monthly game night. I was on a 4-month winning streak. We played board games, old video games, painting, basketball, and even football. It was all in good fun. But Emily last month was so angry she didn't win. She walked home and didn't want to talk to me for at least 2 days. Before we left for game night, I told her to please have fun, and it doesn't matter who wins. She promised she would try, and as game night came to an end, Emily were tied in wins with one more event. The rules are, if it's man versus woman, the lady chooses the final game. She selected Nintendo 64's Mario Kart. I am the king of that game, and I never lose. I asked her if she really wanted to do that and called me a chicken and was big talking that she would beat me at my own game. I should have backed off, but I caved and we raced. Now, common knowledge is let her win, and trust me, I thought about it. But she gets really angry if she thinks that you let her win. Her attitude is way worse then. As we started racing, it was a tight race. She kept hitting the banana peels, but she kept catching up. The last lap, she started trying to distract me by saying, "He snores when he sleeps," basic middle school insults. Then she tried physically bumping me to distract me, but I was locked in and focused. I responded back, "At least I don't keep hitting the bananas, love." Very simple and fun. We're on the final leg of the race, and that's when she snapped. Oh my god. At least I didn't get sexually assaulted by my own family. I froze up and dropped the controller, and she passed me and won. She was jumping up and down with joy, was screaming and dancing that she finally won. From what my friends told me later, she kept that up for a good while until she saw my face, and that's when she stopped. My friends were in complete shock, asking me if that was true. I couldn't speak, I couldn't breathe, and was fighting back all the inner demons I had swirling in my head. I simply got up and wished them a good night and started walking. I was in a trance. I didn't know where I was walking to. Emily tried calling and texting, asking where I was, begging for me to call and come home. She kept saying that she was sorry and she wanted to win so badly, and she didn't know why she said that. I simply needed space, and I told her to please stop calling me. I don't know what to do. I love this girl and I trusted her, but she used that trust to win an effing video game. My friends are asking me about my past and won't leave me alone. I guess all I'm asking is there any way back from this? Or
Nope.
is this the end? Do
That
I
is
dump
the
her and
end.
try to work this out? Any advice would be very helpful. Then, 2 days later, OP posted an update. First off, I need to get this off my chest. From ages 11 through 13, I was SA'd by my aunt. She would come over to babysit and she would do the deed and have me do stuff to her. She would threaten me if I ever spoke out. I tried to ask my parents if she could not babysit, but my mother told me that my sister absolutely loves you and wants to spend time with you since she can't have children. If it wasn't for my dad forgetting his wallet one night, I believe she wouldn't have been caught. My mom went mental and didn't believe any of it and went on this campaign tour around town saying her sister is 100% innocent and I'm just confused. My dad turned to the bottle and tried to enter the shadow realm because he couldn't forgive himself for missing the signs. My mom then threatened me to make an announcement that her sister is not a predator and then attacked me. My dad divorced my mom and she and my aunt moved elsewhere. All these years later, she truly believes that her sister didn't do those deeds. My dad and I are okay, but he doesn't want to be around me much because of the guilt. Also, I met with my friends and told them my story, and they apologized and promised to help protect me in the future with relationships. They told me what happened after the event. Emily was trying to defend herself by claiming, "I didn't mean to say it. He took it the wrong way. I just needed to win this. I love him and didn't mean it." She's been calling all of them, begging for them to please help her win me back, and she'll do whatever it takes, and she'll see anyone to help her with her condition. Today, I met with Emily. My friends invited her over, and they would sit in the other room while we talked. Emily was unhinged. She came flying into the house trying to hug me, but my friends held her back and told her to just sit. I asked her why she said what she said. "I don't know. I just needed to win so badly." I followed up with why she needed to win this one. "Because it's your best game, and I don't know. I just needed to win." I again asked why she needed to win. What's the importance of winning? Through tears, she said, "I don't know. I needed to win." She kept repeating the same line over and over. So I asked if she had planned on using my trauma against me and if that's why she chose Mario Kart. I've never seen someone go white so fast. Emily just looked at me and put her hands to her face and blurted out, "I can't stand not winning, and I knew you'd get distracted, and I could win and finally feel great. Because these past 4 months, I've been so depressed from feeling like a loser, and I knew that I could win with this plan." I was in shock and couldn't believe she said that. I realized that some of the commenters were right. She had this planned. I'm still trying to gain control of my thoughts on this one. "You had this planned?" I asked. "Yes, I didn't think about what would happen after, and when I saw your face, I knew I messed up. Please, I want to get help and I'll do anything. Please don't end this." I asked if this was another competition in her head to win me back. "No, I mean, in a way, yes, but not like that." "So, if you win me back, you'll feel better that you won." I told her that I can't trust her anymore. What if we had kids? Will you see them as competition? If your friends are being flirted with, will you try and get more attention for the win? What if I'm simply doing something and you blurt that out again to win? She had to be escorted out by my friends, and I was told by one of them that I should get a restraining order because her mentality of losing me may break her mind and she'll do whatever it takes to win me back. So again, thank you everyone for all the comments. I'm going to get more help and take a break from dating until I find someone who I can trust 100%. And now my friends will be on extra guard for any Emily sightings and future dating red flags. You know what this reads as to me?
Yee.
And I'm not excusing her. I think Emily is a really terrible person. Don't get me wrong here. But it sounds to me like she has an addiction. And her addiction is to winning as opposed to, gambling or heroin or whatever. And it's
Yeah.
just, she has to get her fix, no matter what, at any cost. So a heroin addict would, steal from relatives to buy more heroin, but she will plunder the emotional trauma of her loved ones to get her fix. So I think there's just something fundamentally wrong with her brain. I hate to use the word crazy, but she kind of sounds crazy here. Our next Reddit post comes from r/amIthebutthole. About 2 weeks ago, my roommate Dave,
Yikes.
who's 23, invited his girlfriend Julie, who's 22, to stay after she was evicted. Dave asked me if she could stay with us till she found a place beforehand, and I agreed. We seemed to get along, and she really didn't bother me, and seemed to stick to the house rules we had, so all was fine. Now, a few days ago, I was staying over at my friend's house, and my friend happened to bump into Julie's Instagram account, and this girl was taking pictures in my room with my clothes, jewelry, shoes, and she even had a couple racy pictures wearing my lingerie. Basically, she did several photo shoots in my room with my clothing and things. Of course, I lost it. But the worst of all these pictures were the ones where she was standing on my prayer rug, which is highly important to my faith, with her dirty shoes. She knows how important that prayer rug is to me and my faith, and so is well aware of the disrespect and hurt that it would cause. So I cut my visit short and went home immediately the next day. I came home to Julie being there, and I told her everything I knew. She immediately started crying, saying that I'm overreacting and that I was scaring her with my anger. To be honest, I was shouting, so that could have been scary for her. I told her to get the F out and took back my spare key. She grabbed a couple of things and left. We agreed that Dave would bring her the rest of her things. An hour later, she returns, goes around the back, and tries to enter through the back door. I
Bruh.
happened to be in the kitchen and shouted at her to go away. I warned her several times that I'd call the cops if she tried to push in. She kept at it and finally got in, and true to my word, I called the cops. The police arrived and asked her several times to just leave, but she kept arguing with them, and the officer got annoyed and arrested her. She spent the night in jail, and since she didn't have her phone on her, she couldn't contact Dave. When Dave came home from work later that day, he greeted me like normal, and that wasn't what I expected, so I said, "Have you spoken to Julie?" And he says, "No." So I told him everything, and this man started yelling at me, telling me I was a butthole and took things way too far by calling the cops. Now, I feel like I didn't do anything wrong, but Dave's rant gave me pause. He felt like I should have let him deal with it or something. Also, people ask OP about OP's faith, and she clarifies that she is black of Ethiopian descent. She is not Muslim. She's part of a monotheistic faith called, forgive me if I'm screwing this up, called Iebe Wak. It's a very small religion that has probably less than 20,000 followers spread across the entire globe. Then, 7 hours later, OP posted an update. My roommate Dave thought that his girlfriend just took one of my kimono ropes or something and that I was overreacting. He watched all the recordings and he called me to profusely apologize for not believing me. He spoke to Julie about the recording and questioned the story that she was telling him. After some talking, she basically told him that she was envious of the things that I had, and since she was trying to be an Instagram influencer, she needed to constantly have new things to post. She also said that she felt like me having luxury and expensive lingerie and undergarments was a waste because no one got to see it. And since she couldn't afford lingerie from
Have a good day,
Brodel,
Zen.
Agent Provocateur, Gia La Bruna, etc., I was being selfish for not sharing, and so she felt like she deserved it more. So she wanted to show my things off to the people who would appreciate it online since I wouldn't and didn't. She took pictures with them to get more traffic. And apparently it was a hit since she got more followers, engagement, and was even getting requests for sponsorships for more luxury item sellers on Instagram. The craziest part is that she was doing this for far longer than the 2 weeks that she was living with us. Some of the pictures were taken months ago. Can you imagine my shock that I've been basically sharing underwear with her for months? You can't imagine how this is messing with my mind. Also, her previous roommates evicted her for the exact same reason. She was stealing things from them and taking pictures with their things while pretending that she's some jet-setting trust fund kid. I'm not rich or even comfortable. I don't come from wealth. I just like certain things and I save and skimp for months or years to get the expensive luxury items I have. And I take very good care of my things. Her envy is very confusing to me since she actually comes from money. Not like trust fund money, but still money. She still has the pictures on her Instagram, but Dave was able to get her to delete the ones that had my prayer rug. She refused to remove the other ones, and honestly, the most important thing for me was protecting what my family has protected for centuries. Dave seems to be truly genuine in his regrets. Also, it does help that he offered to replace all the things that she violated. He also broke up with her. Oh, and she's called me several times. I've blocked her. And she even did an Insta Live on why I'm a massive B-word. Our next Reddit post comes from r/am I the jerk. Am I the jerk for cutting all contact with my family because of a prank? I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I've always had a complicated relationship with my family. They've always been the type of people who think that any joke is fine as long as someone laughs, no matter who gets hurt. Over the years, I've tried to brush it off and not let it bother me too much, but this time, they crossed a line that I can't ignore. Recently, I achieved something big in my life. I bought my first home after saving for years. It's something I worked incredibly hard for, sacrificing vacations, nights out, and basically anything extra to make it happen. I was beyond proud of myself and excited to finally have a place to call my own. Naturally, I wanted to share this milestone with my family, even though our relationship has always been rocky. A few nights ago, we had a family dinner to celebrate my new home. Everything seemed fine at first. They congratulated me, asked me about the house, and seemed genuinely happy for me. But halfway through the night, my 30-year-old brother and 25-year-old sister handed me an envelope. They said it was a surprise to help me with the house. I opened it, and inside was what
Thanks,
looked like a
Winter.
legal notice stating that my house purchase had been canceled because of a clerical error, and that it was now being sold to someone else. It even had an
What?
official-looking letterhead, my name, and
What?
details about the house. I was in complete shock. Everyone around the table started laughing, and my brother yelled, "Gotcha!" Turns out they had faked the letter and thought that it would be hilarious to see my reaction.
Bruh.
I burst into tears, which only made them laugh harder. They even recorded the whole thing on their phones to post on social media. When I finally managed to speak, I told them how cruel this was. Buying this house was the biggest thing I've ever done, and they turned it into a joke at my expense. Their response, "You're too sensitive. It was just a prank. Lighten up."
It's just a
I left
prank,
the dinner
bro.
early, completely heartbroken. A few days later, I decided I'd had enough. This wasn't the first time they'd pulled a prank like this. Over the years, they've humiliated me countless times, ruining a job interview outfit by accidentally spilling coffee on it. Another time, they pretended to lose my dog just to see me panic. I cut off all
Bro.
contact. I didn't make a scene, I just stopped responding to messages, blocked them on social media, and declined invites to family events. Now, I'm getting guilt-tripping messages from extended family saying that I'm being selfish and tearing the family apart. My
Nope.
mom even left me a voicemail crying about how much she misses me and begging me to come back. But I can't bring myself to forgive them. This prank felt like the final straw, and I don't see how I can trust them again. Then, 1 week later, OP posted an update. After I went no contact with my family, I thought they would eventually accept my decision and move on, but that hasn't been the case. For the past few weeks, my brother and sister have been trying to get me to see the funny side of their prank. They showed up at my house uninvited multiple times, banging on the door, demanding to talk to me. At first, I ignored them, but it became clear they weren't going to stop. One evening, I caught them standing outside my house with their phones out, recording themselves while yelling things like,
Eee.
"She can't take a joke," and "Let's see how long she can hide." It felt more like harassment than an attempt to reconcile. The final straw came when I discovered my car had been egged overnight, and my
Bro.
security camera caught my brother and sister doing it. I confronted them through text, telling them they'd crossed a line and needed to stop. Their response, "You're so dramatic. You're going to laugh about this one day." At this point, I realized I couldn't handle this on my own. I went to the police and filed a police report for harassment. They took my statement, reviewed the footage from my security camera, and agreed that this behavior was unacceptable. My siblings were contacted and warned to stay away from me. Their reaction? More mocking messages calling me a snitch and accusing me of tearing the family apart. Some of my extended family members are siding with them, saying I should have just talked it out instead of involving the police.
Nah,
But
man.
others, especially those who have seen the footage, are horrified and fully support my decision. I feel a mix of relief and sadness. It's hard to accept that my own family could treat me this way, but I also feel safer knowing that I've taken steps to protect myself. I'm focusing on building a new life in my home and surrounding myself with people who respect and support me. These aren't pranks. This is just straight up bullying. Proud of you for standing up for yourself, OP.
That was r/best of Redditor updates. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos.
Welcome
Every
to
single
r/
day.
Am I the Butthole, where OP tries to murder some people. Am I the
Yes.
butthole for telling my girlfriend that I have every right to defend my home after someone started kicking my door in? I'm a 27-year-old guy, and I've been with my girlfriend, who's 26, for 2 years. I'm a black man raised in the inner city. She's a white girl from the suburbs. We grew up different, and normally that's okay, but last week, someone tried to break into my house, and it started causing problems. I'm taking care of my mother now that she's getting up in age. She just had surgery on her legs and cannot walk. I need to stress this. She physically can't support herself, so I'm doing everything for her. Her bedroom is in the back of the house, right next to the back door that leads to the porch. At 2 a.m. last Wednesday, my mom calls me scared, saying someone's trying to break into the house and she can hear them banging on the back door. My girlfriend was staying with me in my bedroom when I got the call. I jumped up, grabbed my gun, and ran to the back and started yelling for whoever was there to get away because they were still banging on the door when I got there. Things got quiet, so I checked the camera on the porch and I saw them standing there. It was 3 people, and one of them said to keep going, that it doesn't matter. So I used the speaker on my camera to say that I have a weapon, it's loaded, and if you kick that door one more time, I will shoot. My girlfriend is behind me at that point, screaming not to shoot them and that it isn't worth it. The 3 people on the porch don't move, so I put my phone down, cock my weapon, and say, I'm gonna count to 3. And if you aren't gone by the time I get to 3, I'm firing. As soon as I counted to 1, they ran away. And my girlfriend was screaming at me that there's never a reason to threaten to shoot someone.
Yes, there is in that
I told her
matter.
we're not having this conversation right now, and we need to call the cops. Yes, I should have done so earlier, but I was too worried about my mother to think about it. The police got called, they came out and saw shoe prints on my fence and on the back door from where they were kicking and start patrolling the area but don't find them. When the police leave, my girlfriend starts yelling at me, saying she can't believe I'd be willing to
Girl,
shoot someone
what?
because they kicked my door. I said, it
Girl.
isn't about my house, it's the fact that my mother is laying in bed helpless just a few feet from that door.
Yeah.
And they could have done anything. Stole things, killed her, forced themselves on her, a combination. I have no idea, and I wasn't taking any chances. She says there's never a reason to hurt or kill someone ever. Because
In that manner,
violence
yes,
isn't the
there
answer.
is.
It just makes you like the person you're hurting. I told her the only reason
Girl.
she thinks violence isn't the answer is because she's never had someone try to physically harm her before. And I'm not going to apologize for what I did because I have every right to defend myself, my home, my mother, and her. She's been angry at me ever since and will barely even speak to me. I'm trying to consider her perspective, I really am, but I'm not going to give up my ability to defend myself because she doesn't believe violence will ever be necessary. Am I the butthole?
No.
If I'm mentally preparing myself to shoot 3 possible murderers who are about to break down my front door and I have to make sure I hit all 3 before they charge in and kill my family, and then my girlfriend was yelling into my ears about how let's put the gun
Yeah.
down and talk about this over a nice cup of tea, that'd be it for me, man. There's no coming back from that. She chose a
No.
home break-in to argue with you and scream in your ear? Nah, man. Nah. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your girlfriend is bonkers. I'm giving her
I'm
2 out of 5
not a
buttholes.
gun
Am I
person,
the
but
butthole
like,
for not wanting to
dude.
drop charges on a 10-year-old kid? My kids go to a school where over 90% of the student population are refugees and immigrants. We live in a neighborhood that's the same circumstances as my kids' school. Yesterday, my 9-year-old girl was out at recess. She was playing basketball with friends. This bully walked up behind her, pushed her to the ground, and when she was getting up, the kid kicked her in the head like it was a soccer ball. My wife
Bro.
went to check my daughter out of the school. She'll be okay, I hope. But she has scratches on the side of her face, a black eye, and it's swollen. The school principal said that he'd handle it. Later on, he called my wife and I separately and asked to drop the charges because the student doesn't understand what they did was wrong.
Hell
I told the
no.
principal that if the school isn't going to discipline the bully, then I'll call the police department and file charges. OP clarifies, no, I'm not racist. It's just that the principal and the school administration uses the fact that they're refugees and immigrants to excuse their behavior actions all too often. Okay, so if the 10-year-old doesn't understand they did something wrong, then doesn't that mean they require punishment? Because if you don't punish them, then how will they ever figure out that what they did is wrong? I'm on your
Yeah.
side, OP. If someone did this to my daughter, I would go nuclear. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving the bully and the principal 3 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my sister that her baby isn't a real baby? I'm a 26-year-old woman, and I got engaged to my fiance on January 1st. I was very excited to share with my family, of course, and everyone congratulated me and my fiance. I sent a picture of my ring to my family group chat as well as my Instagram, and everyone has been commenting on the fact that I got a very big diamond. My diamond is a lab-grown diamond that's just under 5 carats. I specifically asked for a
Have
lab
fun.
diamond as I believe they're more ethical, as you never know if a mined diamond is a blood diamond. My sister, who's 21, was very excited for me, but as soon as I showed her my ring, her mood changed, and she was telling me that it's too flashy and it's not practical and that it's too trendy and not timeless. My ring is a pear-shaped solitaire ring with a marquee band, and I love it. My sister told me there was no way that my fiance could afford my ring, which is true. If it was a mined diamond, it would be 10 times the price, and my fiance is a second-year resident, and that I should test to see if it's a real diamond. I replied that since it's a lab diamond, it was a lot less expensive. She then proceeded to tell me how lab diamonds aren't real diamonds, and since they're made in a lab, it doesn't hold the same sentimental value. My sister's ring is a small 1-carat mined diamond, and it's beautiful.
Ads are over.
I never said anything bad about her ring, and it suits her. I tried to laugh it off and told her that I asked for a lab diamond and that I don't want a mined diamond. When I said that, she started yelling at me that it wasn't even a real diamond in the first place and that it was grown in a lab, not the ground. That's when I said, by her logic, my niece wasn't a real baby then because she was an IVF baby and grown in a lab too. My sister and her husband had a lot of issues conceiving, as my sister had some complications with endometriosis. Their IVF journey has been really tough, and they had multiple rounds and attempts, and 1 miscarriage, but they finally got lucky and I had my very healthy niece last year. I know my sister had a hard time conceiving. That was kind of the point that I was making. My niece started in a lab, but she has beautiful meaning behind her life too. When I made the comment that my niece wasn't a real baby because she was an IVF baby, my sister started crying over the phone. My husband then called me and berated me and told me that I was insensitive and couldn't understand the depths of her emotional turmoil, and that I shouldn't have started a fight over a ring. He even said that I was ableist, but I have
No, that's not your.
endometriosis too. My mom says it's not a big deal, but I should let my sister cool off. I usually babysit my niece pretty often, but my sister hasn't been answering my calls for a week. My fiance says, although I probably shouldn't have said that, I was justified. I didn't mean it, seriously. I know my niece is a real baby, and I adore her and spoil her all the time. Am I the butthole? To me, this reads
Nah.
like an everyone sucks here situation because, yeah, the sister was super obviously being jealous. But yo, OP, there's some things you
Yeah.
can't say about another person's kid. This is your own flesh and blood niece, and I know that you're not saying that you think that the baby isn't a real baby. You're trying to use her logic against her, but still, that's a really harsh insult. So overall, I think I agree with what your fiance said, which is you probably shouldn't have said that, but you were justified. So I'm giving you and your sister 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Think about it this way, OP. How do you think your niece would feel if she were old enough to understand and she found out that her beloved aunt said that about her? Wouldn't she probably be hurt? Wouldn't that probably damage your relationship? So I think you went a little bit too far there. Am I the butthole for not paying my parents' mortgage after my sister moved in? For the past 8 years, I, a 32-year-old guy, have been paying my parents' property taxes and mortgage. They're retired and have very little retirement savings because they put all their money into the education of me and my sister, who's 29. We both went to top universities and found successful jobs afterwards. I felt like I owed my parents for all they sacrificed for me, so it was a no-brainer to help them retire with no financial stress. My parents did not consult my sister about splitting these costs with me. Instead, the agreement was that I would get a larger share of the house. Fast forward to now. My sister unfortunately lost her job last year and, as a result, doesn't have much savings. She moved in with my parents to save money while she looks for a job. I recently found out that my sister pitched staying permanently in my parents' house, and my parents agreed. I was furious at this because I'd been paying for the house with the understanding that it would be sold and I would get a larger share. It is very likely that my sister never sells the house and instead raises her eventual family there. Because the original agreement with my parents changed, I stopped paying for the mortgage, leaving it up to my sister to take care of if she's taking over the house. My parents are furious with me, saying I'm too money obsessed and should be continuing to help the family while my sister is in a tough spot still looking for a job. Instead, they're promising that eventually my sister will pay me out for my share of the house, plus whatever else I contributed over 8 years. I turned that offer down because there's no real guarantee this will happen, and I don't trust my sister to follow through financially. OP, 8 years is a long time to pay someone else's mortgage without a contract in place. So I think probably the healthiest thing to do is to just accept the fact that you'll probably never see that money back. Still, it's your money and you can decide what you do with it. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my best friend that if she wasn't always trying to get with my husband, then her boyfriend wouldn't have left her? I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I've been best friends with Kira, who's 27, since we were little. We were neighbors, went to the same school, college, etc. She was my maid of honor when I married Rowan, who's 28, who we went to the same college with. At first, Kira had a big crush on him, but he started liking me. We slowly got closer, and I started liking him too. This was after Kira had told me that she'd gotten over it and was dating another guy. But I still felt really guilty and didn't want to date him if it would hurt Kira. I asked her multiple times if she was okay with it, and she said that she was, so I thought that it was fine. Kira's been with her latest boyfriend, Adam, who's 27, for a year or so. However, over the last few months, she's been acting strange around Rowan. Whenever we'd be hanging out with the three of us, or even with Adam there, she'd always find some way to sit next to Rowan, laugh at everything he said, etc. I didn't think anything of it initially because I knew that's kind of her personality, and her and Rowan are friends. But then she started always asking me if Rowan was there before she came over, and if I said no, she'd often suddenly say she couldn't come. Though sometimes she would say that even if I said he was here. Rowan also told me about a comment she made to him once about how he was so patient for putting up with me being too tired to do anything with him now that I was pregnant, which I thought was weird. The odd behavior continued, but to be honest, the pregnancy has been keeping me too exhausted to give a lot more thought, and Rowan seemed as friendly with Kira as always. But 2 days ago, our mutual friend Shay threw a dinner party. Me and Rowan went, as did Kira and Adam. Kira got a bit tipsy, and she kept trying to sit with Rowan and touch him. He excused himself a few times, but she kept finding him. I tried to...
Okay, I gotta use the bath. Rude. I need to use the bathroom and get some food because my throat is making the crackly sound of hunger. Rude. Num, 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 num. Okay, I am back. The tiny child is coming to try and steal my food. Ugh. My God, there are so many messages. Okay. You're stinky. Okay. I got beefaroni. Also, Rose, I took a can of spaghetti. The I took a can of the spaghetti Chef Boyardee to work one day and ate it cold, and that was the most miserable time of my life. Dude, I don't know how you do it. That shit was like I ate it because I was hungry, but that shit sucked. I don't know how you do it. My dad does it too. I don't know. Y'all are weird.
To get her off a few times, and I was getting mad because this was a new line she was crossing. She was slurring about how I stole Rowan from me. Thankfully, Adam was too busy talking to Shay's husband to hear.
Excuse me, Winter. Rude. Olive, leave the plants alone, child. No. No. Don't yell at me. I don't think you guys can hear her, but she's like trilling right now.
Hear this, but he definitely saw Kira's actions. The next day, I was at Shay's again with some friends when Kira showed up. She was crying about how Adam had broken up with her that day, saying that he didn't think they were going to work out. Everyone was consoling her, but I was just kinda sitting there. I couldn't help but feel like she brought this upon herself. She asked me, "Aren't you going to say something?" So I said, "Maybe Adam wouldn't have left you if you weren't trying to get with Rowan all the time." Some of our friends were shocked to hear this and got mad at Kira. Some got angry with me, saying Kira was just really friendly with everyone and that was a horrible accusation to make. Kira was
Nah.
upset, saying she couldn't believe I thought that of her and maybe we really weren't that close. She left in tears and I left soon after too. Now, I don't know, maybe I was wrong? Kira had been
Nah.
drinking at the dinner party and might not have meant what she said, and the other stuff could have been nothing. Maybe this was too harsh to say to her after a breakup, and we could have talked privately, not in front of our friends. Am I the butthole? OP, why do you want this woman as your friend? Not only is she trying to sleep with your husband, but also it's not fair for your husband because clearly he's not into it. So it seems like he's tolerating this abuse to make you happy. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes.
Oh.
What you said to her was completely justified. I'm giving Kira 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for not helping my sister, who became homeless just after she gave birth to her and my soon-to-be ex-husband's baby? I'm a 24-year-old woman and my sister is 26. We were really close.
Hold on, I need to pause this to okay. So that is the right leg ribbon. And that's the left leg. this is the right leg ribbon. I should have checked everything before I... Okay, that's the right leg bow. And that's the right leg. I was like, wait a minute. Something's wrong here. Okay, then this needs to go above these. And are these all correct? Okay, yeah, those are all correct. Phew. Okay. My brain had to focus on that really quick to figure out what I did wrong. All right.
Close our whole lives, and we moved away from our parents together when she was 18 and I was 20. I met my soon-to-be ex-husband here, and we got married, and my sister stayed close. We spent a lot of time together. Then, a few months ago, I learned my sister was pregnant, and my husband was the father. I ended my marriage to him immediately.
No
And I
shit.
told my sister I wanted nothing more to do with her, and she was on her own. I had some of her stuff at my place, and I left it at my ex's place for her. For the rest of the pregnancy, they were living together, and then he wouldn't let her back in after the baby was born. She called our parents from the hospital and told them she had nowhere to go, that he was looking for custody and didn't want her back, and I wasn't answering her calls. So they called me, and after I heard them explain what was going on, I told them it wasn't my problem. They tried to argue, but I wasn't having any of it. She got a place at a shelter for single parents, and she's still there several weeks on. With the custody dispute, she can't move back to our parents, and I'm still refusing to help her out. My parents are angry because I won't even take her calls or reply to any messages she sent. I actually blocked her because I knew she
Good.
wouldn't stop. My parents don't know that part. But they're telling me that I should be ashamed of myself for turning my back on her and the baby. I told my
Girl,
parents that
what?
I owe her and the baby nothing. I told them that it was just a shame she didn't choke on his dick when they were sleeping together behind my back. My parents called me
Damn.
disgusting for leaving them homeless. That I have room and could help. Am I the butthole? Hey, quick question to the parents in this story. If you really think that the sister needs help in this story, then why don't
you do it?
Why
Don't you do it?
Right? If you want to help her, then help
You-
her. Don't harass other people into doing what you want them to do. Just do it.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your cheating sister 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/am I the butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
So we got one of those ball towers for the cats to play with, and Olive is literally running around in circles chasing the ball around it. It's so cute.
Welcome to r/petty revenge, where OP gets revenge against thieving squatters. Our next Reddit post is from Silver Tint. I live in a rural area about 100 kilometers away from the nearest city. My town has about 200 people. There's no shops, and the nearest shop is 20 kilometers away. I live with my partner, and we don't have kids. 4 other couples, who are our besties, decided that we should all go on a 4-wheel drive camping holiday together to the top of Australia on Cape York Peninsula. We organized our annual holidays to coincide together, and we'd be away for just under 4 weeks. My neighbor also joined us, but his wife doesn't like camping or 4-wheel driving, so she stayed at home. About 2 weeks into our trip, we're camping rough just alongside rivers, creeks, or near the beach as we very slowly meandered our way up to the tip of Australia, doing lots of fishing and swimming in waterfalls, etc. We rarely pass through towns, and therefore have no phone reception most of the time. As we near the top, there's a town about an hour from the tip, and we call in there to fuel up, get some supplies, etc. And our phones start beeping madly with numerous missed calls, text messages, messenger, etc. because we finally have phone reception again. My neighbor's wife left many messages saying that someone had moved into my house. A man, a woman, and a small child. She did ask what they were doing, and they said that they were friends of the owner, but they couldn't say the name of the owner, me. I contacted the cops, who's also a friend of mine, and he said that he would investigate. The following day, I returned to the fuel station, which had phone reception, about 1 hour away from our campsite. And the sergeant told me he went to my house, and there were indeed 2 adults and 1 child now living in my house. They were unloading a
What?
trailer with furniture when he arrived. The male told the sergeant that he had a rental agreement with me, but upon being asked for the rental contract, became defensive and said the issue was between them and me as a civil matter, and the police had no power to investigate. He also stated that if pushed, he would claim squatters' rights. The police
Bro.
left. The sergeant told me that he couldn't remove them, as it was a civil matter, even though I said they must have broken into the house to gain entry. He apologized and said that his hands were tied, so to speak. He warned me to be careful, because if we forced them out, they could sue us for a variety of things, including assault. So be mindful of how we handle this. He said that he was aware this sort of thing had been occurring, where squatters either prop somewhere until a court orders them out, thus getting 6 to 12 months of free accommodation, or alternatively being forced out and suing for damages to get money. I returned to the campsite and told my friends. We spent the next 6 hours talking about how to deal with it, from dragging them out and throwing them into the road to taking them to court. Going to court would take months, probably 6 to 12 months, so that wasn't an option. We did, however, finally decide on a course of action. The following day, I contacted my police friend and asked him what he thought of our plan, and he agreed that it was a good decision. In fact, he often wonders why others didn't do the same thing. But he reiterated that he could never advise anyone to actually take this course of action. And he was very specific when he said that we must adhere to this plan as I described it on the phone. Don't get impatient and deviate to make it happen quicker. Stick to the plan. My neighbor's wife said that they weren't damaging or stealing anything yet, so we decided not to return immediately. We continued on our holiday, sort of, but we did decide to return 4 days early to enact our plan. So that meant that we only had 2 more days left at the top before making our way back down south. So finally, we arrived back home, but instead of going to my house, we all go straight to my neighbor's house and pull up there. Now, this slightly spooked the squatters, as usually you don't see too many vehicles in our road, and not 5 vehicles altogether. We knew they had come outside of my house and were watching us, but we paid them no attention, and after an hour, they seemed to have fallen into a false sense of security and went back inside. We all set up tents on my neighbor's property, which was about 100 meters away from mine. His property was slightly elevated, so we picked a good spot where we could watch them constantly without being too obvious. The next day, the squatters did nothing and stayed at the house. The following day, they did the same. Now, this was concerning, as our plan could only happen if they left in their car. The 3rd morning, we saw the male leave on his own, and about 30 minutes later, he came back. We think he might have been testing the water, so to speak, to see if we went over to the property. But we didn't, because we realized the female and the kid were still inside. Then, at about 11 a.m., they all got into their car and drove off. One of our friends discreetly followed them, and he was calling us every 15 minutes to update us on where they were going. After they drove past the shop 20 minutes away, we presumed they were driving into a major town to shop, some 3 to 4 hours away. We then went over to my place and removed all their property, taking it out onto the road adjacent to the fence and dumped it there. I then got a massive big industrial chain that I have in the shed and secured it between the posts of my driveway. The rest of the property is fenced from the road. Our friend who was following them called us and said that they had just hired a trailer, and we wondered if they had decided to move out, and perhaps we acted too quickly. But inevitably, we decided that we made the right choice. An hour later, the friend who was following them advised us that they were at some other house and
Sorry. Did an ad pop up? I just saw that it had an ad end. Do I need to go back any at all for the story? No? Okay, cool.
loading furniture from that house into the trailer. He thinks they may have been relatives or friends they were previously living there with, as they seem familiar with each other, hugging as they bid their farewells. So they were coming back to my house with more furniture. We took this opportunity to relocate all their possessions further down the road, away from my driveway and any possible conflict when they return. I borrowed my neighbor's tractor, scooped all their stuff onto the bucket of the tractor, and dumped it 100 meters further down the road.
Good.
Then, I parked the tractor just in front of the chain across the driveway with the bucket facing the road, really blocking access to my property now. My neighbor said that if they tried to enter with their vehicle, then his tractor was there to let them know that he would pick up their car and flip it back into the road. They arrived an hour later. They stopped at their pile of possessions out on the road, and the male stormed up the driveway where all 11 of us were waiting for him. This idiot tried to claim that he had an agreement with the owner until I told him I was the owner. Then he said that they had squatters' right, and we had a really big verbal argument, to which he ended up stating that we acted unlawfully and he was getting the police to ensure that he could get back onto my property. Sure enough, the police did arrive, and it was my sergeant friend who didn't pay too much attention to this guy's rantings. The sergeant just flipped the whole scenario back onto the squatters by saying, "Maybe while you were away, these people have squatted where you claim to live, and as such, it's a civil matter. Take it up with the courts. But you can't go onto this property because OP is now in possession of it, so pack up all your stuff on the side of the road and leave." The squatter tried to have me charged with throwing all his stuff out of the house onto the road, but the police asked if he had proof that I did it, like video or pictures. His woman then falsely claimed that she had seen me do it and wanted to make a statement to that effect. This is when my friend stepped up and advised the sergeant that he had followed the squatters all day and he had them on his dash cam. The sergeant asked the woman what time she witnessed this, and she said just after lunchtime. To which my friend queued up a video of that time and advised her that he had just seen a video of her in a shopping center car park 100 kilometers away at that time. And at this point, the cop wouldn't believe anything she said. He said, "Alternatively, you can make a statement and I'll charge you with lying under oath." They left. A week later, I spoke to the sergeant, who told me he followed them around town for 30 minutes while they seemed to be scoping out other places to move into. After they saw the cops following them everywhere, they drove back to the bigger regional town. However, to hurry them along out of town, the sergeant pulled them over and gave them a traffic ticket for overloading their trailer, as it now had twice as much junk in it. So,
Yeah,
my advice
get
if you have
them.
squatters is to wait until they all leave for shopping or whatever and retake possession of your property. It's a lot quicker and cheaper than court. From now on, when we go away on holidays, we're getting friends to house sits. Our next Reddit post is from Pixel Detox. I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I live in a 50-floor high-rise building in downtown Vancouver. I just got back from a sweet sunset run. A family entered the building with me and held the door for me. They were speaking French together, but I thanked them in English, which is the main language here in British Columbia. We all walked towards the elevators and all ended up in the same elevator. It was a couple and their 3 kids, all boys around 8 to 10 years old. I'm bad with ages, but they were the age of being able to speak and think enough to understand what's right and wrong. They were chatting in French, and since it's my mother tongue, I could understand everything they were saying. As we were going up 30 floors, the dad turned to his kid and asked, "Alors, elle est belle ou pas belle?" So, is she pretty or not pretty? My brain suddenly froze, thinking, could he be speaking about me? One of the kids quickly responded, "Pas belle," meaning not pretty. I stopped breathing for a second, realizing now fully that it was truly me they were blatantly judging right in front of me. I froze, sadly. That's mostly how I react when situations are just unbelievable. With just a few floors left before I could escape the awkwardness, I had a choice to make. Let it go, nope, or seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for perfect linguistic revenge. I'm not the confrontational type, but I couldn't let this slide. I wasn't the one deserving to feel awkward in this elevator. I kept my cool though, and as I exited the elevator, I turned back and said with the most sassy French accent I could give, "Bonne soirée," which means have a good evening. The look on their faces, absolutely priceless. I left quickly, but in hindsight, I wish I'd made direct eye contact until the doors closed. The mom stood there silently the whole time, almost like she wasn't really present. I couldn't help but wonder if she faces this kind of behavior from him too. Our next Reddit post is from Diligent Cheerio. So I was married to a very manly man for 17 years. I ended up doing all the admin tasks and mental load tasks. He had a money-earning job, and I did everything else. I even scheduled this man's dental appointments and buy his parents' birthday cards. I'm sure after I left him, he was unpleasantly surprised to discover how much work his assistant did. Anyways, it's been 5 years. We have our own lives, and I don't think about him much, and we certainly don't talk. But one day, I start getting calls from him. He explains to me that he never removed me from his home and auto insurance and says, they won't remove you unless you call. He's pissy and keeps calling me and saying I have to do this right away, and he's being very rude. Like, it's been 5 years, and now it's an emergency. Okay. He ends up calling me every day for a week and saying I've created a problem for him. I called the company, and the woman on the phone says, no, we totally would have removed you. He just never asked. I can see there's no record of him calling ever. Oh, really? She then says, you know, moving him from married to a single man, this is going to raise his rate considerably. Is he sure this is important to him? I laughed. Oh yes, very important. In fact, I haven't lived there for 5 years, so his current policy should really be backdated. She laughs and says, yeah, he's gonna get a large bill. Not my problem anymore. Our next Reddit post is from Brighter Love. My sister-in-law lives the high life. She's a paralegal sitting on a fat trust fund, while my brother-in-law proudly brags about scamming his military disability benefits to pay for their mortgage. They're rolling in money. We're talking 8 cars, including a Land Rover, Porsche, and Tesla, living in prime Seattle real estate. Every holiday, my sister-in-law struts around with her latest designer bags from Louis Vuitton, Dior, and Yves Saint Laurent's. With gift giving, I pour my heart into holiday gifts and start my shopping in August. I'm talking Anthropologie advent calendars, Nordstrom purses, and luxury beauty products for the ladies, plus cozy knits and golf gear for the guys. I always have a theme. This year was travel, and I follow one rule. If I wouldn't love receiving it myself, I don't give it. For 5 years, since her baby shower, I haven't received a single thank you note from my sister-in-law. I even started gifting her thank you cards set with stamps. Subtle, right? She never got the hint. Meanwhile, their kids get showered with luxury toys, handcrafted wooden pieces, and Lego sets from us. Still no thank you. What we get in return is literal garbage. I'm not exaggerating. They give us Goodwill rejects, puzzles with missing pieces, and junky Disney knickknacks. Remember, these people own multiple luxury cars and designer bags. Enter their spoiled nephew, my perfect accomplice. Each year, my mission became clear. Find the loudest, most obnoxious, yet irresistibly cool toy possible. This summer, I struck gold at an outdoor market. Pop guns that make the most incredible rackets. So we skipped the holidays this year, but we got the full report from Grandma. The pop gun was such a hit that it became an issue. My nephew was so obsessed that he wouldn't put it down. My sister-in-law's parents couldn't stand being in the same room and left after 15 minutes because of the noise. It was the only toy he cared about. I couldn't stop laughing when I heard this. Mission accomplished. That was r/petty revenge, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Oh, I left the Be Right Back on here. I didn't notice. Whoopsie. Ah, it's looking so cute. I'm really proud of the hair too, man. What the fuck? Now it's just the coat that's left. And then the art for this model will finally be done. 2 years in the making. It's okay. This is fine. Excuse me. Another
Welcome
one.
to r/off my chest, where a stepfather fakes his own daughter's pregnancy to teach her a lesson.
What the
Our next Reddit
fuck?
post is from that one guy from Good Girls. When I was 15, my stepdad decided to teach me a lesson about responsibility in the most cruel and manipulative way imaginable. He lied and told me I was pregnant. It had come out that I had had premarital intercourse. He made me pee in a cup and claimed that he tested it. I didn't see what he did with it, but he came back and said that I was pregnant. I had no reason to doubt him. For roughly 5 months, 18 weeks, I believed I was going to have a baby. My body even seemed to respond. I gained weight, had morning sickness, cravings, and even felt what I thought were kicks. I mentally prepared for this child. I grieved the life that I thought that I would lose as a teen mom, but also grew to love the baby that I thought was growing inside of me. My reputation at school took the expected hit. And
Bro.
then the hit that you'd expect when I didn't end up having the baby. Yep, I became that girl. When I finally asked about getting prenatal care, he laughed and told me that he had lied the entire time. It was at the dinner table, and I'll never forget my mental state shattering. I was devastated, among many other things. To make things worse, he found the pregnancy journal that I'd been writing in every week for the baby to one day read. He confiscated it and quoted it back to me, laughing at my thoughts and feelings for weeks afterwards. It felt like I'd lost a child, even though there was never a baby. It always felt wrong to say that I suffered a miscarriage, so I never felt like I could talk to somebody about the kind of grief I felt. This experience has haunted me for years. It's left me with trust issues, trauma, and a lingering grief that's hard to explain to anyone who hasn't been through something similar. I've tried to find others who have had an experience like mine, but I haven't found anything. I wanted to share my story here because I feel like this is the kind of thing that hasn't been talked about. If you've been through something similar, I'd love to hear from you. And if not, thank you for letting me get this off my chest. Down in the comments, someone asks, how's your relationship with your mom after that? Obviously, he's a piece of garbage, but I'd have a hard time forgiving her for letting it go on like that. And OP replies, she thought that it was a good idea at the time and has been very much, oh, good grief, about my feelings. We're no contact. Damn, down in the comments, we have this story from Dopekin. My dad lied about me having cancer when I was 16. It was a Friday night, and he was upset at the fact that I had the audacity to go out to the movies with my boyfriend at the time. I had just had my yearly physical and blood work a day or so prior to this. Anyways, it's the middle of the movie, and I get a bunch of missed calls and a call me now text from him. On that call, he explained to me that they found something in my blood work that indicated cancer. I went home that night sobbing, and he told me to prepare to go to the hospital the following week for more tests. He was dead serious. And it really hit me, like, oh my god, I'm going into the hospital. I'm probably getting chemo. I'm gonna lose my hair. I could literally die. The next morning, after a sleepless night of, you know, freaking out about the fact
you still
that
have the water in there?
Cancer, he
Hi, Azan. There we Olive, you little shit. Just because somebody makes food does not mean it is yours. Olive. No, ma'am. She is so food hungry, dude. It's crazy. She acts like she's gonna die if she doesn't get, like, any amount of food.
admitted to me that he'd lied. His excuse was that he was drunk and feeling sad at the fact that I was growing up. And yet, he still doesn't understand why I went no contact with him. Yeah, the common theme in these stories is these parents are trying to teach their kids a lesson. But the lesson these kids learn is never trust that parent again.
Fucking Asami. Olive. No, ma'am. Hold on. She's yelling at her door. No, ma'am. This kitten, man. I swear. Where is the water spray, anyways? No. I found the water to spray her with. Excuse me. Y'all are stinky. Rude and stinky. Olive. Literally. Got a toy now. She's playing with her toy. And yelling at her toy. As long as that is what she is yelling at. And not Yang's room. Okay.
From the Mystic Rose, I've reached the edge of what I can bear. I'm 28 and I've been with my fiance for just over 3 years. We lived together with my 4-year-old daughter from a previous relationship. 3 weeks ago, I found out that I'm pregnant again. At first, I was overjoyed, naive enough to think that we were finally creating the stable family I'd always wanted. He grew distant the very next day. He ignored my excitement, started coming home late, and kept his phone glued to him at all times. I began noticing strange calls and those discreet social media notifications that vanished too quickly. My gut told me to investigate. I almost wish I hadn't. He's been secretly hooking up with my older sister behind my back. She was the one I always tolerated, even though she drags drama wherever she goes. She would hug me when relatives were around, pretend to be the supportive older sibling, then turn around and badmouth me to her friends. I never imagined she would crawl into my life this deeply. It felt like a slap in the face to read their messages calling me clueless for not noticing. He told her about the pregnancy before he was honest with me about his doubts, and they joked about how stressed I would be raising another child. My sister bragged that our entire family thinks that she's the more interesting and more popular sibling. Meanwhile, I'm just the quiet one who apparently deserves this. I don't know if they're still meeting in secret or if they just get a kick out of hurting me. My fiance denies everything whenever I confront him, says that I'm hormonal, that my imagination is running wild. My sister keeps messaging me, telling me I should keep my mouth shut and stop being dramatic. I'm done hiding my anger. My mother wants me to talk it out calmly, but how do I fix something so broken I can barely breathe? My fiance thinks that I'll just accept this. He's counting on me being too shy or too pregnant to do anything. Tomorrow, I plan to blow this up in front of the entire family. We're supposed to have a casual get-together at our parents' house, ironically to celebrate my pregnancy announcement. I'll gather my phone logs, the screenshots, and all those humiliating texts they sent to each other. Once all the relatives have settled in, I'll put everything on display. No more secrets. I might burn everything in the process. I might lose any chance of a pleasant co-parenting scenario. But I feel like I have no other way to reclaim my dignity. I've been crying nonstop for days. My nerves are shot, and all I get from my fiance is either silent treatment or insults. My sister taunts me and acts like I'm worthless. I see no reason to protect them anymore. I don't know what happens next. Maybe they'll run off together. Maybe they'll lie or twist things around to make me look insane. My fiance hasn't contributed much financially, so I worry about affording my daughter and this potential new baby on my own. Yet, I can't pretend that everything is normal. I have to protect whatever self-respect that I have left. I'm going to set my entire world on fire tomorrow. Part of me feels terrified. The other part is numb. Regardless, I'm done letting them tiptoe around my heart. If they want my silence, they should have kept their betrayal better hidden. Let everyone see exactly who they are. That's all I have left. Then, 2 days later, OP posted an update. When I arrived at my parents' house, everyone was already there, including my ex-fiance and my sister. My mother tried to pull me aside, whispering that we should talk first. I stayed calm, walked straight into the living room where everyone was sitting, and asked them to listen. They looked confused. My sister immediately rolled her eyes, and my fiance mumbled something, probably hoping that I'd stay silent. I started reading the most shocking parts of the messages that I found between the two of them. They mocked me, joked about me not noticing anything, and said that I deserved this. I had timestamps proving that he was sneaking around with my own sister while I was at home with my daughter. My sister stood up and accused me of lying, her voice defensive and low-pitched. But I just kept reading. The messages spoke for themselves. I revealed how he told her about my pregnancy before even discussing it with me, and how they laughed about me being stressed raising another child. My fiance tried to dismiss me, claiming I was overreacting and misinterpreting the situation because of my emotional pregnant state. He even blamed my mental health. By then, he stormed out of the room and my sister started crying. My dad stared at the floor, silent, while my mother looked horrified. Finally, my sister snapped and stormed out, yelling that I was a dramatic liar who blew everything out of proportion. Now, the fallout begins. My fiance, or rather, my ex-fiance, has been texting me nonstop. One moment he says he's sorry, the next he blames me for humiliating him. He shows zero genuine remorse. He's just mad that I exposed him. My sister calls me horrendous names, says I ruined her marriage, and refuses to take responsibility. She insists that I'm making up drama. Honestly, I don't even know if they're still seeing each other or blaming each other for being caught. Either way, their secret is out, and that's all I wanted. I'm now talking to a lawyer because this man barely contributed financially before. I have to protect my daughter and ensure that I never have a child with him. The thought of raising 2 kids alone is terrifying. I feel numb and heartbroken at times, but I also feel a strange sense of relief. At least everyone knows the truth now. I exposed everything that day in the living room, but at least I'm no longer being trampled on in silence. My sister and ex-fiancé can no longer laugh behind my back. Our next Reddit post is from Secret Culture. It all started with one candle. One! I bought it on a whim because it smelled like cinnamon rolls, and I thought, wow, my apartment could use some good vibes. What I didn't realize was that this single decision would spiral into my entire personality. A friend came over, smelled the candle, and said, "Oh my god, this is amazing! You're so into candles, huh?" I don't know why, but I just went with it. "Yeah, I love candles," I said casually. Except now, I have to live up to the title of Candle Guy. Fast forward 2 years. I'm buried in candles. Every birthday, every Christmas, every just because gift, candles. Vanilla, lavender, pumpkin spice, midnight forest, sea breeze, mahogany teakwood, whatever the hell that means. I have an entire cabinet dedicated to them. People don't even ask what I want anymore. They just assume it's candles. I've tried to backtrack, but it's too late. Last week, a coworker handed me a candle as a thank you gift, and I had to pretend that I was thrilled, even though it smelled like a sweaty pine tree. It's gotten to the point where people expect me to have an opinion on candles. At a dinner party recently, someone asked me, "What's your favorite scent profile?" Scent profile? Bro, I don't even know what that means. I panicked and said, bergamot? But I don't even know what bergamot is. OP, I also don't know what bergamot is. What is that? It is an orange. Okay, a type of orange. Now my apartment smells like 17 competing scents, and I'm pretty sure my cat is plotting my death because of it. I don't know how to stop this. If I tell everyone the truth that I don't even like candles that much, will they feel betrayed? Will they demand their candles back? So here I am, the reluctant king of candles. If you ever come over, feel free to take one. Or 10. Please, I'm begging you. Wow, down in the comments, we have amazingly good advice from Disco Britches. Tell everyone you started to get frequent headaches, bordering on or turning into migraines, and your doctor suggested you log your surroundings when the headaches start. And the common denominator seems to be heavy scents and fragrances. Meaning your candles are triggering these headaches, so you have to remove them all and can't bring any more into your home. Then regift or donate what you currently have. Nobody's feelings will be hurt, and you'll stop receiving them. Our next Reddit post is from Anonymous Redditor. I have always known that I was
Fair.
adopted. It's never
Yeah,
been a
I know
huge
you,
secret
Rose.
and never really
You and
could
your
be because
candles.
I look so different from my adoptive family, even though all of us are white. My biological mother, Sally, left me a written note explaining why she was choosing to relinquish her rights to me. She was only 16 at the time of my birth and placed me up for adoption. When I turned 18, I began searching for her and easily found her. Her last name at the time, she's married now to my biological dad, was very unique, and she's quite popular on the radio show that she's a host on, even though it's a relatively small due to the size of the town that she's in. So that helped as well. I couldn't tell you how many times I've called to ask her for relationship and career advice and other things moms are good at doing. I always cry after because I know who she is, but she doesn't know who I am, and she has the loveliest voice and personality. I take after her in some aspects, both personality and appearance-wise. Same for my biological dad. As I mentioned before, she's now married to my biological dad, and they have 6 more kids together. Their
6.
youngest looks very similar to how I did at that age. I wish I could actually be a sister to my siblings. My bio dad has an excellent job, and they seem to have a great life. I've been
We have like what? Maybe 5 candles and then like way too many wax melts that I never use.
sort of stalking them all over Facebook since I found them, and it makes me yearn to have a close relationship with them. I'm not sure if it would be a good idea to ask them to be in their life because I don't know if they've made my siblings aware of me, but I'd imagine not since they're religious, though not the super nutty variety. And they voice the fact that they're against premarital relations, as they call it. Maybe I'm just a mistake that they'd rather leave in their past because they're ashamed they had a baby out of wedlock. I don't know. I'm 22 now and married, expecting my first baby in July. Pregnancy has made me admire my biological mom and her sacrifice to try to give me a better life than one that she could at the time. My adoptive family is not very supportive of me wanting to get in contact with my biological family either, and they threaten to cut me off emotionally if I contact
Bro.
my biological family again. I like this response from French Waco. Call her on the radio, ask her for advice, saying, I've been adopted and I found my biological mom. Do you think I should call her? And see what her answer is. Our next Reddit post is from Informal Teaching. I don't know how to start this, but I need to get it off my chest because I've been dealing with it alone, and
Oh,
I'm losing my mind.
whoops. Okay. Ads. Freedom.
To have a close relationship with them. I'm not sure if it would be a good
There we go.
idea to
I
ask
went
them to
backwards
be
a
in
little
their
bit.
life because I don't know if they made my
Rude.
siblings aware of me, but I'd imagine not since they're religious, though not the super nutty variety. And they voice the fact that they're against premarital relations, as they call it. Maybe I'm just a mistake that they'd rather leave in their past because they're ashamed they had a baby out of wedlock. I don't know. I'm 22 now and married, expecting my first baby in July. Pregnancy has made me admire my biological mom and her sacrifice to try to give me a better life than one that she could at the time. My adoptive family is not very supportive of me wanting to get in contact with my biological family either, and they've threatened to cut me off emotionally if I contact my biological family again. I like this response from French Waco. Call her on the radio, ask her for advice, saying, "I've been adopted and I found my biological mom. Do you think I should call her?" and see what her answer is. Our next Reddit post is from Informal Teaching. I don't know how to start this, but I need to get it off my chest because I've been dealing with it alone and I'm losing my mind. For the past 6 months, I've been struggling with a persistent fungal infection in my butthole. And it's gotten to the point where it's affecting every aspect of my life. At first, I thought it was just some irritation from working out and sweating a lot, so I tried some over-the-counter creams. They didn't work, and the itching and burning
She's so
only got worse.
cute.
I finally
Thank you
worked
for the
up the
head pat.
courage to see a doctor, and they diagnosed me with a fungal infection. They gave me antifungal creams and told me it should clear up in a few weeks. Well, it didn't. It's still here, and now I feel like I'm stuck in this endless cycle of discomfort and embarrassment. The worst part is the shame. I can't talk to anyone about it because who wants to admit they have butt fungus?
Now I just have the mouth left to do, and this model will be ready to rig. Yeah, it's so cute. I love it. Ah, look at her, little girl. I
Canceled plans with friends, avoided dating, and even stopped going to the gym because I'm so paranoid someone will somehow notice. The constant itching and pain makes it hard to focus at work, and I find myself snapping at people because I'm so frustrated and tired from not sleeping well. I've tried everything: creams, powders, switching to loose clothing, changing my diet, even sitting on a towel at home to keep things dry.
Yeah.
Nothing works, and I feel disgusting all the time. I'm so scared this will never go away, and I'll have to live like this forever. I just want to feel normal again. I know it's not life-threatening, and I feel stupid for being so upset about it, but it's taken over my life in ways that I never imagined. I don't know what to do anymore, but I needed to get this out because it's eating me alive. Down in the comments, No Development says exactly what I was thinking. I came here because I thought, haha, butt fungus. But now I'm absolutely terrified to contract butt fungus. I sincerely hope it clears up for you.
That was r/off my chest. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episode.
Haha, butt fungus. Last r/slash
Welcome to
video.
r/Am I the Butthole, where OP's boyfriend wants to invest money into inventing a new color. Am I the butthole for refusing to fund my boyfriend's genius idea? I'm a 24-year-old woman, and I've been dating my boyfriend, who's 29, for 3 years. And while he's always been a bit wacky, I usually find it kind of endearing. This time, however, he's really outdone himself. A few weeks ago, he told me he had a groundbreaking idea that would change humanity forever. Entertaining him, I asked what it was. His answer? He wants to invent a new color. Before we go any further, it's important to note that we're both college graduates. I graduated in biochemistry last year, and my boyfriend in philosophy a few years before, which makes this all the wilder, I guess. I tried to gently point out that colors exist as part of the visible spectrum of light, so unless he was about to discover some new wavelength, this might not be possible. But he waved me off, calling me close-minded and saying that he was enlightened in a way you'll never be. At first, I just nodded and let him ramble about his vision. But then he told me he needed funding to start his research. Specifically, he wanted me to give him $4,000 so he could buy supplies, including
That looks so
advanced art
cute. What the
tools, a
fuck?
lab coat, because
It looks like a
apparently
little
scientists
snoot.
wear them so it would make him feel smarter. And, wait for it, a trip to the desert because he thinks the pure sunlight will inspire him. I told him absolutely not. I'm saving for grad school, and even if I weren't, I'm not dropping thousands of dollars on his whatever this is. He got mad, saying I didn't believe in him or his potential to revolutionize human perception. He even accused me of being jealous that he had a world-changing idea and I didn't. It got really heated, and he ended up saying a lot of things about using my card as he knew the details anyways. For reference, he's been unemployed for a while now, while I've had a regular job. I ended up saying things that I do regret, but a lot of it was retaliation. Now he's sulking and telling everyone that I'm unsupportive and afraid of innovation. His friends are backing him up, saying I should be encouraging his creativity instead of crushing his dreams. Am I the butthole for refusing
No.
to fund his quest to invent a new color? OP, your boyfriend is high. Either metaphorically in the sense that he doesn't know what he's talking about, or literally he's high, because this sounds like something someone on drugs would come up with. Maybe he can use that superior enlightened brain of his to go make $4,000 to invest on his new stupid idea. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your boyfriend 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my mom that she can't share a room or a bed with her boyfriend in my home? I'm a 27-year-old woman, and when I was in college, I met my boyfriend and we moved in together, sharing a place with some friends after dating for a year. I was 19 when we met and 20 when we moved in together. We decided from that point onward to take turns spending Christmas with our families. But the first year we were supposed to see mine, my mom made it clear that my boyfriend couldn't stay and we weren't sharing a room or a bed in her house. My dad argued in favor of letting it happen since I was an adult and living with him already, but mom said no. She hated that I wouldn't stay at their house and instead booked an Airbnb. She said that I should respect the rules of her house, and I told her I was, but I didn't want to tell my boyfriend to be alone on the holidays, especially when his family had welcomed us together happily. After that, I made it clear that there would be no coming to visit like that if I couldn't sleep with my boyfriend. My mom said that it wasn't like we were married, so she had every right to that rule. 2 years ago, my dad died, and for 11 months, my mom has been in a relationship with her boyfriend. They don't live together exactly, but according to my brother, he was there most nights while he was still there. My mom and brother aren't really talking right now. My brother could hear mom and her boyfriend in bed, and he hated it, so he moved out. He's also 22 and had wanted to, but it gave him the push to move. My mom was furious and demanded to know why he was leaving out of nowhere, and she freaked when my brother told her that he was tired of hearing them. It started mom off on him not being happy for her that she found someone again after dad died. My mom misses my brother being around, and she told me she misses having her kids around her, so she wanted to visit for a week or two soon. She wanted to bring her boyfriend along, and I told her she can't share a room or a bed with him in my home. I told her, I don't want to hear that. She got mad at me and said that she's a grown woman and should be allowed her freedom. I told her that she had no issue denying me, and I hadn't even planned on having intercourse in her house. But it sounded like she doesn't care if we hear or not, and I'm not dealing with it. I also told her that I wasn't going to reward her with sharing with her boyfriend when she's been so strict with me about it. My mom accused me of acting like a petty child. Am I the butthole? OP,
Nah.
if your mom has an issue with it, then she can do what you did and rent herself an Airbnb. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your mom 1.5 out of 5 buttholes for being a hypocrite. Am I the butthole for refusing to take my daughter to her birthday party? I'm a 33-year-old woman, and my daughter Cleo, who's 5, hates pink. She's disliked the color and almost everything to do with it since she was about 3 or so. She has one pink shirt she likes and one pink stuffed animal, and that's it. My father's partner, Prue, refuses to accept that Cleo doesn't like pink. Over the years, she's made several attempts to push the color onto her. Pretty much every gift she's ever given her was some shade of pink, no matter how many times I tell her to stop. She's tried to give me dozens of different reasons why I should encourage my daughter to try different shades. It clearly upsets Cleo, but Prue keeps doing it. About a week ago, my father invited me, my husband, and our children for dinner at his place. He said that he and Prue had a surprise for the kids. Right before we left
Yes, she's all
home, my younger
done.
sister, who still lives with our dad, texted me. She warned me that the surprise was actually a small birthday party that Prue had planned for Cleo. That alone threw me off because my daughter's birthday was like 3 months ago. Also, my son turns 9 in 2 months, so I'd figured his would be the next party that we would have. Then, my sister sent me photos of how the place was decorated, and it very clearly wasn't actually meant for Cleo. Literally every piece of decor was pink. The table, the tableware, the balloons, everything. She had
Oh,
gotten pink.
stream crashed again. God damn it. What the hell? OBS isn't saying anything. You back? You back? I'll restart that whole story. I don't know, because OBS didn't even say anything. Because I know it glitched out earlier where it was like OBS reconnected, but OBS didn't even disconnect. So I don't know what happened. Yeah. Fun hair's done. Ugh. Yeah, that's always the worst. Ew. I don't know. Like, if you're having family and friends over, family or friends, and they're like staying with you, I feel like even if it is your house, I feel like that's really weird to do. To like, especially loud enough for people to hear you. Like, if you're gonna do it, at least have some decorum. Be a bit quieter, you know? I don't know. Oh no. I think communities is still.
TurboTax Free Edition, 37% of filers qualify.
Oh, it's fine now. That's so weird. You thought you got banned. I can ban you, Rose. I can like ban you for like a second. Oh wait, no, community. I could ban you for a second. Or I guess time you out. Oh, banned from Twitch. That's so weird. It's probably just my internet being a little funky. Vanish. I don't know what that one is. There I don't have a lot of those set up. I'll have to like I need to look into all of the like reaction things people have on their streams like that so that I can properly add them in at a later date. See, I'm actually going to stop using stream elements because I figured out that Mix It Up, I can have chat through Mix It Up now. So I don't have to find another chat app for it. But I need to find something else that will let Hydra put images on my stream so that when she wants to do that, she can. But then after that, I'm going to stop using stream elements. One, for political reasons of them supporting Israel. And then also because they've started supporting like AI, like generative AI, generating images and shit. And as an artist, I don't stand for that. So once I get that figured out, I will actually stop using stream elements completely. And so I'll have to like figure out a bunch of new stuff. Sorry, I sent Echo their model. Okay, I forgot to add on the eyebrows, so I just gotta add on the eyebrows really quick. Make little beans. Okay, let's continue this last r/slash video.
Am I the butthole for refusing to take my daughter to her birthday party? I'm a 33-year-old woman, and my daughter Cleo, who's 5, hates pink. She's disliked the color and almost everything to do with it since she was about 3 or so. She has one pink shirt she likes and one pink stuffed animal, and that's it. My father's partner, Prue, refuses to accept that Cleo doesn't like pink. Over the years, she's made several attempts to push the color onto her. Pretty much every gift she's ever given her was some shade of pink, no matter how many times I tell her to stop. She's tried to give me dozens of different reasons why I should encourage my daughter to try different shades. It clearly upsets Cleo, but Prue keeps doing it. About a week ago, my father invited me, my husband, and our children for dinner at his place. He said that he and Prue had a surprise for the kids. Right before we left home, my younger sister, who still lives with our dad, texted me. She warned me that the surprise was actually a small birthday party that Prue had planned for Cleo. That alone threw me off because my daughter's birthday was like 3 months ago. Also, my son turns 9 in 2 months, so I'd figured his would be the next party that we would have. Then, my sister sent me photos of how the place was decorated, and it very clearly wasn't actually meant for Cleo. Literally every piece of decor was pink. The table, the tableware, the balloons, everything. She had gotten pink banners and glued pink foil fringe curtains on the doors. Even the cake was pink. I showed everything to my husband, and we agreed not to take the kids there. I texted my father, "Hey, my sister told me everything. We're not coming. We're taking the kids to McDonald's and telling them that was your surprise. You and Prue can come if you want. We're paying." We did exactly that. My father did show up, without Prue, but he was cold with us and left 20 minutes after arriving. Both him and Prue are pissed. My father is angry that my husband and I dismissed his partner's heartfelt gesture towards our daughter. Prue also told me that I'm the reason Cleo is restrictive. I also don't like pink. And I'm raising her to be an ungrateful, spoiled brat who's unwilling to compromise. To be honest, I get how I could be in the wrong here, but at the same time, this just felt like Prue trying to push something Cleo doesn't like onto her yet again. My sister and one of my brothers are on my side, though my sister did say that I'd been rude. My other brother is on the fence. Honestly, OP, I think you handled the situation pretty much as well as you possibly could have. And also, OP, just don't buy the guilt trip they're trying to sell you right now. If your dad wanted to make some heartfelt gesture, then he could have done it, I don't know, the weekend after he missed the birthday.
Yeah,
not
3 months
later. And also, Prue's
Jeez.
behavior to me, it seems like it's not about Cleo, it's not about Pink, it's about enforcing her vision of being a parent. It's about her imposing her will over Cleo and maybe even imposing her will over you. This is just like a power trip. So I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Prue and your dad 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for trying to get my neighbors to not block my front door? I'm a 32-year-old woman and I live in New York City. I recently moved into a small building, 3 stories, 6 apartments in total. My apartment is a ground floor unit. From moving in, a neighbor, a 40-year-old man and woman, have been storing their large stroller in front of my front door, which poses problems every time I have to come and go from my apartment. It's also against fire code and explicitly forbidden in the building's leases.
Hi, just calling.
The stroller is there every day unless their kid, who's 3, decides he doesn't want to walk. One day, when I heard them leaving it there, I introduced myself and politely said them leaving their stroller there was causing me issues, and it's against the city's fire code, and I asked them to no longer keep their stroller in front of my door. The woman of the pair gave me excuses that they live on the 3rd floor, but the man straight up raised his voice at me while I was holding my infant daughter. The woman said, as a compromise, she would fold the stroller when leaving it in front of my door. As time went on, the stroller was never folded up and continued to block my door. As it's against fire code and explicitly forbidden in the lease, I decided to reach out to property management for help resolving this issue. I just want to be able to safely come and go from my apartment. The day the property management enforced this rule on the neighbors, the woman of the pair rang my doorbell and proceeded to refuse to speak to me and called her mother. Her mother then berated me on speakerphone and said I should have spoken to them first, ignoring me when I said that I did. She then kind of threatened me, saying I complained about the wrong people. I was stunned and couldn't believe this was happening. All I could muster was insisting it's against fire code and no one gets to break fire code. I'm baffled by this behavior. I found it a bizarre confrontation, and I didn't know adults could act this way. I've never had issues with neighbors before. Opie, here's a pro tip that'll help you go through life a bit more smoothly. When someone gets in an argument with you and calls up their mommy and has their mommy yell at you over speakerphone, you can safely stop caring about that person's opinion. You know, just, oh, I see, this person's crazy. Everything out of their mouth is going to be something ridiculous. They're going to do crazy things. None of it's going to make sense. So I'll just ignore them and live my life. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your neighbors 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for leaving a family gathering and taking the cake with me after getting my feelings hurt? I'm a 27-year-old woman, and I hit 1 year sober from alcohol at the beginning of this year. This was a huge accomplishment for me, bigger than me finishing college. I told my family that the next time we're together for family dinner, I had something to celebrate. This story happened at my mom's. The kids were playing and the adults were hanging out. I took the moment to share that I'd reached 1 year sober and how good I felt about it. They went with, "Oh, that's what you were talking about? Has it been a year already?" I'm embarrassed to admit that I hoped someone would say that they were proud of me. My brother-in-law Steve looked at my sister and they both said, "Well," at the same time, and my sister said, "Since we're all here, my daughter got into a specific gymnastics course. It's been a long road, but she did it." Steve popped some wine they'd brought and started giving everyone glasses and cups. He made eye contact with me and his face fell. I had this gnawing feeling, so I got up from the table and I took a walk. I tried to get through the moment mentally so I could be present for my niece to celebrate her success. But when I got back to the house, my sister asked me why I left without saying anything. I said I needed a minute to myself. She looked at me funny and said, "Okay." I said that I'd shared something that I was very proud of, and she bulldozed over it. My mom put her hand up and asked me what my news was. I said that I'd told them. I hit 1 year sober. My mom said that my generation always wanted praise for doing the bare minimum. That wasn't an accomplishment. It was just what I needed. To do, like graduating high school. I tried to make it through dinner, but I found myself just not in the mood anymore. I decided to go home. Well, I brought a small berry chantilly cake, my favorite, to share after dinner. It was the thing I decided I'd earned. The kids had definitely seen it. On my way out, I decided to take it home with me. I guess when they realized the cake wasn't in the garage fridge anymore, my sister called to ask me why I took it. I said I did it because it was my cake to celebrate my accomplishment. She said, "Are you effing serious? Oh my god, Emma, grow up. You're such an effing baby." My mom later texted me directly to tell me how disappointed she was that I threw a tantrum because my niece got more attention than me. I don't think her read of what happened is right, but that's why I'm asking you guys. Am I the butthole because I took home the cake in the end? Was that really childish of me considering the kids saw it and then didn't get any? As I was putting on my shoes to leave, Steve found me and directly apologized and said that he was completely oblivious in the moment. I know that he didn't do anything to intentionally hurt me. So, they can serve wine, which excludes you, but it's not okay for you to exclude them from cake? OP, your scummy family wants to have their cake and criticize you too. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes, and if your family wants to mock the hand that feeds, then they can get 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for humiliating my friend after he kept bragging about his IQ? So I have a friend, Brian, who won't shut up about his IQ. Ever since he took some online test that said that he got a 131, he's been acting like he's the second coming of Einstein. At first, it was just kind of annoying. He'd drop random fun facts about how high IQ people process information differently. He started using words like erudite and obfuscate in normal conversations. But then it got worse. He started low-key insulting us. He told our friend Emily, who's in med school, that doctors are just good at memorization, not real intelligence. He then told me I was wasting potential because I work in marketing instead of something more intellectually rigorous. The dude works in IT, at the help desk. Anyway, last week we were at a party and he started talking about IQ again. Someone jokingly asked, "If you're so smart, why aren't you rich?" And Brian, completely serious, goes, "Well, intelligence isn't always about wealth. It's about how you process the world. Low IQ people can never truly grasp how limiting their perception is." So I looked him dead in the eye and said, "Damn, bro, that's crazy. What's it like having a high IQ and still losing at fantasy football every year?" The room exploded. Brian turned red, mumbled something about variance and sample sizes, and left the party early. Now he's barely texting in the group chat, and a mutual friend told me I embarrassed him too much. Am I the butthole for finally saying something, or did he have it coming? The top comment from I'm Empty Nutella Jar. Brother, you know you're not the butthole. You just wanted to share that burn, lol.
That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
This took place a while ago, 2015-ish, but I'll probably never forget it for the rest of my life. I, around 21 at the time and female, was still fairly new to my city. I had just gotten out of a bad relationship, wasn't in the best place mentally, and didn't know a lot of people in town besides my ex and his friends. I was on a dating or hookup app, looking for people to hang out with casually, maybe find an FWB or something. I had matched with a 25-year-old guy, Simon. We talked sporadically in the app for a few days. He explained that he was in a band and living in a house with his bandmates. He sent me their music. It was just an audio on YouTube with a heavily edited still image of 4 or 5 guys playing rock instruments. One of them looked like him. The music was an interesting combination of styles and not really for me, but whatever. He seemed to be like a nice enough guy. He stopped replying for a few days and I figured that was that and moved on. And one day, I was at work and got a message from him saying sorry that he'd been so busy and inviting me to a barbecue with his friends and bandmates in their yard. He explained that their band manager was providing them the house to live in. Based on the lack of views on the YouTube video and the fact that I only ever saw one photo of him playing in the band, I figured that he was probably exaggerating the band manager thing. I thought it was more likely something along the lines of a bar manager friend giving them a discount on rent in exchange for being a house band at their bar or something, and didn't think too much of it beyond that. Normally, I would have just said no to going to a barbecue alone at the home of someone that I didn't really know, but I was really bored and figured that I might be able to overcome some social anxiety and maybe even make some female friends with, since he made it sound like a pretty big party. I put the neighborhood that he gave me into maps, and it was a suburban area with lots of families as far as I knew. I figured that being in a yard on such a nice summer day wouldn't be overly risky because lots of neighbors would be outside. Plus, it was just a few train stops away from my workplace, and I was off in a few hours anyway. I did tell him that I wasn't overly comfortable with the idea, since I didn't really know him well, but that I would stop over for a bit if I didn't need to go inside the house at all. He said that that was totally fine, which made me feel a lot better about the whole thing. I even made sure not to drink anything for the rest of my shift so that I wouldn't be risking needing to go inside to use the bathroom. I was anxious about showing up to a barbecue with people that I didn't know at all, as he implied that the event was already underway. Plus, I would have had a hard time finding a specific address from the backyard side, so I asked Simon if he could meet me at the train station, since he said that it was a quick walk away anyway. He agreed to do that, and I let him know when I was leaving for work and what time the map said the train would get to the station and all of that. I sent Simon a message to tell him that I had arrived at the train station at around 5:30, and after I looked around, I couldn't find him. He told me that he was running behind and to just start walking toward the neighborhood. I was about halfway across the massive train station parking lot when I saw him slowly wandering toward me. I recognized his clothes, wearing bell-bottoms when they were not common, especially for men, and long hair from far away. But up close his face looked pretty different from his photos. It might have been some heavy-duty editing, I don't even know, but he kind of looked a little bit different. Older looking than the 25-year-old guy in the photos by maybe 5 to 10 years. Maybe he used photos of his brother or something. I don't even know. It was before AI, and so I'm really not sure how that was possible, but this was the first real red flag for sure. But stupidly I brushed it off. Maybe he's just self-conscious. Maybe he smokes a lot and doesn't wear sunscreen and hasn't taken pictures in a while. All of his pictures looked candid, so I figured that he wasn't much of a selfie guy anyway. And besides, I'm mostly here to make friends anyway, so I shouldn't judge his appearance so harshly. He was also clearly already drunk, but a lot of my ex's friends were heavy drinkers, so that didn't seem too strange to me. I mean, he's hosting a barbecue after all. Now, the second red flag came shortly after when we arrived at the front door. I reminded him that I wasn't comfortable going inside the house, but he assured me that we would just have to walk through to get to the backyard. Okay, fine, whatever. It wasn't the kind of neighborhood where you could just walk around the house to get to the backyard anyway, so it made sense. And we would have had to have backtracked to the main road to go down the alley directly to the backyard. So I figured that he just forgot what I had said about not wanting to go inside and didn't want to cause a bunch of trouble, so I went with it. We got into the house and he immediately closed the door and locked the deadbolt and the knob behind me. I didn't think that was too weird, since nobody was hanging out inside and a lot of people are just in the habit of locking the door when they come in anyway. But it still did give me a bit of the heebie-jeebies for some reason. Then Simon told me that he'd really like to give me a tour of the house. I politely declined and reminded him that I was just there for the barbecue. He said that he and his bandmates had worked really hard to get the house and he was really proud of it. At that point, I was getting really skeptical because usually when guys would tell me things that seemed a bit far-fetched, they'd let the truth slip by the time that they got me to their house. But still, I convinced myself that I was being unreasonable. I was already in the stupid house anyway. He insisted that it would be quick. Not the wisest choice, I know, but I was pretty good at explaining away red flags, so at this point, Simon still mostly had a dopey stoner art kind of vibe as far as I was concerned. He really didn't seem like a threat, just an insecure oddball who, well, sucks at communicating with fibs a bit. Not unlike my ex, who was definitely emotionally and verbally abusive, but it never escalated past that. I figured that, at worst, he'd get handsy and I'd get called
Okay.
a prude for not sleeping with
I
him.
couldn't really hear her
I didn't have a lot of
on
self-worth at the
call,
time,
so
obviously, so in the end, I just went
hung
with
up for
it.
now. I'm back.
The tour started pretty uneventfully, other than that the decor in the common areas was obviously chosen by a middle-aged Martha Stewart enthusiast, and not a bunch of guys in a band or their fake band manager. I didn't know if this should make me feel better or worse, to be honest. I mean, on one hand he was clearly lying, but on the other it did make me think that it was probably just somebody's mum's house and she was out of town and he didn't want to tell me that he lived at a friend's parents' home and didn't actually have a paying job or whatever. Again, a total red flag, I know, but I could rationalize it at the time. The bedroom doors were all closed. The bathroom was unremarkable. He then showed me the kitchen, and I finally saw through the window that there was nobody in the backyard. There weren't even barbecue supplies around. No burgers thawing on the counter, no cocktail supplies lying around, nothing. I asked him where everyone was and why he lied about the barbecue, and he told me that his bandmates were on tour still. They were just running behind due to van trouble, but they should be back any minute, so we could start the party. I asked him why he wasn't on tour with them if he's in the band. I don't even remember what his answer was, to be honest, to that, because it just didn't make any sense. At this point, though, I'm out of mental gymnastics to convince myself that this guy isn't just completely full of it. And obviously, I'm really freaked out. Took me long enough, right? I'm smarter now, don't worry, but I started trying to figure out a way to get out of this situation. I hoped that once he was done with the tour that we could go outside, and even just for a minute, and then I would just leave. I'd been in some sketchy situations in the past for sure, but luckily nothing so bad that they tried very hard to physically stop me when I walked away in a semi-public place. I just wasn't really comfortable trying this inside the house. I knew that this guy was full of it now, but I had no idea just how much worse it could get. I instinctively pretended to believe all of his bull. He offered me a beer and I said no thanks because I had to work in the morning. He said okay and cracked one for himself. Then he wanted to take the tour downstairs. I could see from the top of the stairs that the basement was the dark and creepy kind, and really small windows, so I refused. I asked if we could go back outside, and he said after the tour. I tried to argue about going into the basement, told him that I have a spider phobia, that I don't like basements, etc. All lies, obviously. He started to get agitated about my reluctance, so I figured that it would be better to just let him show me the dang basement, and then hopefully we could go outside because I really didn't know what else to do. The basement, it was fairly unremarkable, to be honest. A couch, TV, elliptical, until I noticed something that really gave me chills. You see, the house was probably built in, I don't know, maybe the 1990s or late 80s at the absolute earliest. But I saw a door that looked just like the heavy foam-lined door to the cold storage room in my grandma's house. The kind that only opened from the outside. It was just a smaller version of the big metal doors on commercial walk-in fridges, and it looked really out of place in this house. I would absolutely not go anywhere near that door too. He opened it and told me that it was their soundproof music studio. I looked inside from a few meters away. It did indeed look soundproof, and it was about the size of a bedroom, and I could see a few guitars and amps in it. Mattress toppers on the walls. No drum kit or recording equipment that I could see, though. He insisted that I go inside to get a better look. He was standing outside the door, motioning for me to go in. And
Nope.
man, did the alarm bells start ringing at this point. I realized that I could totally die here if I'm not careful, and so I turned around and ran up the stairs. He closed the door and followed me, asking what's wrong, acting like I'm being all unreasonable for not wanting to see his soundproof music studio. So I'm realizing that this is way sketchier of a situation than any of my ex's stuff, and I am freaking out. At that point, my main objective was getting out of this house. The front and the back doors were both closed and locked, so if I tried to run, he'd be able to
Rude.
get to me before I could go to get the locks open. The bathroom did not have a window. The house had a sort of convoluted
Gray.
floor plan that I wasn't really familiar with, and he was also much bigger than I was. He was the tall, lanky type who can run fast, even if they're out of shape, and smoke a pack a day. I pretended that I was okay with hanging out with him in the hopes that he'd chill out a bit. We made small talk for a few minutes. He cracked another beer, and thankfully he did calm down. I desperately mentioned yet again that it was beautiful outside and suggested that we go sit in the yard while we wait, but he said no and started to get agitated that I wanted to leave already. I told him that I could stay, but I'd just really like to smoke a cigarette. He told me that we could smoke cigarettes inside and pointed to a cereal bowl full of cigarette butts. We sat down at the table and lit some cigarettes. As he was smoking, he started rolling a joint, which he promptly lit as soon as his cig was done. He offered me some, and I said no thanks.
Thank you.
He insisted, so I took
You
the
are
smallest
rude.
puff that I could. I'm a pretty seasoned smoker, but I pretended to cough excessively and told him that I'm a novice, so that was more than enough for me. And for a liar himself, he thankfully wasn't very good at picking up on the lies of others. After we smoked, he asked if I'd like to watch a movie until his bandmates get back. I told him that I was really looking forward to spending the day outside, and suggested we go for a walk or visit the park, ideas that he did not like or appreciate. At this point, I was trying to keep as much distance as possible between us, but he stayed close enough to me that I could smell the beer on his breath. He grabbed me by my waist, and I backed away and asked about the barbecue food to try and change the subject and make him think that I still believed what he was telling me. He started to get angry again, and sternly reiterated that his bandmates should be home any minute, and my anxiety was absolutely through the roof at this stage. I tried to calm him down again with generic small talk, and now, I don't know how I got so lucky, but the next thing that happened might have saved me. Simon went to the fridge to get another beer, and pulled out an empty box. At this point, he's getting even more angry than before, so I went out on a limb and suggested that we get some more beer for the party, because I was out of ideas. I was terrified that it would enrage him even more to suggest once again that we leave the house, but I had to try. Thankfully, though, his eyes lit up with the possibility that I could actually be down to drink with him, and so he agreed. As we were walking to the liquor store, I still didn't really have a plan because I was no longer comfortable just walking away from this menace in this weirdly desolate suburb. But I was extremely relieved to be out of that house. I walked with him to the liquor store, and when we got there, told him that I didn't need to go inside if he was just going to grab some beer. He insisted, though, that I had to go inside. At that point, I was so stressed and frazzled that I just went with him and hoped that a good opportunity to leave would arise. When we got inside the liquor store, he asked what kind of beer I wanted. I reminded him that I had to work tomorrow and didn't want to drink too much. He demanded to know what kind of beer I wanted, so I just named the first one that came to mind. He went to pay. The cashier was kind of a jerk, so I didn't ask for help. I probably should have in hindsight, but I panicked and didn't. I hoped that there might be somebody in the parking lot, though, who might help me if I made a bit of a scene. Unfortunately, there was nobody. I really regretted not asking the liquor store guy for help at this stage, but also remembered the times my ex told people that I was crazy so that they wouldn't take me seriously. The liquor store guy definitely seemed like he would have fell for that for sure, so who knows.
Yeah.
Probably for the best that I didn't expect him to help me. In any case, I had one last idea before I took my chances, just trying to run and or scream. You see, there was a drugstore across from the liquor store, and I told Simon that I had to go and buy a toothbrush or something that vaguely implied that I might stay over. He eagerly agreed to this, but tried to follow me into the store. I told him that you're not allowed to bring beer into a drugstore. I don't even know if that's true. I really doubt it's any kind of law, but luckily, and thank the heavens, this drunk douchebag believed it and agreed to wait outside. Now, being so naive, I thought that maybe I could just wander around in this drugstore for long enough and he would either get the hint or get sketched out or bored and leave. But no, I must have wandered around the store for at least half an hour, and this guy is still just standing there staring in the window. This creep didn't even have his phone out, and every time that I checked if he was still there, he was just staring through the window looking for me. I didn't feel like I had anybody that I could call in the city to come and help me. The cops here don't usually take things like this very seriously, and the store workers looked like they were mostly high school students, and I didn't want to drag them into this anyway, so I really didn't feel like I had a lot of options. After being in there for so long, though, I was surprised he didn't come in to see what was taking me so long. I thought that maybe I could lose him in the aisles and sneak out of the store if he did come in, but no. I ended up hovering around the tills and waited until a big group of friendly-looking people were paying. I followed them out of the store and immediately told Simon to leave me alone and go home. I said it firmly and loudly enough to imply that I would make a scene if need be. Simon looked at the people getting in their car who were now pausing and looking at us because I had nearly yelled at him. And then he just turned around and left. It was bizarrely anticlimactic, which honestly I was very thankful for. I literally ran to the station, which thankfully was in a different direction than his house and from the store, and I never heard from him ever again. When I got home, his app profile had either been blocked or had been deleted. Years later, after I stopped compartmentalizing the whole thing, honestly, I wish that I would have reported him or something. It bothers me to wonder if he tried it again with somebody else, but made sure the fridge was stocked first. But at the time, I just didn't think anybody would take me seriously. I was embarrassed of my choices too, and I just wanted to move on from the whole thing. Plus, all I really had was a likely fake first name and a general idea of where this house was, which probably wasn't even enough. I guess that I'll never really know any more than I do now, and maybe that's for the best, but in any case, I'm grateful that I made it out that day, even if I made a lot of poor choices. So I was
Wow.
driving home late
Already
one
onto the
night, around
coloring
12:30
stage.
in the morning. It was nothing unusual for me. This was actually my weekly routine, in fact. I was used to these late night drives, so I wasn't scared or really even
Excuse
thinking
me.
about anything serious. It was winter and the roads were pretty empty though, so I was driving at around 90 to 120 kilometers an hour. Then I came to a bridge. The air near the water was more foggy due to the underwater, so I slowed down a bit, dropping my speed to about 38 kilometers. And that was when I saw her. A woman dressed completely in white, just standing on the side of the bridge, alone. Now, I'm not one of those people who does stupid things
Body
in
gas
situations
attack.
like this,
Wait,
so stopping wasn't even on my mind.
that sounds bad.
For some reason, my car just suddenly gave out on its own. I froze for a second, completely startled by this. And that's when I noticed that she was actually holding a child in her arms. I still really don't know what came over me, but I rolled down the window and asked, "Do you want to go somewhere? Are you okay?" She didn't answer. She just stood there and slowly raised her hand and pointed down toward the river below. That was when I made the mistake of looking at the child. All I can say is that his face was bright red. And I mean, it's hard to explain it in words, but it was not normal is what I'm getting at. And after all of this, I even wonder if it was even human. The fear after looking at that child, though, kind of snapped my senses in me right then, and like I was back in control of my body. My mum's old advice flashed through my head, and I did exactly that. I spat in that direction, then I slammed my foot on the accelerator and drove as fast as I possibly could. I didn't look back, not even once. To this day, I really still
Ad break. Just a nose. Wah. I can't reach the water. There's a cat in my lap. Okay, I got it. I got a tiny thing of water. You want some water, Olive? She says no, it doesn't smell like anything. Five hours of art and it's just model work. But once I finish this one for Zen, this is all the ode art done. It's literally rigging from here. I mean, I do have to make a breeding batch for water dogs, but I'm gonna do that one off stream just because it's supposed to be like, a surprise for the person who like bought the breeding batch. So
Cannot explain what happened that night. Why did my car stop like that? Why did I even talk to her? Who was that woman and the child in her arms? Or what were they is probably the better question. And also, what exactly was she pointing at?
where she died.
Let's be
Dun, dun,
honest.
dun.
Don't we all deserve a little bit of romance, even if it's just in our headphones? Well, Dipsy is an audio app made for romance lovers, with short, spicy stories that immerse you in the fantasies you've been craving. Dipsy is the female-founded app for spicy audiobooks and more. Created by women for the female gaze, their app has over 1,000 spicy audiobooks, all crafted by a team of professional writers and top-tier narrators. And if you're anything like me and a bit of an insomniac, then you'll
Not the
love this section
spicy
for
ad.
sleep. I personally really enjoyed their section with ambient sounds like winter rain, and actually ended up falling asleep to one that night, which was really nice. And with their easy-to-explore app, you can search for your favorite romance genres like contemporary, historical, dark, sports, western, romantasy, sapphic, and more. New chapters are released every week, so you'll always find something new to enjoy. And right now, listeners of this show can get an extended 30-day free trial. Just go to dipsystories.com/scared to start your free trial.
Thanks,
That's
D-Busta.
DIPSEA stories.com/scared for 30 days of full access for free. Visit dipsystories.com/scared.
Accidentally unsponsored sponsorship.
So I lived in Union.
This video is a 3-hour long video, so skipping through the sponsorship's a little hard, so just put up with it.
I'd been hearing some strange sounds coming from my basement, and my mum never wanted me to go down there either. I let my mind get the best of me, I guess, and I decided to go down there one day. My mum wasn't home, and I was just there with my dog. So little me took my dog down with me, so I wasn't so scared. I walked down the 13 stairs.
It's already over. It's okay.
My feet hit the floor, my dog right on my tail. When you walk down these stairs, you can go left or right. If you turn left, there's a little room that was used as a bedroom for my older brother. If you turned right, that was the garage area where we would bring cars in to work on them, along with like a wood stove and a boiler room. Stacked along the wall was nothing but wood that we used for heat. I remember walking around the area barefoot, and I actually stepped on a nail. I screamed in pain and wobbled my way up the stairs, and I tried to pull that out when my mum came home and found me in a pool of blood, basically. We bandaged up my foot, and I was sent outside to play while my mum spent the afternoon sweeping up the basement. Now, a few days later, I wanted to go down again, so I did. Once again, I brought my dog with me, but this time I made sure to wear some shoes, and I made it over to the boiler room when I heard a sort of, I don't know, like a small moan, I guess. That's when my dog started to freak out too. He was growling, the hair was standing on the back of his neck. He was as nervous as I was, it seemed. So I panicked, and once again, I ran back upstairs. I spent days wanting to figure out what was down there, but I gave up for a while, and one night I was lying in bed, and you know when you're almost sort of asleep, but you get, like, jumped awake, I guess is the best way to put it. Well, I jumped, and when I did, I kicked my dog in the process, and fell onto the ground, unable to move. The only thing that I could move were my eyes, and they darted across the room at the corner that I was always scared of. And there, stood in that corner, was a tall black shadow. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. I started to sweat, and as it walked over to me, it stopped right at my bedside. I looked at the clock and it said 2:07 a.m. This is when my body sort of awoke, I guess you could say. I looked at my clock again and it said 7:02 a.m. I was asleep the whole time. I told my mum about it, of course, but no one believed me. I really wanted to know, though, at this stage, what this thing was.
Hi.
So, a few weeks later, I had just come home from school and my mum wasn't home yet, so I didn't do my homework because, well, kids don't do that, right? I wanted to play instead, and my dad was home, so I decided to have him come outside to play with me in the basement. And this is when things took a dark turn. He brought a Ouija board and we played around at the table downstairs, when all of a sudden a pen spun around and hit me in the gut. He laughed and thought that I did it on purpose when we both let go of the board.
Don't say my
The
name.
lights started to flicker, and the board literally flipped up on its side. He threw it into the wood stove, but
Oh shit.
You ain't not getting that.
that's when we
Somebody
knew
got
we
a
needed
toll
to go.
road in our mail.
So we started to run up the stairs when I was pushed down them. He didn't stop until he was at the top of the stairs when he finally noticed. Eventually, I made it up the stairs.
Dogs.
We ran out.
You guys heard nothing.
My mum got home. Things finally started to calm down after this, though, and they sort of went back to normal, I guess you could say. My dreams kept repeating themselves, and I eventually seeked out some therapy. There's plenty more to this story that I hope to share at some point, so stay tuned, and, well, thanks for listening.
Replacing windows and doors in your neighborhood recently, we noticed many homes. Yeah, probably because.
This takes place in Cacao Beach in Florida on May
They
of
got
2000.
stuff drawn on the back of it.
So after an hour or two of gazing towards the sunset, watching the waves come and go and pondering about my life, it's now dark. I became fixed on the stars,
Yeah.
and that's when I began noticing a light, and kind of, you see off in the distance a plane moving, sort of.
Yeah.
So it's
But
probably.
it seemed to be moving too fast
Our
for the
neighborhood.
altitude it seemed to be.
It does have a sliding door.
It also had the common characteristic of a UFO, where it buzzed around like a bee rather than smoothly gliding through the air. At first, I assumed it must be a high-tech drone, as I knew that there was a launch station pretty close by, but very quickly that assumption was fading, as it just seemed to
I don't
buzz
know if it's
around
actually
in
picking up your
direction,
voice anymore.
always directly above
Now
me.
that I edited the...
I cannot
the sound
fully
How are
describe
they
it,
gonna hear me?
somehow
Like
I knew
that?
It
It's okay, I can yell the whole time too.
No.
Like I need hearing aids.
The ocean where I had to sit up
Hey,
and stare at
guys.
the water to continue watching
They
it.
didn't hear you get off.
I remember the moon.
I don't
being
think so.
at least
You're-
full, and
you're,
it was
um,
bright enough that I could clearly see the clouds and see anyone
Emma
on the beach
R.
that was
Robinson.
fine, even though I was alone.
Okay.
I watched what I can only describe as a star-like light, only slightly bigger than the brightest star in the sky. Again, buzz around quickly.
I love doing that.
It's like a big
It
fucking
seemed to be
folder of
showing off
paper.
here and flying erratically.
So much paper.
It would go in one direction super fast and then make a dead stop. I also noticed the cloud
Hi.
reacting to its flight and shifting
Hi.
and twisting along
Oh.
with its movement in a sort of DNA sort of shape. And it was around this time where things got
Really
weird.
good. Like,
This is the point of the story where I can only say that my reality started to crack.
Is this saying that I owe them money?
Light was on the left side of the sky, and out of nowhere, it shoots across, horizontally to the right, at about 10 times.
Or is
the
that just
speed
saying that, like,
before.
That's what
As
I
it
didn't
reaches a
finish
small
paying
patch
since
of
I canceled it
clouds,
early.
I watch it teleport 100 yards directly to its left, then the same distance to its right, about 8 to 10 times, as it's moving in the same direction. It does this in succession in a way that it looked like it was jumping almost from point to point, and not flying. Again, it makes a dead stop directly.
They better
after
not
this.
make me pay for it if I
This
canceled
point,
it.
My jaw has dropped for the first time in my life. I was thinking, did I really just see that?
Just something.
And for good measure, it does the same thing again, it seems. Almost as if it actually hurt me. flies back to the left side of the sky, shoots across.
Here, do you want my USAA app?
No.
Now I'm on my feet, though, as my reality is
I'm
breaking before my eyes, and
Oh.
I'm trying to make sense of what I'm actually seeing and what's happening. A man leaving the beach starts coming near me, though, and I think, perfect. Maybe someone else is seeing what I'm seeing. I get his attention, which he seems extremely annoyed by, and I say, "Are you seeing that thing flying around up there?" His response was, "Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh?" And walks off the beach, not even looking up from the ground as he says this.
Sorry, I just changed my car insurance policy because they were overcharging me like out the ass. I was having to pay $350, and I've never been in an accident, never had anything against me, never had any tickets, but they continuously raised my rates. So they were raising it by like $50 every time it reset. So I changed policies recently to a new company where I'm only gonna have to pay $171 for it instead of $350. So they're supposed to be refunding me for the rest of what I'm not using, essentially. But then they just sent me something that I'm just like, are they trying to get more money out of me?
Well, definitive features. I don't see arms or legs.
Oh shit! Did you just leave her on your shoulder as you walked out?
I don't see sand being kicked up. Nothing.
What the fuck?
I can make out the outline of a torso and maybe legs, but I'm seeing right through them into the ocean, as if they have that sort of predator camouflage sort of thing. They were the same size, but both shorter than the average human, moving in synchronicity with each other, and seemed more like they were floating rather than walking or running, though they were moving at a jogging pace. I still thought that maybe it was just my eyes messing with me in the dark, but it really wasn't that dark. I start to walk over closer as they pass in front of me, slowly in case they were just joggers, as I didn't want to freak people out just approaching them in the dark like that. But when I take a few steps forward, they both pick up speed and go past me and out of sight within a few seconds. But again, no perceivable movements or sounds or anything. They just zoom away down the shoreline. Looking back on this whole thing, it is interesting to me that I saw these entities immediately after seeing the light. I still even consider the possibility that it was military tech, and the figures walking by were just cloaked people seeing.
Gray confirmed, though, that they can only hear you when you're yelling now, which means that I will, like,
makes me think that it was
I'll have to have you on call, so I hear you.
I swear to you that it felt like it communicated.
Hello, tiny
"Hey,
child."
watch this," before blowing my mind with all the teleportation stuff. I also felt a presence, or I don't know, just pure fear after seeing those figures. Enough so, in fact, to immediately leave in my car. I've had a lot of bizarre experiences, but the majority of them have been subjective in the way that I cannot say for absolute certain that they weren't something like a hallucination or whatever, since I was the only witness. This, though, was heard by my mother as well, and if you knew this woman, you'd understand that there's not a chance that she was just playing along or anything like that. So, we lived in a bungalow on a farm a few miles out from the nearest town. The nearest buildings to us were the farmhouse, located further up a single-lane track, and the landowner's house, which was opposite us, but all the way across a field. The farmer was a single guy in his late 40s, and the landowners were an older couple who lived alone. So, there's really no possibility that this was some random kid that I knew who had decided to come all the way out in the middle of the night, somehow crawl into my home, just to yell my name, and then crawl out without any noise and run off, which my scientist stepdad decided is the explanation. which drives me a little bit crazy because it's just really stupid and, well, he's pig-headed. Anyway, I was around 14 at the time, living with my mother and younger sister, who would have been 12. Her bedroom was on the other side of the kitchen, and there was a hallway between that and my bedroom. The kitchen door was shut, so it couldn't have been her. It didn't sound anything like her anyway, but the mother's room was diagonal across from mine over the hallway. I think her door was ajar, but my door was shut. It was about 10 to 15 minutes after we've all gotten into bed, and directly outside of my door, this voice yelled out, and it was in such a weird voice. Like, it sounded desperate and aggressive at the same time. Almost familiar, but also like no voice that I'd ever heard. And I completely froze because I was terrified. It was maybe 30 minutes later. I don't think that I waited a minute, but I called to my mother saying, "Mum, did you call me?" And she called back, "No, but I heard it too." And at that, I lost it. I just started bawling, and I mean, I've never been that scared. It might be worth noting too that when she responded, there was an obvious difference in the volume. Like, I could tell that I wasn't confusing her
No, I haven't
voice
gotten,
with
because they were going to refund me for the
voice
time that I wasn't using for the
She
last,
sounded
like,
a lot quieter and
the rest of this month term,
being
essentially,
situated across
which is
the
only
street.
$89.
I know that this contains a lot of random info in this story about the house and such, but these are all the details that I've gone over and over again, looking for any mundane explanation. I can say with
Okay, they can still hear you.
absolute confidence.
I guess they just didn't hear my
this
name.
was
Thank
a
God.
disembodied voice. Although it's
Yeah.
scared me half to death at first, I kind of find it comforting now because I'm always very skeptical, even of stuff that I've experienced. But this is one thing that I know for certain happened. It wasn't just in my head, and it definitely has no explanation.
Essentially, I might get back more
I
money.
think now that if a voice can come yelling out of thin air like that, which should be impossible, well, then maybe anything is possible. And that thought, it gives me a lot of hope.
It says I owe $3.
Honestly,
What do you mean I owe
really don't
$3
know
to
where to
you?
start with this.
That's the only thing
I
it's saying
usually
right
don't do this
now.
kind of stuff, but this is very interesting to me. So when I was 13, I had a whole friend group. We were on a camping site, and there was a woods nearby, and we always went there with like 12 other people or so. We made a hut there. There was also a small lake that we could fish at, and overall it was a pretty fun place. The year before, we had already made some progression making the hut, and nothing really went wrong, and we went there at night with some flashlights, and everything was cool. I should also mention too here that
I don't
there was
know.
always a guy
I
in
don't
the
know
night
how
who
to-
wanted to prank us using this music box and going away and playing scary sounds and stuff. Now, the year before this happened, near the woods, we found a part of a camping ground that seemed to be abandoned. I don't know for sure, but that's what it looked like. And everyone found it pretty creepy. I personally
Hardy
didn't find it
McFart
creepy.
Queen,
I found it
excuse me.
fascinating, if anything. The woods that we were in were near an absent campsite, and it was always fun to find things. But me and my friends, we were with 5 other people, we were going to our hut like normal. It was about 8 p.m. in the winter, so it got dark pretty quickly. We were just doing this.
Yeah, I don't know
standard
why it's
stuff,
saying I owe
collecting
$3
sticks, making a what we call
by
a
the
roof,
12th for an
looking
insurance
for
bill.
sticks that look like guns and all that. And eventually, after I would say about an hour, we heard a really scary noise. Everyone was laughing because we at first thought it was our friend doing it again, so we FaceTimed him and told him to stop joking around, but
Mm-hmm.
he was allegedly at his tent. The chills everyone had was unreal. So I told everyone to be quiet.
Yeah.
It was silent for longer than 30 seconds.
Which that doesn't make sense, because if I wasn't gonna use those months, why would they pay off those
It
months?
was not human-like too.
Guessing that's what it means.
Everyone was scared, and we moved to the abandoned part of the campsite, The campsite was actually
Yeah,
quite
that's
huge,
so
but we
confused.
stayed there for 20 minutes, just
I
talking and thinking that
I can call
nothing
Dad
would
later and see if maybe
we
he
heard the
knows.
bushes start to
Either
crack,
you're gonna
like
get a refund
somebody was
or
around and
not.
something
But
big was
either
in
way,
the air.
you don't have to pay.
We live in an area where
Yeah,
really
okay.
don't compare
It's not a
to
bill.
anything that
It's not a
should
bill.
be making a noise.
That's all I was really wanting.
It's them saying
Now,
that
when I think
technically
about
they owe
it,
you $700.
It could have been a
Okay.
deal, I suppose,
Now,
but
what they're gonna apply
we
it
were
to,
scared
whether you're
and
gonna get it,
we stayed where we were and we didn't do
they
anything.
have to. It's required for them.
After about 30 minutes of this, we all decided to run together, and when we got
Mhm.
back, we promised that we would never return to the woods at night ever again like that.
And
We came back to our tent
Yeah.
at 10:30 in the morning.
Because I'm still waiting on
Was
the
totally
$89 they say
absolute
that they owe me
shambles.
for
This
Which
all
is
happened
weird, 'cause
over
you have the
a
same
pretty
bank
short
account
time
as them.
span of like 2 to 3 hours. Obviously,
Yeah, I don't
we were
know.
coming back in the morning, but the 2 to 3 hours refers to the time that we heard everything and saw everything. And to this day, it's really hard to come up with an explanation that explains, well, all of it. Tonight, my girlfriend and I had a brief,
Oh, I forgot to
deeply
do
unsettling
the little
experience
bangles
in the
on
lobby
it.
of a historic hotel in
Pause.
downtown
I need
Oklahoma
to draw
City.
those really quick.
It was bitterly cold and
Alright.
windy outside, and we had just returned from an OKC Thunder game, heading to the hotel where my mother was staying. The time was around 8:30 p.m. when we stepped into the lobby. To set the scene, this hotel occupies the old First National Bank building and has been painstakingly restored to reflect its original opulence. The floors are polished marble, the decor lavish, evoking a sense of grandeur from a bygone era. In the middle of the lobby stands a staircase leading to an upper level bustling with activity, a check-in desk, a restaurant, warm lighting, and the hum of conversation. But in the lobby by the valet, the atmosphere was, well, starkly different. It was cold, still, eerily quiet.
Oh, it was Malo
That
coming
next to
over.
me, leaning against a pillar by the staircase was a man. He appeared to be looking down at his phone, holding it
I
in
hope
both hands as
we're
the
able to
text
get her
played.
spayed or
His
neutered
was brief
soon
at
because
first until the
we
phone
don't
slipped from
need
his
her to
grip
keep making
and
kittens.
hit the marble floor with a sharp crack. But he didn't move. His hands remained suspended in the same position, as though he was still holding the phone. Confused, I thought that maybe he had fallen asleep standing up or something. My eyes darted to the ground where the phone lay, then back up towards his face, and that's when I saw it. He was staring directly at me, and the look on his face was, oh, pure disgust. Not the kind of anger that you see when somebody's been wronged, but something far darker, hollow and malevolent. His eyes burned with a rage so intense that it literally sent a shiver down my spine. It was the kind of look that makes your stomach churn, the kind that makes you instinctively want to look away, and so I did. Trying to shake off the unease, we waited for the elevator. When it finally arrived, curiosity got the better of me, and I stole a glance back toward the pillar. And he was still there, still staring. His gaze bore into me like a physical weight, and I hurriedly stepped into the elevator, the doors closing on that unnerving scene. When we reached my mother's room, I asked if she had noticed the man, and she hadn't. And when I explained what had happened, she brushed it off and said that he was probably on drugs. My girlfriend, though, had seen him too. She didn't see the phone drop, but she did that look. The same expression of
Actually,
pure disgust
X.com formerly known as
directed at
Twitter,
us.
owned by billionaire Elon Musk.
After a few
Okay.
minutes, we
I
left
have
to
to
head
say
back
it's
to our
full
car.
government.
Full
Or I
government
will get
name.
fucking
Slides open.
killed.
My heart raced.
Uh,
Look, but I couldn't help it.
yes, but
Out
I'm-
of the corner of my eye, I
What
could
are
see
you gonna draw,
it was still there,
Saki?
staring.
Yeah,
My girlfriend confirmed
You
it
should
later
draw
that she had locked eyes
Dylan.
with him too.
I'm gonna
That
draw a
same
stick.
expression. was staring. As we
You
walked
should-
along the
you should draw
down the sidewalk,
diligence.
What if you draw diligence and then realize, oh shit, this is my new
This is
hyperfixation,
my new.
Now,
new scrimbly.
I mean,
he was fully facing us now,
I don't know.
his eyes locked onto mine as if following us out into the night.
You've been wanting to like update him anyways.
Chilling, psychopathic. It wasn't just uncomfortable. It was wrong.
Not the
Something about it
fucking
felt deeply
honk shoe me me me.
threatening. The moment that we turned the corner, we instantly broke into a sprint,
Cat.
running to our car and locking the doors as
This is gonna be
we
like
got inside.
the easiest little guy to rig.
Thankfully, he didn't follow us, but even now, hours later, the memory of that
What do you
face,
want?
it lingers.
That was so
That-
small. It's so
Girl,
mean.
what?
What do you guys think
I was
Speak up or
the
something.
tiniest little.
mental illness, or was it something
Come on,
else
Mookie.
more
Tell me.
sinister?
Okay. Masami, you gotta like use your outside voice.
So there's this.
And she don't have. She don't have an outside
I don't want you to
voice.
do that, 'cause
It's been going on for probably like 2 or 3
Mhm.
years now.
Masami,
It all started with me a few
Mommy.
years ago when I went to go to bed, and whenever I was lying down,
Sammy.
these hands would start popping out of the door to the
Masami,
bedroom,
Masami.
like they were trying to
Masami.
climb through and into the room almost.
Masami.
Rubbing on everything.
I would tell my family about it, and while they did believe
Masami.
me, nevertheless, they really hadn't witnessed anything for themselves, and so
Masami.
they weren't too sure what I was talking about.
Because this
It
fucking
wasn't
cat
until
came over here,
later
so she's
where
running
my
away
brother
from
would start
her.
seeing the same thing
Buster,
by
we
the
did not call
doorway.
you at all.
Except this time, it was a
You
head.
don't have to be over
No,
here.
I
come
also
here.
started seeing it too.
Hello.
and We would affectionately name it the head.
I know.
At least
She's
my cat-
purring
at least my cat
immediately.
doesn't drool.
Parents would tell
Yeah.
their children
Cat
to make
squirrel.
her go to sleep at
At
night.
least my cats
Called
don't
El
drool.
Coco.
I don't know why she
Now,
drools.
As crazy as this sounds, El
As
Coco
they
is a
get
monster with
She's
big
a little
fat
baby.
ears that travels around late at night
Oh,
looking for
baby.
kids who are still awake, and he
Oh,
apparently goes
yummy.
and eats them. I looked up the meaning, and it loosely translates to the head. So I just found
She's
that a
leaning
little
her head back
creepy
into
that
my
she was
hand
calling this
for
thing the
its
head,
bitches.
and there was already an urban
Oh,
legend
no.
with that same name.
Olive. No, ma'am.
Olive.
Was that it was soon that my mum also had seen it. She works in a care home next to our
Thank
house,
you.
and one day she was in the dining room doing something, and there was this
Now
cutout
she's
next to the
screaming at
door.
you.
And when she was about to leave the room, she saw a head in this cutout that
You
she thought
feel
was one of
me.
the people that lived there. It was only
Oh,
for a
she is
second before
loving
it
these
moved
head
out of sight,
squishes.
which is what it always does. And she walked to see if there was someone there, but obviously there wasn't. I believe my dad has also seen it, but I can't remember the story that he told me, so I won't go into detail about that. But a month or two ago, it either stopped showing up or we stopped paying attention to it because
Sorry, it is cat
well,
scratching
we
minute.
didn't see it again. But then, a few days ago, my other brother, not the first one I mentioned earlier,
She's
was
such a
hanging out with
baby.
the first one in that same bedroom while I was out in the living room, and brother two saw something in the doorway in the corner of his eye, and he asked the other brother if it was me. Now, the head usually pops up high above the doorway, but this time it was down low, so I don't know if it was the same thing, but I guess that it's back again. I just want to know what this thing is, I guess, and
There's so
I
much
know
fur
that
everywhere.
sounds unbelievable, but
Start going up my
whether you
nose.
believe it or not,
Ma'am.
I'm wondering if you've ever heard of any myths or legends of something like this, or if maybe you've experienced something like
Wink
this
at me.
yourself.
She drooled on my
Doesn't seem like a
collar.
ghost because of the way it tries
Man.
to
I
act.
literally said she's gonna
It
start.
could get
drooling.
She,
caught.
I know.
And guess
From
what
I
happened?
understand
She
of
drooled
ghosts,
on my
it's just
collar.
right. In any case, if you can provide me with any details, then I would be very thankful.
Ooh, ear scratches. Oh yeah. I know that feels so good.
I was about 17.
I love when
Mother and
like
I
you're
moved into
trying to
this
scratch
giant
animals
house
and they
with
just like lower their heads further
at
and
least
further
5
down.
bedrooms, 6 if you repurpose to study. There were
Sorry,
a few
it's all
red
your fur is
flags,
getting
but
everywhere.
we were desperate and the rent was cheap. The day
I
that we
ain't
moved
trying to
in,
put fur up my
my
nose.
mother's antique grandfather
I just have a
clock
very
fell over in
fluffy
the middle
cat.
of the floor. It had this ornamental spike on the top, and it was bent from the fall. It was brass,
Oh
or
no.
some kind of coppery metal, and
Oh, she
a
didn't
strong white
piss?
crease formed where it had bent.
Oh my god.
I had
Oh.
tried to write it, but I couldn't. without
Olive
snapping
keeps
it off.
trying to get up,
We got it
and then
into
Asami
the
turns her head and she
magazine,
backs down.
And the next day, the spike was straight up with absolutely no crease or line where it had bent. That was obviously weird. At first night, there was constant bangs and
I had a
thumps.
fur
though.
stuck on my tongue.
It sounded like running down the
No.
halls with door slamming. Our little
Olive
dog,
actually
Terry,
sat
kept
on my
barking
tear
and
for a little
freaking
bit,
out.
and Asami just put up
I
with it
figured that it was an
after
old
she
house
didn't
settling,
try to crawl up
maybe
here.
a loose shutter on the window banging. Turns out, though, that the shutters were all ornamental and firmly fixed to the outside. The house, though, never made those noises again.
Oh,
though
Asami, your
walking down
breath
the halls
stinks.
continued frequently. Well,
I
after
know,
a couple of months,
but
I
she
started
yawned, so I
interpreting
extra
dreams.
smelt it.
Usually I dream in the
Hi.
third person, hopping narrative views between characters. I almost never dream about myself, but the nightmares that I had were first person now, of me in my bed. A man would be in the room near the door. There were no outlets in the room for a lamp, and the only actual light was a pull cord next to the door. This is before I had a cell phone, by the way. I somehow never thought that you get a flashlight with them, but anyway, since I couldn't turn the light on, I couldn't see him well, and he just stood there, by the door, by the light cord. Eventually, though, I would just sort of drift off into the dream, and, well, then it would end. I had this nightmare often, but not every night, nor even every week, but it definitely happened enough that it was a nuisance. I didn't say anything because, what kind of conversation is that anyway, but one night, it all changed. He wasn't by the door. He was now standing right next to my bed, seemingly looking down at me. From that distance, the moonlight illuminated him enough to see him. He was an older man in a black and grey striped pinsuit. He had a little bowler hat on, and his smile reached right across his face, sharp and glistening teeth showing. He said, "Don't worry, it won't hurt. I'll eat you in your sleep." And the next thing that I knew, it was morning. I made some excuses and told my mum that I wanted to change rooms, to be closer to the bathroom.
Okay.
I thought that if it wasn't a dream, the man was tied to the bedroom itself, as it had been the master bedroom back in the day. Of course, I said nothing about the dream, though.
It'll work.
Things went, well, fine in the new room. I didn't have the nightmare, though there were a lot of late-night footsteps which revealed nobody. At this point, I did start sleeping with a flashlight, by the way. A man was also heard yelling several times in the house, loud enough to be heard over the TV and send the dog barking even. But again, that wasn't too bad. But I once woke up suddenly to pure fear, and I bolted out of the room all of a sudden. I
Gray
stopped halfway
stay
to the
stinking
kitchen,
up my scream.
realizing that nothing was following me, but that was a very, very strange night. It got worse on Christmas too. We had family over and
Not
opened presents in the
stinky.
living room. We had a couch sat in front of the big sliding double doors which connected to the parlor, and the doors were closed. My mum looked over towards the couch and started screaming all of a sudden. We all jumped and tried to follow her gaze, but there was nothing there. She made a bunch of apologies and suddenly
Joke's on
left
you.
the room.
I didn't smell it.
I talked to her later about it, and she said that she really didn't want to talk about it. But finally, she said, there was a man standing behind the couch. He was older, and he was wearing a suit with grey or black pinstripes, and he had a little round hat. Well, as you can imagine, I freaked out hearing that, and asked if she had ever seen him before, and she said that she hadn't. I then told her about the dream, and we both got pretty nervous about that. She changed her room that night too, to be closer to the bathroom. There were other oddities in that house after that, but we never did see him again. We eventually moved. Several people have moved into that house since then and moved out. None have lasted past a year, and, well, it has laid empty for some time now.
Gonna be the shadow.
In 2022, my brother and I moved out of our mum's house and got a place of our own. It was a single wide trailer about maybe 10 minutes away from where our mum lived. It was my first time being on my own like this, and there wasn't any fancy thing about this place. Just a typical trailer, but the storm does stick occasionally and makes a loud squeaky noise when opening and shutting.
Okay.
So whenever somebody is coming or going, you'll definitely know. Now, my brother worked at a pest control company, so his hours were just all over the place. Sometimes he'd be home early, other times he'd be working very late, and so this left me to make sure that he had food to eat, which I didn't mind because I actually really enjoy cooking. Something about it just calms me down, so... Anyways, one particular night my brother was working late, so I made dinner like normal. It was chicken wings and a mixture of onion rings and potato wedges that night, and had finished everything before he had ever made it home. Now, whenever I cook, I usually don't immediately eat. I've always been like this. I don't know why, but it's just what I like to do. On this occasion, I decided to have a smoke, so I went out on the back porch to smoke my cigarette. There's a window where I can see into the kitchen from the back porch, but the blinds were shut, but I left the light on in the kitchen. As I'm smoking, I hear this loud storm door and then footsteps inside, so I look towards the window. I see a shadow walk by through the kitchen. Not really thinking too much about it, assuming it's my brother, I finish my cigarette and head inside so that I can let him know that dinner was cooked and waiting in the oven. However, I notice his bedroom door is still shut and the light isn't on. He normally leaves it open when he gets home, or if he's on the phone he'll shut it, but the light would be on. So I just pop my head in and he isn't there. I walk through the trailer back towards the bathroom in my room, but again he wasn't there either. I opened the front door and his truck wasn't even in the driveway. I wasn't exactly scared, but more confused. I did get a bit of an uneasy feeling because I know that I heard the storm door and saw someone or something walk past the window. I searched the entire place again, hoping to not run into an intruder, but nothing. I was completely alone. My brother eventually pulls up about 30 minutes later, and I'm sitting in the living room and he noticed my confused demeanor. He asks what was wrong and I tell him what happened. He then tells me that he'll sometimes see a shadow in the trailer too, but always believed it to be me until he realizes that I'm in bed. I'm a loud snorer. And we have no idea who or what it could be. A few weeks later, I was home looking after my niece. I leave the tiny bags of chips on the counter, separated by brands but in neat rows. She can grab one whenever she wants a snack, and she happened to be down for a nap, so I took the time to clean up a bit. The counter is directly behind me, perpendicular to where I was standing as I was washing dishes. That's when I hear a sort of light crumple sound and turn around, expecting to see my niece standing there with a bag of chips. But instead, I see a bag on the floor about 3 feet away from the counter, and she's still sleeping, where I had left her and in the same position that I last saw her in, undisturbed. Again, I'm just uneasy and a little bit confused. I didn't bump them, and I mean, they were a good distance away. The air or the ceiling fans weren't on. The doors and the windows are shut. No breeze or drafts either. The chips weren't piled or thrown willy-nilly on the counter either. And when they're neat on the counter there like that, There is a 1.5 foot gap of countertop space between the chips and the counter's edge, so there's no way that it could have fallen off, much less ended up 3 feet away in the middle of the floor like that. We've heard from previous tenants and the landlord that some years before an elderly lady had gotten sick and passed away in there. So now I'm thinking, well, maybe it was her. I moved out the following year because my brother had met a girl and he had gotten her pregnant. She needed a place to move into because of her own issues, and I was outed, which I didn't like, but eventually came to terms with it. They would occasionally come by and tell us of spooky things happening that still went on in that trailer. She would see shadows too, and they both would hear footsteps inside when they were outside. Voices and giggling would be heard by one of them while the other was not home.
Yeah.
Sometimes the kitchen cabinets would be open and they would always wake up to them like that. Random stuff.
Tell me how you really feel.
Only to find it elsewhere in the home. She always thought that it was her pregnancy brain as well. Until one night that they were on the couch watching TV. And my brother would always put his work boots by the front door. And they said that they heard a scuffing sound. They mute the TV and one of his boots just comes flying into view and hits the wall by the TV.
Damn, it's that
He said that
bad.
they both jumped, turned the TV off, and run into their bedroom and go to bed. Next morning, when he's leaving for work, that same boot is...
I don't know what's wrong with her, man.
Not in its normal position. He said that it
Autism.
seemed like something had just thrown it back towards that same door. My brother and sister-in-law always got creepy vibes there afterwards, and they didn't like to invite people over because they didn't want to look crazy or for anything spooky to happen. They finally moved out in August.
All I'm hearing is
2020,
bottom noises.
and they were very thankful to leave that place.
Gray called you a bottom.
Said that? Gray. I'm so sorry,
Gray.
but you're losing your biggest
So
subscriber.
I enjoy hiking.
You have to ban Gray.
With the increase of attacks in this area, though, I've tried to avoid Grand Media.
Whoever the guy's paying.
I found a neat little park with geocaches hidden around the park. It was far enough away from Grand Media.
Gray's
I felt
getting
comfortable to go off on my own. With my pocket knife
No.
in hand, about an hour into my
I
adventure,
can give him a
I
timeout for
found
30
myself a bit
minutes.
off the
Yeah,
main
you can
trail.
give him a timeout.
I was looking for a geocache. It was a very calm and quiet day that
There you
day.
go, bud.
Usually you can hear other people walking, birds, animals, the waves from Lake Michigan, but I was met with an eerie
For
silence,
10 seconds.
and I couldn't help but
Hey.
feel.
That's just a taste.
I have custom. I can time you out for
I stood up and
300
started to
years.
300 years is
Oh, did it
crazy,
delete
dude.
your thing?
It deleted it.
I
It deleted that message.
Oh, God.
I needed to
Gray got
I
deleted.
didn't know to delete the chat. Oh, no.
Watching me was
Fuck.
definitely not
24 messages deleted.
Ah.
Gray!
Oh, never mind, he's back.
He's
I
back.
feel bad.
You don't feel bad anymore?
I feel bad.
and tried to talk to me.
It's a
I tried to keep walking, but
Neopet.
he blocked the trail, making it
No,
hard to go.
it's
The path was
Zen's
surrounded by
TV
crickets
model.
and moss,
Oh.
etc. The man
I hope
began to
Zen
talk
is
to
in
me,
here.
and
Or do you call
he
it-
asked me if I was searching for
Actually, no, that'd be funny. Never
lost something.
No, Zen had to go to work
I
earlier.
explained to him that I was geocaching, but needed to get back to my car.
Eh,
The man then gave me a creepy smile and continued.
He
to
called
help me
you
in getting back to my
again.
car. Finally, I was able to end our strange
literally
conversation,
never tasted it.
choosing to take another path and towards him. As I started walking away, I looked over my shoulder to see him still staring at me, just watching me walk farther away.
Oh no.
When I finally got back
Oh,
to
no.
the trail,
10 more seconds in the
see
cage.
if I could spot the man anywhere. I didn't see him. I continued to walk back to my car,
Do they
and
hear it or can they?
at this point I can see the parking lot.
I don't know. I think they can maybe hear.
over a mile or so to the parking lot,
Band, oh.
and this is when the man reappeared from
Damn.
a small side trail and started walking behind me.
That was a bot.
As I walked faster, his footsteps started sounding quicker. I looked over my shoulder again, and he was now about 200 feet away from me. I
Report.
walked faster, checking on the man again. Now he's only 100 feet from me. It was apparent now that he was trying to catch up to me. In that moment, my phone started ringing.
He's
My
not.
best friend was FaceTiming me, and as I answered, I held up my phone.
They're
as
just
if
little
trying to
arm
show my
cuffs.
friend the park that I'd found.
Dude, they're the same
Once the
exact
man realized that I was on the phone,
That's
his pace slowed instantly.
I know it.
I made it back to the parking lot. And I get into my car.
me, it's Zen's
I
guy.
noticed the man was lingering in the parking lot until I was fully in the car.
You're drawn.
He slinked away towards a different set of trails.
He gave me the character to draw.
My sight. That man, he seemed to be in his late 20s to 30s. Average build, darker hair with green eyes. And I'm wondering if anyone else has encountered a strange man around this area. Because I live in southwest Michigan, about an hour away from Grandmere State Park. And this park has had 2 semi-recent attacks, only 6 months
The
apart.
bracelets.
One incident included a female who was knocked unconscious and woke up hours later. She discovered that she was injured, and the other incident also included a female. She was attacked while walking her dog, and both women gave a description to the local police department.
Yeah?
And the descriptions from both victims had many similarities. These attacks happened in April and September in the same year of 2024, and both of them are eerily similar to what happened to me. It was the summer of 1989, and I got to leave the Lakato Res and spend the entire summer with my half-brother, same dad, different mums, in Kentucky. I was 12 and he was 14 during this time. His stepdad was pretty cool and smart too. He was a nuclear physicist and always had an answer for everything. Not in a sarcastic way either, but in a genuine way, especially if it pertained to the natural world. My step-grandma was a nurse and worked a swing shift at 2 different hospitals.
Can I help you?
The poor lady not only worked like 16 hours a day, but also would come home to clean the house and cook large meals for everyone too. Honestly, I felt really bad for her. Like, on the res, my family all lived next door to each other. Where my brother's family was, they were too. So sometimes we'd go over and help out his grandma cook and clean and all that. We even got started on firewood for her because she'd often do that too. We'd sometimes stay until she'd left for work, and then we would walk the field back home. It was different there in rural Kentucky. The nights were darker and the dark was quieter, and not that I couldn't be on the res, but there was always someone moving about there.
Can I help you?
I mean, sure, you could go
Keeping
out a lot
harassed
further and
by
reach
the-
the same
oh.
level of dark and quietness on the res, for sure.
I see him. He's just there.
What I'm talking about here. Occasionally, a passing car on the highway or maybe a distant freight train would break up the monotony there in Kentucky. Now, my brother's stepdad ended up getting cable TV one day, along with a movie channel, so we had made plans to sort of binge watch all the movies that we could that Friday night. We let Grandma know that we would not be over that day. My brother even invited his friend over to spend the night, and we had gone to town earlier, and bought all the snacks, pizza, potato chips, black cherry, strawberry cola, and lemon lime canned sodas, and plenty of candy. If I remember right too, Escape from New York was going to be on that night, so we were pretty excited. Finally, Johnny Carson was over and the adults were going to bed. No sooner had we got settled in, there was a loud knock on the door. My brother's step-uncle, Bill, his stepdad's brother, was at the door demanding to speak with his brother. We asked if everything was okay, but he had this look of terror on his face and waved us off. Stepdad comes out and his brother says we need to talk about Mum, so they step outside and we're all trying to listen, but they took a walk. A few moments later, Stepdad comes in and gets dressed and says that he'll be back. He also had a look, but sort of one of disbelief, I guess you could say. Now, here's what happened as it was known to us. So that night, Grandma was going to work like normal, which was around 9 p.m. at night. She said that she had got a few miles down the road. Keep in mind that this is a rural road with little traffic, especially at night, when all of a sudden, a bright, blinding white light shone over her car. She described it as intense and hot. It caused her to stall. The light was about 50 or so feet above her and never made a noise. She sat there paralyzed with fear until it left maybe about 10 minutes later. She was then able to start her car again and she just went back home. She said that she tried to call her son, my brother's stepdad, but the line was dead and so was able to call her other son, Bill. Bill and my brother's stepdad took turns driving her to work for the next few months until she got over the fear, and even then she took another route for work all the time. But weirdly, she also said that a few days later, 2 men dressed in black ties came to talk to her. She said that they claimed to work for the government and showed badges and asked her a bunch of questions. And the whole experience, it really changed her personality. She went from being warm and non-aggressive to being impatient and short with people, family included. But years later, she denied everything, denied seeing anything or talking to anyone. My brother's stepdad believes that it was something military related and she was threatened to not say or speak about it. Everyone tried to get her to see a therapist. I always thought that she acted that way because she felt violated and, well, that nobody would believe her. Shortly after that, maybe a year or so, I suppose, shadow figures started being seen around the outside of her house too, and my brother's as well, where there wasn't any sort of paranormal activity before. And that was the last time that I was ever allowed over there. We did do a cleansing ritual when I got home, but my dad isn't into that sort of thing at all, so he never joined us. All he would say is that he knew that there was some bad juju there, and that was it.
The Irish is the middle of the eye, right?
I grew up in an old house
And
in
the
the
pupil
UK.
is the eye.
My family home is a 4-story terrace, just over 250 years old, situated on a busy street. It was originally a manor house with lots of land, but was split into 3 terraced homes with more built sort of alongside of it in the late 1890s to early 1900s. There were 2 cellars, basement rooms, 2 living rooms on the ground floor, and the kitchen. The first floor had the bathroom, my parents' bedroom, and my brother's bedroom, and the second floor was my bedroom or living space. Now, I have experiences there from being very young that I may share in the future, but for now I'll focus on some experiences that happened in my family home from me being around 15 to 16 to my early 20s. When I was around 15 to 16, I was up in my bedroom reading. It was a Saturday afternoon, and I lived with my parents, obviously, my younger brother, 2 years younger, and our dog. I had no music on or TV this day, but I could hear general muted traffic
Oh,
noise
man.
outside. At some point, I heard someone come in downstairs, the door opening, closing, and keys rattling. My mum shouted hello up to me and told me to come downstairs because they, Mum and Dad, needed to talk to me about something. This was weird, as usually she'd just tell me whatever it was that I needed to know if she was shouting up to me anyway. I asked why, and she shouted back, "Just come downstairs," in a sort of frustrated tone too. So I did, thinking that it must have been important, or I must have done something wrong or something. I got downstairs and quickly became confused though, because I couldn't find them anywhere. I shouted hello, in case they'd gone into the cellar. This wouldn't be normal either, but nobody responded and I was confused trying to work out where they might have gone. I thought that I must have been imagining it though, and started to walk back upstairs when my brother shouted down from his room asking me what Mum wanted, because it was weird that she called me down. I replied to him saying, "Did you hear her too?" Obviously I assumed that he must have, but I was just a bit weirded out because this meant that he'd heard her too, but I was sure that there was nobody there and I was second guessing myself, I guess. But then he didn't respond, so I walked up to his room to talk to him about it, I opened his door and he wasn't there either. It was then that I got this weird chill sensation and goosebumps and started
Is
to
that
feel
the
a bit spooked. So
recycling truck?
I left his room and went back downstairs trying to make sense of what had just happened. Weirdly, too, just as I got back downstairs,
Oh my god, I think the
my mum suddenly
recycling truck's
walked in with the
finally
dog.
She had
Throwing
taken
up,
him
him on a walk.
showing up.
I asked her what happened and where she had gone. She was confused and assured me that she had been out for around an hour at this point
Yeah.
and had not been back at any stage. She said that my dad was at work. He had been out since 8 a.m. and was due back in a few hours' time. My brother, well, he was allegedly at his friend's house.
Right there.
On
No.
another occasion when I was
No, he
20,
ran.
I was working in an
Oscar!
off-license sort of convenience store. The store closed at 10 p.m., and once we closed, cashed up, cleaned up, etc., I'd get out at about
recycling
10:30,
truck.
home for around 11, still living at home at this stage.
It's the
My mum
recycling
called
truck.
me at 10:10
I
p.m.
think.
asking me where I had gone, and obviously I was confused and told her that
His
I was
trash
still
came
at work
yesterday.
cleaning up, and she said that I had come home 15 minutes ago. Her and my dad were in the front living room, and they heard me come in. A little bit of context here too is that we used the back door to come in and out and had two living rooms, one at the back and one at the front. My mum and dad would be in the front room, which was closed off from the other, and the stairs were in between them. Mum said though that they had heard me come in, shout hello, which we normally did when any of us came home. Mum and dad both said hello back and asked me why I was home so early. They said that I shouted, "So you're ignoring me then?" in a sort of jokey way, and they heard me walk upstairs chatting on the phone with
McKinney,
someone.
Texas. Hello.
My dad then came upstairs, first floor, and shouted up to me to see why I was home so early, and to check that everything was okay when he noticed my light wasn't on and it was silent. So he came back down and they called me, and found out that I hadn't been there at all. My dad rushed upstairs to make sure that nobody had broken in or anything, but there was nobody around.
Allstate trying to fucking call me for
On another
insurance
occasion
quotes.
When I was around 20,
You're a little
my mum
late,
and dad were sitting in the
dude.
living room quite late, 2 a.m.-ish I think, and heard my brother practicing his guitar in his room. This wasn't unusual, as he would often practice for hours. They were enjoying listening to him play faintly when they both remembered at the same time that he was in university, living in student accommodation 200 miles away, and he had taken his guitars with him. When I was around 22 years old, my best friend was visiting at one stage. It was a Friday night. I had been quite unwell, so she was coming around to chill, listen to music, chat, etc. My parents were out at a function this night, and it was mid-January-ish. My friend went upstairs to use the bathroom, next to my brother's bedroom, and when she came downstairs, she said, your brother has just shouted you for something.
Been trying to reach you about
He
your
must have
car's
thought that
extended
I was
warranty.
you and
Yeah,
came upstairs."
pretty much.
My
That's
brother
basically what I
was back
just
at uni,
got.
and we were alone in that house. I asked her if she was certain that she heard him, and she was adamant that she had, to the point that she really thought that I was trying to spook her for a laugh. She knew of the above occurrences and they freaked her out. I told her that he wasn't there and that he was at uni. She didn't believe me, in fact, and demanded that we go upstairs to see what he wanted. She was 100% convinced that she had just heard him. So I shouted, and obviously I got no response. She said, "He mustn't have heard you." So I invited her up with me to prove that he wasn't home. She confidently came with me, still certain that I was joking around. We got to his room, I opened the door, the light was off, and his things weren't there, and obviously neither was he. She turned a bit of a funny grey colour after that, and she wasn't okay. I would like to preface this by saying that working at my job has completely changed my perspective on the paranormal. For context, I work at a vintage store that specializes in old, antique Western American artifacts. The store is located in a wealthy part of the state, where a lot of wealthy people buy in bulk to decorate their second and third homes. This means that we have a lot of sourced items being moved in and out of the store at all times. I'm not part of the sourcing by any means. I simply sell items and help manage the store. But most, if not all, of the items obviously have sort of energy attached to them, I guess. Not always good either. Within 3 months of working there too, I knew that it was haunted and that the resident spirits had taken a liking to me. With the coming and going of items, certain energies and events occur and stop too. Now, things were sort of weird from the beginning, I guess, but I always chalked it up to being a somewhat old building. One morning I was opening the store on my own. It was the dead of winter and everything was very dark and snowed in. But the moment that I walk in, it is absolutely freezing. I think that the heater conked out in the night. I go to turn it on and see that it's working perfectly fine though, and the warmth that it's emitting seems to be dissipating after a couple of feet. I ignore it and turn on the main floor lights. I walk downstairs where it's pitch black. This is where we keep the majority of our vintage items. And before I can turn on the lights, our music turns on at full blast. Problem is that the music isn't an automatic system. I mean, I control it myself from my phone, and I had yet to turn the system on. I was the only one in the building and around the general vicinity, so no one else could have turned it on from their phone. After calming down from the scare, I turn on the lights to discover that all the pillows have been thrown off of our massive vintage leather couch. I still think it's weird, but I'm trying to rationalize it by saying maintenance must have come in the night to fix something, and they did that. I clean them up and walk upstairs again to find all the lights are now turned on. I clean them up and I walk upstairs again to find that all the lights that I've just turned on have suddenly gone out. The light switches are switched off again, not just the power too. Again, I ignore it and turn them on again and walk outside to open the front door and turn our open sign on. And this is the moment where I realized everything. Our locally made chapstick display, a heavy thing, gets completely swept off the shelf, like someone aggressively pushed it off in front of me. To be clear too, it didn't fall, the shelf didn't budge, it was pushed off 100%. 50 to 100 chapsticks go flying everywhere, and the acrylic case shatters into pieces. The music system suddenly starts playing the music very loudly again, and honestly, I'm just frozen in shock. Things suddenly go very quiet though. It was as if it or they just wanted me to finally acknowledge it. The computer screen turned on seconds later, as if it was telling me to get to work now, and I think I must have stood there for a solid 10 minutes, just frozen, not knowing what to do. Now, on another occasion, and this took place around 4 months ago, our main vintage collector had brought in old vintage mirrors that he'd found in different places, and constructed a wall of them on the side of the stairs going down. I came back from vacation, slightly horrified to be honest. I feel like mirrors just hold really bad energy, especially ones owned by other people before. But it was a normal day at work, helping customers, logging inventory, etc. But one of the employees was working with me and we were casually chatting about life. Eventually she went downstairs to help a customer with finding the price on a vintage fur coat and some artwork, I think. It was when the customer's daughter is walking upstairs, aka passing the mirror wall, that she suddenly screams. I, being the person in charge, run toward the screen to check on everything. This girl is inconsolable though, and claiming that she saw a shadowy figure in the mirror. The mum is calming her daughter, saying that it's just a shadow, sweetie. I investigate and I don't see anything. Just the normal bad feeling that I experience passing those mirrors. We help this lady and she eventually leaves with her items. A couple of hours later, a different woman wants to buy a wall coat rack right by the mirrors. As I'm using the drill to remove the coat rack, and my coworker is holding the other end of the coat rack, her face suddenly pales. She's staring at the mirrors and can't look away. I see her do a double take and continue to stare at them. Obviously, I'm concerned and finish helping this lady out.
One of his
Immediately
dad's
after she
sisters
leaves,
actually
I return back to my coworker who is still just staring at the mirrors. It's as if she was in a trance sort of state. I shake her out of it and she can't
So
speak.
basically,
It's
this-
only when
this
she said my
thing
name and
is
I look back
Biologically
at the mirrors,
both of theirs.
I
Basically
see the
biologically
same
both
figure.
of theirs,
A
because
morphing
one of the
figure,
dad's
subtly
sisters
taking on different appearances.
his
Some
other dad.
feminine, others masculine, no face, just features. Used to
Which
these
now,
things
like,
around
thinking
here
about it, it's
now.
kinda crazy.
I drag her upstairs and sort
Yeah.
But she had volunteered to serve
The rest of the day, though, I heard from multiple customers about how they thought that
Yeah.
they saw
Because
things in
they're
that same
sister
mirror.
brother, so
One girl even threw up in the
it's gonna
bathroom
be
because she said that she suddenly felt so sick walking downstairs.
Yeah. It's sweet.
I came back
yeah,
for my
this
shift
is
the
really
next
sweet.
week.
But that's
It was
crazy.
Have a good day,
My other
Gray.
coworker had informed me
Bye.
that apparently it didn't sell, but one of the other employees walked down one day to find it cracked.
That's very sweet. But that's
I
crazy.
don't know what happened to it,
Yeah.
or where it went, but
Also, your
the rest of
sister
the
really
mirrors
has
are
to
still
love
there.
you. Carry
9 months, your
To carry
child.
your
Experience
kid
things too, but
because
not
you're
as much
gay.
Yeah.
employees,
He's-
they don't seem to
this
experience
is
as
this
much,
is the
but
most ally
they
you
agree
can
that
be.
there are weird things.
Yeah.
happening
Can you
here.
carry my
We
kid
also
for me,
have some
please?
seemingly nice
Yeah,
or
sure.
playful resident spirits, I guess you could call them. They like
I
to
would
flick light
never.
switches on and off, make
Can you
knocks
let
that
my
can't be blamed on the
husband,
building, play with the
fertilize?
building's temperature, and mess with items on
I'm
the shelves.
sure they
and
did
all
in
that.
vitro fertilization.
Yeah,
They
definitely.
like to
Because
make
it's kinda
messes and play
weird
tricks too.
have
Throwing
your-
candles at
Hey,
couches,
bang my
jelly cakes,
husband so I can have a
Have your
kid.
husband
Sounds
bang
to
your
scare people.
sister,
and sometimes switch the music playing and play with the volume levels too.
especially if he wasn't
Generally,
fired,
things that
then
happen
he'd
here are
be
harmless.
okay.
Yeah.
Not to
Can
mention
you,
that
like, use the
they
cup
love to
and,
play
like,
with our
burn it
My
security
there?
gammy's
system,
calling
too.
me. Hold on.
We've had the cameras and the electricals looked at a million times, and they all work fine, but things will stop recording and cut out all the time. In any case, on another occasion I was approaching the end of my shift, which means cleaning up and organizing the store for the next day's employees. I clean up our vintage toy area and walk behind the shelves to organize our vintage Levi jeans rack. I hear a clatter and go to investigate, thinking that something had just fallen over. Kids place things back on shelves in precarious situations, and things fall all the time. Not always because of the activity, is what I'm getting at. So I walk over to the toy corner and see a knocked over toy train, standing up though, which was a bit weird. This thing doesn't run on batteries or anything, it's super old, but I watch as it starts moving at a moderate pace, out of the corner and into the next aisle section. Once again, it's just a model train. No strings, no batteries, no track, nothing. It stops after about maybe 6-ish feet of movement. After my initial internal screaming, I decide to leave it there for whatever is moving it. I hesitantly ignore it and go back to cleaning. No more sound or movement, and right before I close up, I put the train back on the shelf. On another occasion, I sold a customer an old turquoise sort of Native American ring. It was on sale, so no returns. A week later, she calls though and begs for a return. She drives literally an hour back to the store and says that she doesn't want the ring anymore. I think to myself, someone regrets spending the money they did, and I get it. But then she goes on to say that things have been so weird in her house since she bought it. She said that her cats were acting up, the house was making weird noises, and doors were closing on their own. I wasn't supposed to take it back due to policy and all that, but we worked something out in the end. I mean, she seemed so frantic. Sometimes you'd think someone is making something up to get their money back, as it happens in retail, but genuinely, she seemed really scared. And based on my experiences working at my job, I didn't doubt her either. Nothing happened in particular after we got the ring back, luckily. It was sold a little bit later to a collector, and we didn't hear anything after that, but still, it was a weird situation. Now, this story is not my own. It's actually my friend's who was visiting at the time. She came to visit me at work. She wanted to try on some vintage clothing, so she goes into the dressing room to try it on. While she's doing that, I go into the next room over to show a customer the bathroom. But when I come back, my friend is sort of shocked to see me walk back into the main shop area. She looks back behind the counter and then back at me, sort of confused. I can tell that she's processing something. She asks, "Were you not in the back room just now?" And I'm confused, seeing as I wasn't and my coworker left early. Now, my friend is a very practical human being. She has to see it to believe it sort of thing. That's her philosophy anyway. But she then goes on to explain that the backroom door, which is slightly visible to the customers, was halfway closed. She said that there was a shadow matching my height and size, making noise back there and moving around. She said that she thought that I was back there grabbing items. She said that she thought that she heard me respond and say "aha" too at one point. Mind you, nobody else was back there and no other customers had come in at that point. When I went to take a look, the figure back there, or whatever it was now long gone. Nothing seemed out of place, but she was absolutely convinced that I must have been back there. Anyway, these are just some of the experiences from this place, and like I said, this place has changed my perspective on things for good, and I don't think I'll ever be the same after working here. This happened a couple of years ago, but I often think about it and what this person's intentions truly were. So, a couple of years ago, probably 2018, me, a 23-year-old male, I was outside of my mother's house close to midnight. It's dark in the neighborhood, nobody is outside, and it's quiet and pretty chill. I'm smoking by my car, just listening to music and vibing pretty quietly, when I see a person walking up the street towards me. Nothing to be alarmed about, but she gets close. She's a cute mid-30s woman. Sees me smoking and asks if I have a cigarette. She was friendly enough, but I say no, unfortunately I don't. But we have a bit of a nice quick chat. And I mean, every young man has fantasies of a cute woman walking towards them looking for something, right? And I mean, you never know, but definitely just a fantasy at this point and wishful thinking. But during our quick chat, probably only a minute or so, she says one moment, "Let me take this call." So she calls her husband, I guess. Don't recall how I knew that, but it was her husband. I believe she must have mentioned him in our chat at some point. This is a bit of an old memory, like I said. But this next bit is what creeped me out. She says on the phone, quietly, sort of under her breath, "Hi, honey. Oh my goodness, I think I found one." She was excited about it, but in a sort of weird way. Hard to explain, but it definitely sounded sinister. It creeped me out and gave me red flags immediately. Plus, I'm thinking, found what? I already said that I didn't have a cigarette. Plus, she was just walking around the streets. She and her husband are looking for something? What does that even mean, right? So, while she was still on the phone, I just turned around and went inside, and I locked the door. Really, I don't know what to think of it to this day. What could she have meant? I mean, best case is that she wanted like a three-way with her husband or something, which I'm not into at all, but worst case is that they were going to rob me or do something awful and weird. What do you think her deal was? Do you think that I overreacted, or was it a good call in the end? When I was about 3 years old, I'm 41 now, my family, mum, stepdad, older sister and I, moved into a rental home in a nice neighborhood within our small town. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, and was way bigger than the house that we came from. However, even though I finally had my own room, my sister and I decided to continue sharing a room and a bed. I think we both felt a bit weird in the new home, but my mum just figured that we'd shared a room for so many years that we were comfortable and would eventually grow out of it. This incident, it happened when I was between the age of 4 and 5, and my sister, she would have been around 8 or 9. Now, The way our room was set up was our bed was in the corner of the room against the wall, and my sister, she slept close to the inside against the wall, and I slept on the outside. We had an oscillating fan against the wall that aimed toward our feet, and just outside of our door was the hall with the bathroom right across the hall. Now one night, my sister woke up to use the bathroom, and for some reason, I felt the need to wake up and look down by my feet. And standing there, at the foot of the bed, closest to my side, was a dark silhouette of my sister. I couldn't make out any facial features, as it was just a dark void of a silhouette standing still there. I could see the fan rotating from behind her, but noticed the strands of her hair didn't move once the wind hit us. I called her name and got no response. Called her name again and again, but there was no answer or movement. When I looked out into the hallway, I saw the bathroom door closed and the light in the bathroom was on. And as soon as the bathroom door opened, it was gone, and my sister walked into the room. I remember that I was absolutely terrified and began crying. My sister came in and made sure that I was okay, and eventually I must have fallen asleep. My sister eventually came in and she made sure that I was okay, and eventually I must have fallen asleep. But even that young, I remembered the experience the next day, and it would stick with me for all these years. I was a 9.5-year-old boy, so this happened a decade and a half ago now. It was summer vacation, the time was noon, and I just took a shower. Towel wrapped around my waist and dripping wet, I was feeling happy like a good naive boy. I went into my bedroom, which I shared with my parents. I was picking out clothes and nobody was in the room with me. Almost as soon as I walked in, though, I could feel the ground vibrating, which was weird. As I picked clothes, I felt the vibration was coming from behind me, around my parents' bed. It went on and off like a cycle almost, but each time the vibration came back stronger. I wanted to ignore it and go about my happy day, but eventually I just couldn't ignore it anymore. I put on my shorts, and with t-shirt in my hand, I turned around to see what was going on. It was exactly as I imagined. My parents' bed was shaking for no discernible reason, and it seemed to be coming from underneath. The shaking got so bad that other objects started to shake from the bed, hitting the ground. Then, all of a sudden, it stopped again. But this time, right in front of me, I saw this weird creature crawling out from underneath the bed, about a meter or two away. It was pure black, the blackest thing that I've ever seen in my life. In fact, it was so dark that it was hard to discern features on this thing. It sort of looked like a goofy 2D object, but it definitely had 2 legs, a torso, 2 arms, and a head. It didn't know that I was there, I think, in the room, staring at it. It was about my size, and sort of seemed to look around for a second. At the time, I interpreted that as it brushing its shoulder off after crawling. But then, it suddenly stopped. Its eyes turned to me, and I could see fear almost. It seemed to be scared of me more than I was scared of it. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was maybe a fraction of a second. Then, without even moving one bit or making any noise, it just disappeared from my existence, like just blinked out of existence. Obviously, I was terrified. I ran out of the room and I told my parents. They came to check what was going on, but in the end, I don't know if they believed me or not. My theory is that if it was real, it was an extra-dimensional creature that I saw that day. And yes, after that, my day was completely ruined.
Oh,
All right.
never mind. You can't unmute.
I am a meeting because I'm ending stream.
Fuck you, Dave.
Fuck you, said the fuck you guy.
Fuck you, said the fuck you guy.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream there. Since we got both of the models done today.
We got both.
Bofa.
Bofa.
We finished Echo's model and Zen's model.
Bofa D nuts. Bofa.
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 Yeah.
Bofa.
Community gets the reference. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Said the fuck you guy.
Fuck you.
All
Fuck
right.
you, guy.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end it there.
Ugh.
And
Stream 24/7.
Stream 24/7. I feel like I
Why don't
stream
you stream
24/7.
yourself sleeping? Why don't you stream me sleeping with you? No, not like that. Why don't you stream...
I mean, there are people when they do subathons where they'll like just where their model's sleeping.
I know, but the model
smells like up dog in here. She just turned to stare. You gonna say it?
No.
No.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Oh man. Okay, let's see. Who's still alive
You have to
right
raid
now?
someone every single time.
I don't have to, but it's nice.
Boo! It takes forever. Then you have to stand in there and talk to them. And ugh. When I become a streamer, I'm never rating anyone.
Well,
I won't even
it's
rate you.
basically it lets the like other community see you because they'll ask you like what you were doing and shit. So
I'm not even gonna rate you. They're gonna be like, "What were you doing?"
damn.
Pissing off my wife. Pissing on my wife.
Yeah. Okay.
I like how you just agreed.
You messed with my gang, so you're gonna get a not so friendly visit from. Okay. Let's go give Pond Fairy my guys a senior beatdown. I don't know. Alright. Thanks to everyone who stopped by and hung out with me today.
Fuck you.
I hope y'all have a good rest of y'all's day.
Fuck you. Fuck you guys.
Bye.
Fuck you.